innings in game one, Yoshinobu Yamamoto did him one better. He tossed a complete game in the 5-1 Dodgers win. His final line, 9 innings of work, 3 hits allowed, 1 run, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts on 111 pitches. And the Nationals, they've made one of their first big hires in the Paul Taboni era. Devin Pearson, the Red Sox director of amateur scouting, is joining Washington as an assistant general manager. Pearson helped run the Red Sox last 3 drafts during the time the organization drafted the likes of Peyton Toole, Kyle Teal, and Christian Campbell. And if you don't follow baseball prospects, let me just tell you one thing. Those are some really big names. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. He's an NFL legend. I'm a big-eared blogger. I'm in Ashburn. He's in D.C. What up, B? How you
I'm
doing?
good, brother. What's happening with you?
Not much, man. I know you played yesterday. How'd you play?
Played well, man. Lot of pars.
You played Westwood with Brendan?
Yep. Had a lot of pars.
I'm guessing.
Huh?
I'm guessing a clean 80.
Yeah, it was that.
Was it?
Yeah, exactly that.
All right. That's a pretty good guess, huh?
When
you said a lot of pars, made me think
I got
it wasn't in the 70s because you need some birds.
The greens were rolling, bro. They were rolling.
This time of year for golf in our area, if you're at a good track, the greens are going to be perfect.
They were
because it finally cooled down a little.
All you have to do is just touch it, and it was moving, dog.
I love it. Are you playing in Dallas?
I planned on it. I'm waiting on my call back from Courtney. We'll see.
I need to swing a golf club because I do think I'm going to play in Kansas in a couple weeks. So I need to. I might need an emergency 9 on Friday or something. But I got to work the grill Friday night. B. I got to grill like 200 cheeseburgers.
Hey, gonna mess up your golf game, dog.
I might be on hot dog patrol. It's a fun event at my daughter's school this Friday night. They call it Friday Night Lights, and the Father's Club grills up, I don't know, 500 hamburgers or something, and the kids just run around and go nuts. It's always fun. You're invited, B. Should you want to come?
I'm not gonna make that one
behind the grill.
I won't make that one though.
Behind the grill.
Well, you know,
tell you what's in there.
Don't worry. I think I'm gonna have a couple coolers where I'll be.
that I certainly believe. Good Caps win last night. I had a fun night last night. I went to an event at my friend Sonny's house for Wes Moore. Coach Locks was there. Phil Aday was there. It was a good event. Jim Smith, the University of Maryland athletic director, was there, who we had on the show a couple weeks back.
Uh-huh.
Nice to meet him in person and just chat with him. That dude is a ball of energy, man. Pretty impressive guy.
More than you?
He said the same thing to me, and I didn't know I have that much energy. Dude, I feel like I like to chill.
No, you don't, dog. You like to leave early. You don't like to chill.
I do like to leave early.
Yeah,
you know that.
Yeah.
Good win for the Caps last night. I watched that. I did not watch all the baseball, but the Dodgers. I mean, dude,
the Dodgers are wagging, dog.
The Dodgers are up 2-0 and won both on the road. The Mariners are up 2-0 and won both on the road. Both West Coast teams have a chance to end this thing at home, maybe even in 4. My man Yamamoto last night, did you watch any of that or see any of the highlights?
Nah. I saw some highlights, but I didn't watch the actual thing.
Dude, complete game, and I feel like you say this more than me, but like how baseball has become so overly.
They coddle everybody.
Not my man Yamamoto. First complete game in a NLCS, or maybe even in the playoffs. First complete game in the postseason since 2017.
I mean, he didn't throw a lot of balls.
Yeah, I mean, you got to throw strikes, man.
He was throwing strikes and getting them out. What they won? The Dodgers won 5-1, I think it was.
Dude, I think the only run he gave up was a leadoff homer.
Damn.
Think about that. I mean, they score once early, and then Yamamoto just dominates.
So you know what? I'm gonna give it to you early, and now I'm gonna shut you all down.
Dude, listen to this. Yamamoto did not allow an opponent, so nobody on the Brewers came up to bat with a runner in scoring position.
Damn.
That's crazy, right?
Well, listen. If they were to allow more pitchers to go the distance, I think they could.
Yeah. This time of year, you should.
And I think if they allow more pitchers to pitch longer, you might have a little less injuries. Because right now, what they do, these guys, 5 innings, they take them out.
Dude, so listen, you know how baseball always has the crazy stats going back to like the 1903 Scranton Green Sox. You know, there's always like weird stuff for baseball. So Yamamoto was just the fourth pitcher in baseball history to allow a leadoff home run and throw a complete game in postseason history. He joined Johnny Antonelli from the 1954 World Series, Johnny Beasley, unsure any relation to Mike
Beasley, brother.
1942 World Series, and Babe Adams, the 1909 World Series. Damn. Anytime you're doing stuff that hasn't happened in 75 years or whatever, that's pretty damn good.
1909, you said?
Yeah, Babe Adams. You remember that game?
100 and something years ago.
Babe Adams had quite an arm, let me tell you.
I wonder if Doc knew him.
Doc catching shrapnel.
That's my dog, man. You know, I like to mess with him.
So today we got a packed show for you. Neil Greenberg is going to join us at 11. Barstool Nate's going to join us at noon. And then Ken Belson is going to join us at 1. Dan Quinn should address the media around 12:30. We'll bring that live. A little bit of news last night for Washington. I saw this from Ben Standig first. I try to properly credit, but I'm sure lots of people ended up reporting this. So whoever got it first, this is me crediting you. I saw it from Standig. Commanders brought in, I think they're bringing in Treylon Burks to meet with the staff. Burks was released by the Titans. This dude, I really liked him coming out of Arkansas. Big, strong, tough, 6'2", 230. Was a first rounder in 22. Okay. That basically when Tennessee incorrectly decided to trade away A.J. Brown, Burks was the guy they drafted to what they thought would replace A.J. Brown. Mm-hmm. When he was at Arkansas, his junior year, and I remember this well because I bet on the Hogs a bunch that year, he was a monster. 1,100 yards, 12 touchdowns, 1,100 yards on 66 catches, B.
That's a lot.
Yo, it's a lot.
That's a dude that's putting it up, picking him up and putting him down after he catches the ball.
For sure. It went sideways in Tennessee. I think he dealt with injuries, never played more than 11 games. He dealt with a collarbone, I think. I think that's why he was released. Super athletic. So, what's funny is Washington drafted Jahan Dotson 2 picks ahead of him back in 22. I think you look at this receiver room, and they lack high-end athleticism with Terry and Noah not out there. Lane is super fast, but not that big. Luke is an athlete for sure, but he's not getting a ton of snaps. I have a hard time saying Chris Moore is overly athletic at 32 and been on 9 different teams. So I don't know exactly kind of what to make of it all, but I think they're reading the room similarly to us that the receiver room needs something. And,
listen,
at least you have a meeting.
You got two receivers that haven't played in
Right.
basically 2-3 weeks, and Noah hadn't played but one game. Debo is a little banged up. You got to get somebody else in there. And then, how big is Treylon?
6'2".
See, they need somebody with some size too.
Yeah. I don't know what it means for Terry or Noah playing this week. It could mean absolutely nothing towards those guys playing this week.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
You'd like to see you get those guys on the field. Noah practiced last week and then wasn't available. Terry, I'll have to double check. I don't think Terry ended. I think he was a DNP all
He was out there moving around.
He was on the side field, but I don't think he technically practiced. I'll pull up the injury report real quick. Last week, Terry McLaurin was a DNP all 3 days. Noah Brown was a DNP on Saturday. You almost wonder, the fact that Brown was limited Thursday, limited Friday, if something went backwards for him on Saturday, or they just knew he wouldn't be able to go, so they just shut him down.
Yeah.
I do think Debo, that whatever was going on with that heel was an issue last week, and I wonder if he aggravated that. If you're looking for good news, I think you get Sam Cosmi back this week, and I think that Washington's offensive line has been not as much of a roller coaster as the defensive performance, but they made pretty significant changes early on when they benched Coleman. Bench might be the wrong word, but they decided to, after 2 games, they decided to go with Wiley and they decided to go with Chris Paul.
Coleman benching to me.
Okay. So, well, especially for Coleman, because he went to the inactive list, which is pretty significant after that. And he's been inactive ever since. Allegretti's still out there, kind of a versatile backup, also the backup center, so it gives him some options. Cosmi coming in, I do think Washington the offensive line probably had their worst performance of the new group against Chicago. Cosmi coming in, you'd like to think gives them a little bit of a kickstart. Assuming Cosmi comes in and starts at right guard, B, what are you doing at left guard? You keeping Paul there?
Paul's been great, man, for him. You got Paul and you have Wiley, 2 guys who've been playing very good. So you may want to, depending. If Paul keeps playing like he's been playing, boom, you got Wiley as a swing guy now. And vice versa. If Wiley you feel is better suited for, you can go with him. So I love them having an opportunity with it. And then Allegretti is still there as well. So they have 3 guys that can really handle the job.
The other side of this, as Washington is dealing with fairly significant problems at the wide receiver position, not having your highest paid wide receiver in Terry McLaurin, your best receiver in Terry McLaurin. Dallas is getting healthier, which is not great. George Pickens has been really, really good for them. Now, Pickens is in a contract year. Jerry started to hint at oh, yeah, we'd like to keep him around. I don't know how all that's going to go.
Can't keep everybody around, Jerry.
Well, and Pickens seems to be a pretty volatile dude. It seems like it's been all blue skies so far in Dallas. But offensively, man, this Cowboys offense is no joke.
Yeah, they can put up points. Defense can't stop nobody, though.
The dichotomy of what Dallas is doing is pretty damn remarkable. They are first in yards gained offensively, 3rd in points scored. They are dead last in yards allowed defensively and 31st in points allowed. So it's get
ready for a shootout. That's the way I look at it. You got to just Washington got to get ready to put some points up. They were averaging 27 a game, 26 something like that going into the game last week.
Yep.
So they got to put some points up.
If I could pick one thing, and I'll be real with you, because I don't think Jaden's going to turn it over twice again. That's just not who he is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We have a long body of work on Jaden Daniels, and it does not suggest turnovers.
Yeah.
weird night. He was a little late on a pass, and I think he looked his eyes up to see if there was a blitz on when the snap came. I think those are like two very individual things that happened on two specific plays that hurt them, and I do not expect that to happen again.
No, I'm with that.
Defensively, though, just the tackling, Brian, that has been a consistent problem all damn season.
Yeah.
And so that gives me some real pause coming into this game.
Yeah. They gotta get sure when it comes to tackling. And as I keep saying, wrap your arms around the person you're trying to tackle. Don't just push them. Don't throw no forearm. Wrap up. If you and what guys gotta understand, I understand they preach about ball is life. Ball is life. If you don't make the damn tackle and you go for the ball, normally people end up keep running. So make the tackle first. Let the second or third guy that comes in look for the ball. First guy needs to make sure he wraps up.
Yeah. It's been remarkable. I liked Fred's line yesterday. He said when there's like, if say you're at a park and a little kid's eating a popsicle or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they drop it. Within a couple seconds, you got 50, 100, 200 ants get on
Ants
that popsicle.
ants on bread, something like that he said, didn't he?
Yeah, like whatever that is. I've seen my daughters. They get Clay Boys and then they spill some of it. The amount of ants that get on that sweets so fast is shocking, right?
Yep.
I think that's how Washington needs to play because Pickens has been phenomenal. I imagine Pickens is up towards. I mean, Jackson Smith and Jigba, I believe, is leading the league in damn near everything right now, but from a receiving standpoint. But I bet Pickens is right there.
Mm-hmm.
Pickens has been really, really good, and you're getting CD back.
Yeah.
Dak leads the league in passes completed and attempts. I think he's second in yards behind Stafford. Dak has been excellent. You know, Dak could play a little bit of like forgot about Dre this year because he's been so good and everybody kind of counted him out. Dak through 6 games has 1,600 passing yards and 13 touchdowns against just 3 picks.
How many games? 6 games?
6 games.
All right.
1,600 yards, 13 touchdowns, 3 picks. He's averaging 270 a game.
Yeah, he lets it fly.
And, I mean, and he's completing 72% of his passes, which is really, really quite good. You got to hope you generate pressure up front. They had Caleb on the move a decent amount, but not enough. If you look at receiving yards, Pickens is tied with Amon-Ra for most receiving touchdowns. Pickens has 6 touchdowns. So does Amon-Ra St. Brown. From a yardage perspective, Jackson Smith and Jigba is just on fire. He has 700 yards through 6 games, B.
Damn.
He's averaging 116 a game. Now, Puka was right on his heels, but Puka had that ankle sprain, I believe, in the game against the Ravens. This is crazy. Puka missed at least a half and maybe more, and through 6 games, Puka has 54 catches.
Yeah, it's crazy what he's doing. It just lets you know you can get the ball to the person you want it to. Because everybody know he's getting the ball, and they still throw it to him.
Right.
You know?
Pickens third in the NFL with 525 receiving yards through 6 games, and you're getting CeeDee Lamb back. It's
that may throw Pickens off a little bit there with CD back, you know.
It could.
When
Honestly,
he was the main guy, you're looking for him all the time, and he feels good about that. You know, that's why he's been good. He's been so calm. They start going to with CD a little bit more, you might have a problem with that.
For sure.
Then you see the real Pickens.
I mean, I do think that is entirely possible with a player that's been pretty volatile. I mean, if you think about like what to want to get out of Pittsburgh, now we've seen a number of players, really high-end offensive players, want out of Pittsburgh, right? Le'Veon Bell, Antonio Brown, George Pickens. You know what happens in Pittsburgh? You just win.
Yeah.
Like
you do a lot of it.
To me, right. I All right, we got a very busy show, plenty for us to do. I want to do the cooked index today, B. Last year we determined some teams were cooked, and last week rather we determined some teams were cooked, some teams were sizzling. We might have to revisit some of these teams. Neil Greenberg will join us at 11. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley on a Wednesday morning.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download the FanDuel app today and get started. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. The Rangers have made history by becoming the first team in NHL history to get shut out in their first 3 home games of the season. This 2-0 loss came at the hands of the Edmonton Oilers. More hockey scores from last night. The Penguins lost to Anaheim 4-3. Carolina beat the San Jose Sharks 5-1. And the Capitals won their 3rd straight, beating the Lightning 3-2 in overtime. And some baseball news, veteran infielder Alex Bregman is opting out of his contract with the Red Sox, becoming a free agent this upcoming offseason. But I do feel like this is important to note. His agent is Scott Boras. Business success is like success on the field. It takes teamwork, strategy, and a strong home advantage. And Fairfax City companies play to win with a community that rallies behind them and a place where employees can live, work, and play without leaving the neighborhood. Visit gofairfaxcity.com to learn more. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Jeffrey's in today. Heavy Metal Chris, White Brian, Professor Landini on the IL, dealing with some sickness. Hope Landfill feels better ASAP. Brian, as we get into this, man, I was listening to Van Pelt's podcast this morning driving out here, and he was talking about the Commanders game and just – you said this, and you're very correct. The worst loss this season was the Packers game.
Yep.
They got their ass kicked. The Atlanta game, offensively, they played pretty well, but weren't able to really close the door with what the Falcons were able to do offensively because their defense really struggled. And then against Chicago, they just gave it away. They were in position to steal it, and they gave it away. Which is interesting because Jordan Reed is a friend of the program, right? Mm-hmm. But Washington is now at 3-3, and it seemed like getting to 4-2. 4-2 to me would have felt very like if we were walking through the jungle and we're looking for like a place to camp. Like 4-2 would have felt like firm footing. Like we could put a camp here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
3-3. It's not quicksand. It's not, the swamp. It's not muddy, but I'm not sure I can put a tent down at 3-3.
Mm-hmm.
And what's crazy is people start extrapolating from 3-3 and looking out. Now, Jordan Reed is a friend of the program, right? He's ESPN draft expert, and he put, I guess, like, I don't even know that this. He's got a mock out, and he's got Washington drafting probably higher than a lot of people would expect. Mm-hmm. And it's far too early for this stuff. It's mid-October.
Content game, bro. Nobody.
Content game.
They don't have a damn clue right now.
The game is the game, baby.
Yeah.
But I don't hate the decision he has. Honestly, all right, Jeff on the show sheet wrote, Commanders predicted to pick high in next year's draft. I would not say the 15th pick is high, Jeffrey.
Middle of the pack.
Middle of the pack. It means you're probably not a playoff team.
Yeah,
but
so
that could mean
I expect them to be picking lower than that.
8-9 wins. Yeah. But I am curious what you think about this. This would be Jordan Reed's pick. A pass-catching tight end is near the top of the Commanders' needs, with Zach Ertz turning 35 next month and on an expiring contract. Kenyon Sadiq, tight end out of Oregon, would be an appealing successor, providing Jaden Daniels with versatility in the pass game and serving as a dependable run blocker. Sadiq is young. He doesn't turn 21 until March, but he has continued to improve in his first season as a starter. Already has 3 TDs on the year. I don't hate that. B, this is a legit pop quiz. Do you know who is currently projected to be the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft?
Don't have a clue.
I will give you the position and the college,
Okay.
and you got to give me the name.
All right.
The quarterback of the Indiana Hoosiers.
I don't know the name.
This is why the NIL transfer portal era of college football is so crazy, because this is a dude nobody had really heard of. Like, I think going into this season, people would have said my man from LSU, I think it's Nussmeier, or the dude from Clemson, I believe it's Klubnik. Like, those would have been projected to be the top.
Well, based off all the talk,
picked.
we would have thought it was going to be Arch Manning.
Yeah, or Arch. Yeah, remember Arch? Remember Arch was refused. Where was he refusing to go?
Arch was saying I'm not going to the draft because he didn't want to go to the Saints or something like that.
Right.
Guess
right,
what,
right.
though? You might not be getting drafted that high, dude.
That's why they play the games.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza, quarterback of Indiana. I mean, here's what Jordan wrote. Mendoza is a decisive pocket passer who was impressed this season after transferring to Indiana from Cal, throwing 17 touchdown passes to 2 interceptions with a QBR of 84.2 that ranks 7th in FBS. Throws on time, precise passes. I mean, we don't really need to get into draft talk. I will give Jeff a hard time, though, because to say that this has Washington drafting high at 15 when it's probably just a projection based on records through 6 games. Jeff, do you want to defend yourself?
Bro, it was just an article. It would provoke conversation. That's why the headline is there, to provoke conversation. That's how you build a radio show sheet.
Well,
You care to respond, B?
He provoked conversation with one person. You know, I'm not finna talk about no damn draft right now. The season's not even halfway. Let's be real.
I mean, it was something to put on the show sheet, guys. If you didn't like the point, I'll let y'all make it.
You're good, Jeffrey. You're good.
I'm
You
making
know what
a
I was
point.
thinking about this morning? in
Don't
the
talk
shower,
about
Jeff?
draft talk in the middle of damn season. That's the point I'm gonna make.
Jeff, I was thinking about you in the shower this morning.
What?
Well, I have
Yeah,
a
let's
broader
stop
point.
this conversation right now.
I have a broader
bruh.
point. I was thinking about this because I was doing push-ups before I got in the shower. And I was like, man, Jeff has really turned his body around, and he swears it's just push-ups and sit-ups. I believe you, for the record, Jeff.
Fred don't believe him.
Fred doesn't believe me. That's fine. Fred called him Ozempic Jenkins, which is just a phenomenal nickname. Why, Brian, can we get an Ozempic Jenkins graphic for the stream in between commercials, please? But B, I am confident these young men will not give us the credit we deserve. But I thought of something.
What's that?
Working for us, working with us, whatever you want to say, we have transformed the lives of 2 young men.
Who?
Stallion was a fat slob, decided to get his S together.
Yeah.
Jeff was maybe not full fat slob, but big, and has decided to get his life together. Jeff, do you attribute your lifestyle changes to me and Brian?
Y'all are part of it.
We part of it
Y'all
because he
part
got
of it
tired
for
of us
sure.
talking about him.
Because we give you a hard time.
Yeah. He breathes so damn hard just to walk to the bathroom.
I'm not
Tough
there
love
no
around
more.
here.
We need everybody else.
Tough love
We got a lot more. We can help some people out in this building now, bro.
Yeah, tough love around here. All right, so shout out to Jeff, talking draft and losing 50 pounds. It's it's funny, man. I was thinking about this.
Oh, man.
I remember this great. Kirk Cousins had this awesome line going back, I don't know, probably 10 years, 7, 8 years ago. That do you remember the Saints game? You and I were down there. It was when we rode in the back of Maniac's truck through the daiquiri stand.
I like that. That was fun.
Remember Chris Thompson broke his leg. It was a really, really bad result. I think they were up 2 scores deep into the fourth quarter and ended up losing that
we were
thing
down
overtime.
in the tunnel when that happened.
Yeah, man, standing next to Tony Wiley. And Kirk got called for grounding, intentional grounding call late in that game. That was an incorrect call. It was very clearly an incorrect call. And when Kirk got to his press conference, so that was a Sunday afternoon game. By the time when Kirk came to the podium Wednesday back in Ashburn, the league had issued an apology. They said, that was our bad, shouldn't have called it. And Kirk said, that's great, but the league doesn't care because that apology when we get to the end of the season and we got more losses than wins, and guys start getting fired, and guys don't get their contract renewed, or guys get cut, nobody's going to point out, oh, but hey, the league apologized in Week 12 in New Orleans for a bad call. And I think of that quote a lot because dear friend of the program, Chris Russell, is a lunatic and completely obsessed with the notion of rest in the NFL and who's on the right side and the wrong side of the rest ledger. The league doesn't care.
They don't care.
Washington's got a short week. They're going to Dallas. The league doesn't care about the short week.
Hey, man, listen to me. See, this is like I stop worrying about the league. I mean, about the players getting rest. Let's, like people talk about the basketball players. Oh man, they need some rest. You know what they do on their day off? They play basketball. They don't rest. These players here, if the players want to rest, they can go home and just chill instead of sitting there and doing everything else they do. They don't just go home and relax all day. So why people sit up and say, oh, the league don't give them enough time to rest? That one day that they could probably use to rest, they not going to rest. Hell, I lived it 14 years, and believe me, on Tuesday, I didn't just stay in my damn house.
Right.
I did whatever I chose to do, went and play golf, do whatever, go some racquetball, play basketball, or hung out, did whatever. But you don't just rest. When you are a professional athlete, your body bounces back differently than other people. Believe that.
When we were in LA, I had dinner. It was a really fun group dinner with a bunch of people, and there was an NBA coach there, an assistant coach. And we were all talking, and it's like the theory of load management specific to the NBA, and I think you can apply this to all sports because I know for a fact when hockey teams go to Vegas to play the Knights, there's like a standing table reserved at Hakkasan in the Wynn. And I know for a fact when NBA players are worried about their load management, they're often out very late the night before or after a game. So, like, the rest stuff, the NFL's a physical game. I understand that. And these guys' bodies absolutely get beat up. And Dallas will have had one more day of rest because they played Sunday at 1 o'clock against the Panthers and lost to the Panthers, I might add, parenthetically. Yes, there's a rest factor. But Washington, when they beat the Raiders at home, had played the previous Thursday, and Vegas had to play that Monday night.
Yeah.
The pendulum of life tends to swing both ways, man. That's all I would say.
Listen, man.
And now,
by the time they played on Monday night, when Sunday shows up, their bodies are ready to rock.
better be.
If they had to play if they played Monday and had to play Wednesday, then I would understand something. Play Monday, I play Thursday, I might understand. But when you play Monday, that Sunday, you ready to rock again. Your body basically lets you. And listen, bro, today they get enough rest time. They get rest time when practice was supposed to be going on. They don't practice as long and as hard as they used to. They're getting enough rest. So when the game comes, go play. No time for all those excuses.
With the slow starts, maybe rest less, practice more. Dan Quinn actually said, I don't know if we have the audio. I can at least read it. DQ said something really interesting yesterday, specific to the slow starts and specifically about trying to find something to fix that. We'll explain what that is when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch at Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Slow starts have been a problem, and Dan Quinn was asked about it yesterday. DQ addressed the media yesterday afternoon. Normally that's Monday, but since they played on Monday, he addressed the media on Tuesday, and then he'll talk again today, thus short week. But DQ was asked about the slow starts. In the first quarter of the last two games, Washington's trailed 23-0 combined.
Shut out.
Now, DQ did point out, offensively, it got to a good start, and then he threw the pick. That was, I mean, I believe that was like a 7 or 8 play drive before that pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went 8 plays, 34 yards, and then he threw the interception. They got down to the Bears 21. So that was a good drive offensively, right until it wasn't, right? How's the play, Mrs. Lincoln? DQ said, he mentioned the pick, but then he said, "You're right, though. I'm digging in to try and find an edge, to try and find something to do that. It'll likely include something in practice, some type of competition that will go back and forth. Generally, that's where we find our best improvement, going against one another, trying to find something. So I may just spot it and play to get a jump start onto some things. So that's what I'm looking for from our team, but it'll likely have something to do with the practice part of it first." Brian, I ask you, you played more than a decade in the NFL. Practice going into week 7, how do you change the slow starts?
I don't know if it's necessarily just a physical thing, the slow starts. It could be a mental thing as well. I understand what he's talking about because they seem to, when he switches things in practice, they bring that to the game. Maybe they've gotten into a lull where things have been comfortable, where he needs to come out there and just ratchet up a little bit more. You know, the competition aspect, I can understand. You see when they did the little players again, when they split the team up, how the guys got excited about that. You know, just try to switch it up a little bit to make sure the intensity picks up a little bit in practice. And in turn, when you start going into the game, you understand, like, damn, you know what? We haven't really hit the ground running. You know, it's like they seem to be waiting to get hit. Throw the punch first. You know what I mean? It doesn't hurt for you to go out there and fire first.
It's interesting. I was listening to, I think it was just Danny yesterday. I was listening to Danny yesterday, and he had a theory that I thought was pretty interesting. One, I mean, just the tackling has been really bad, right? Like that is a major problem in and of itself.
True.
The tackling has been problematic significantly. But he had this other theory, and I didn't know this. Danny Rouillet played AAU basketball, probably like middle school is what it sounded like, maybe high school, with Keith Bogans. You remember when Bogans was at DeMatha and then he went to Kentucky?
Okay.
Bogans is a really good player, an excellent player. And Danny said, unfortunately, when they were playing AAU as kids, like the team had a future NBA player on it. And so a lot of times the team would just kind of do whatever, and then eventually they knew Keith would win. Keith would take care of the game. So they just kind of relied on Keith to do his thing.
Yeah.
And he wondered if Washington, the way they won last year, if on some level the team's just like, Jaden will take care of this late. We know Jaden can do it. And maybe that's in the back of their minds. And I don't know that that's the case. but Jaden did that so frequently last year.
But it wasn't just Jaden last year, though. Everybody played a part in that. You know, Jaden may have been the guy that pulled the trigger, but you saw some spectacular catches. Hell, when Jaden wasn't in the game, Marcus and Terry did it. You know, the offensive line blocked well. The defense got them the ball back. So it looks like that, but it wasn't a one-man wrecking crew last year. That guy got a lot of attention because he played, like you say, the most important position. But everybody was doing something down the stretch. You know what I mean? Like this year, and I said that in the offseason. I said, listen, the way he is, you hope that everybody else does their job to help him, and it'll be a lot easier for him. But if the from the game plan to the players, if they're expecting him to come in and step up and do it, that's not the right way to do it. Everybody do their job easy, and then at the end he does something spectacular. That's an easier job for him. But if everybody's thinking, oh, he's gonna get it done, and you're not doing your job at a high level, hell, he's gonna be worn the hell out by the time the end of the season comes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important, and it's probably hard to do. Like, it was one game with a really bad turnover late. Like,
Yeah.
you got to try to keep in mind it was one game with a really bad turnover late. That's probably why they lost. There's a zillion factors. It's a team game. But the reality is, if they don't fumble there, they probably win that game. You know what I mean? I don't think that's going to happen again. So do you have to examine everything, recalibrate everything, or do you just have to, like, keep a calm approach this week? Dallas, I think a lot of people are freaked out about Dallas because their offense is excellent.
Yeah.
They just lost to the Panthers.
They got to be on the football field. They got to be on the football field to be excellent. So if you put together a 10, 12 play drive against them, score a touchdown, put the pressure on them.
Right. Like, Dallas can be beat.
Yeah.
So let's not act like you're going to play the 2000 Ravens or something. Like, a good team can go down to Dallas and win. That is, there's no rule against it, right? Dallas comes into this thing 2-3-1. They haven't lost at home. They had that tie against the Packers. They lost to a Carolina team. But, dude, people aren't going to want to hear this. The Panthers have the same record as Washington. They're 3-3. And it's been weird. It's been up and down for Carolina. They're 3-0 at home. They're 0-3 on the road. But Washington can go down to Dallas and win.
Yep.
You need much better team defense, and you need to stop the turnovers. What we need to do is go to break, and then Neil Greenberg will join us.
Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit Baldinos.com. All-Pro Bengals pass rusher Trey Hendrickson left Sunday's loss to the Packers with an undisclosed back injury. He's considered day-to-day for Thursday's game against the Steelers after an MRI reportedly came back clean. He was not spotted at practice on Tuesday as the Bengals prepare on a short week. First-round pick and former Titans wide receiver Treylon Burks visited the Broncos on Tuesday, and per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, he has a visit scheduled with the Commanders for later today. Over in baseball, Jacob Young was just named a Gold Glove finalist. This is the second consecutive season that he is up for this honor. He ranked second among NL center fielders in both defensive rating and defensive runs saved. He looks to become the first Nationals outfielder and third Nationals player overall to win a Gold Glove. He would join Ryan Zimmerman and Adam LaRoche. That's being announced in early November. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or, for more information, visit Baldinos.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Crank that. All right, 11 a.m. on a Wednesday means it's time to talk to our friend Mr. Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. Of course, Greenberg joins us via the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Greenberg, how do you do, buddy?
Doing super duper. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Of course, you can read all of Greenberg's work in the Washington Post. About an hour ago, Greenberg, you tweeted, and you can follow Neil at @ngreenberg. Commanders starts aren't that slow, but slow enough. Tell us what your research has determined.
Well, I was looking at how teams were doing with their first 15 plays, which are typically scripted, meaning that they're not subject to what's happening in the game, and then what adjustments are made after that. And Dan Quinn and the Commanders they're not doing great. Their expected points per play, meaning how often they improve their scoring position, isn't positive, but he is able to make adjustments after that. And I think, a lot of those slow starts that we've seen some of those are self-inflicted, poor tackling, for instance. So I think if they tighten that up, the Commanders will have much better starts to games, which, I think especially in the last couple has been a big problem.
Are the adjustments made offensively or defensively quicker?
That's a good question. I'm only looking at offensive plays. I haven't looked at the defensive plays. But the defense, yikes! I mean, the tackling in particular has not been great.
Yeah.
And they're just getting bodied by opposing rushers. I don't know what the fix is for that. Especially like outside on the edges, they seem to just they seem to be picked apart.
Going to Dallas. Let's talk Chicago first. I don't know where you land. I think Washington was going to win that game till a late fumble from Jaden that I don't expect to happen again. I look at that as a statistical outlier. I honestly pretty damn fluky. Do you view that the same way? Do you find more significant? Like the defensive struggles for Washington, I think we're all aware of. Those are real. The turnovers, I don't expect to continue. I think that game ultimately was lost because of turnovers. Do you land in the same category?
Yes, Washington lost that game. Chicago did not win. That I'm firmly in there. Turnovers were huge. They actually, it was the most impactful set of turnovers in a game all season in terms of hurting their chances to win. So yes, I firmly believe Washington lost that game, and a lot of those are things that shouldn't translate game to game. So yes, we shouldn't see turnovers like that again anytime soon. At least you hope. If we do, that's a different conversation. But yes, I think we're on the same page there.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving forward, right? Because Washington has to move forward fast. Dallas has a tremendous offense. They're expected to get CeeDee Lamb back. Washington's defense has struggled. What do they do to try to slow down Dallas?
Well, the first thing they do is they send a fruit basket to Green Bay for getting Micah Parsons out of there, because I don't think the defense has been the same. The defense has struggled. They don't have the same pass rush. So I think this is a really good chance for Washington's offense to get back on track. But like you said, I mean, Dak Prescott is one of the most efficient quarterbacks there is in the NFL right now, and he's moving the ball very well. He's having really solid games, and he's doing everything that you would want a quarterback to do to put your teams in positions to win. So Washington's going to have its hands full with that offense. I mean, this offense isn't. It's not a joke. I mean, this Dallas offense is real. Especially if they get CeeDee Lamb back. They're going to be playing at home. Dallas will be. So they're going to have some problems. Washington's defense is going to have some problems. They have to tighten these things up. I mean, the tackling in particular needs to be tightened up. I think the offensive line for Washington is playing well, but the defense just has to be able to stop the run. Otherwise, it's going to be tough. Man.
How much will the offense help the defense this week? If they can go out there with some long, sustained drives and get touchdowns at the end, that can help the defense out by having Dallas offense sitting on the sideline.
Yeah, and we've seen that transition for a while. I mean, back when you played B. Mitch, I mean, defense won championships, but that hasn't been the case lately. I mean, the elite offensive teams have been the teams that go furthest in the playoffs, win Super Bowls, etc. And a lot of it is because of what you just said. I mean, the average depth of target in the NFL has declined. So we're seeing like shorter passes. We're seeing more plays. We're just seeing the ball being moved efficiently as opposed to these big, deep bombs being thrown. So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if the offense is able to move the chains and keep things going, that's certainly going to help the defense because they're not going to have to do as much. So, yeah, I mean, that could be a huge factor is just being methodical on offense and like you said, just not asking your defense to do too much. It's just when the defense is on the field, is the offense going to have enough points on the board to mitigate what Dak Prescott can do, which is be really good on offense.
Dak can be really good on offense. What, if anything, have the stats shown you from the Commanders' run game? I was pretty damn surprised how ineffective they were at running the football outside of Jaden against Chicago. They need the run for everything to work, and it wasn't there against the Bears. What have you learned or tried to decipher?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. It's they also haven't been in a position to run. I mean, their games have been close, and you get the most rushes when your team is the safer the lead is, right? I mean, you can rush the ball more as your lead increases, and Washington has had some tight games, so they haven't really had the chance to pound the football and establish the run and that sort of thing. I do think, and I've said this before, Jaden Daniels, I do believe he is the run game, only because he makes the defense kind of pick their poison. And really have to struggle at the line of scrimmage with, is Jaden going to pass? Is he going to run? Is Debo going to catch a pass? Is Debo going to run? Is Bill going to run? So there's just all these things that need to be kind of sussed out in a second or less. So I think the running game is fine. I think it's more of a byproduct of playing in close games and just not being able to lean on it as much as probably everyone would like.
How do you feel going into this Cowboys matchup? I think Washington pretty desperately needs a win, but so does Dallas. I mean, they just lost to the Panthers in what I think a lot of folks were pretty surprised by.
Yeah, I mean, I feel fine for Washington. I'm not in panic mode for Washington. They didn't fall in my power rankings. They're still 10th. This is a game of two flawed teams. Both with some defensive problems. But at least Washington's is self-sabotage, right? Turnover, late collapses, slow starts. It would not surprise me, or I don't think it would surprise anybody else, if the offense just starts to finish drives and starts scoring and gets back on track relatively quickly. So I'm not worried necessarily about this game. I'm worried about the next set of games for Washington, which is Dallas, Kansas City, Seattle, Detroit, right? Like that, you don't have the luxury of losing a game like Dallas when you have Kansas City, Seattle, and Detroit in front of you. Like this, it's not a must-win game, but this is a game that they have to win.
That's a need-to-win game.
Yeah.
Not must-win, but it needs win.
Yeah.
They could certainly use to get this one. Last week you talked about your power rankings having the Chiefs still pretty high. I think the Chiefs maybe validated that. Like, as you look around the NFL right now, Buffalo has now lost 2 in a row. Philly's lost 2 in a row. The best record in the AFC is the Colts. The best record in the NFC, I think, is the Bucks. What do you make of like the best teams in the NFL versus just a whole bunch of parity or maybe even mediocrity?
Yeah, well, first, I was on this show, and I said Tampa Bay Bucks to win the division at plus money because they were the only good team in that division. As far as the contenders go, I mean, I don't think you can look at, and I've said this before, like my rankings definitely have 1, 2, 3, and 4, but I'm also trying to group them in tiers, and I think like the top contender tier is the Chiefs, the Packers, the Lions, Seahawks, Bills, Rams, and maybe you put the Eagles in there, maybe the Colts, depending on how you feel. And I think that they're relatively interchangeable. I mean, we've seen, there's no super team. There's no team that's preordained as the winner. I think this is one of the most wide-open NFL seasons we've had in a long time, entering Week 7. Good teams are losing to underwhelming teams, and we're seeing injuries and all that other stuff. So yeah, Kansas City is number 1, but you could easily argue for the Packers to be number 1, Detroit, Indianapolis Colts. I think if there was any quarterback other than Daniel Jones, would be getting a lot more pixels in terms of being one of the better teams. But because of Daniel Jones's prior record, that's certainly dampering enthusiasm for them.
Totally.
So yeah, this is wide open. I don't think there's any team that I would feel comfortable saying that they're the best team in the NFL right now.
I agree with you, man. It's been so up and down and uneven. I mean, dude, the Panthers are 3-3. The Panthers have the same record as Washington,
and on the upswing.
Right. It's now they can't win on the road. What do you make of Seattle being unable to win at home?
Yeah, I don't get too bogged down in those type of splits. I think Seattle looks really good. They're certainly playing well. I would prefer the team I would prefer like my true contenders to blow out other teams, and we've certainly seen Seattle do that against Pittsburgh and New Orleans. But they've had some tight ones against Arizona and Tampa Bay. Even the Jacksonville game was kind of close. So I'm not. I like them. Again. I mean, they're not overwhelming me. But they're solid. They're a solid contender, and they'll be fine. No matter where they play. I am a little surprised, though, considering we used to talk about how the fans used to set off earthquake meters.
That's the way
in Seattle.
that's the architect that helped that out. The way that stadium is built.
It really is engineered to be super loud.
The way that stadium is built, they get the most out of that.
Yeah, well, it does. Look, it made a difference, and we talked about it, and they certainly had their success there, especially as the 13th man. But it's tough to win anywhere in the NFL. I mean, home field advantage has shrunk quite a bit over the past couple of years. Traveling has gotten a lot better. It's gotten a lot more luxurious for sure. I mean, they're not crammed into an airplane. It's like these lap of luxury type accommodations.
787.
Yeah, they're staying. They're traveling smarter on these trips that they go coast to coast. They're staying there. They're practicing there, etc. So there's just a whole completely different situation in terms of travel in the NFL right now.
For sure. I did want to make a little time, talking with our friend Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. I wanted to make a little bit of time. Good win for the Caps last night. What do you make of the Caps so far this year? Kind of how you feeling about the Rock the Red crew?
I think they're doing really well. Prodas is really, making some stuff happen.
Kind
and
of the guy we thought he'd be, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need, right? They need a young 25-year-old, 20-something to come out and show that the future, doesn't end with Alex Ovechkin, right? I mean, like they need these guys to get going. They got some young defensemen that are chipping in with scoring. Ryan Leonard, is doing his thing. So, I think that's great. I think that they're going to be strong, and it helps that they have the Rangers in this division. Good grief, the Rangers are.
Have they not scored?
Are not playing well.
They haven't scored.
I heard something like that. I don't know. I thought maybe it was just like a misprint, but. Yeah, they are.
That's a good team to have in your division if they can't score.
For lack of a better, yeah, you gotta take advantage of stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean the Caps have won 3 in a row. The only thing, and it's so early in the hockey season, and who knows, but in the Metro, the team that knocked them out of the playoffs last year, Carolina, they look excellent. I mean, I know they've started 3-0. They've scored 15 goals in 3 games. Greenberg.
Yeah, well, I've said this before. Like, I know Eric Tolsky, the general manager there. It's one of the most analytically forward-thinking organizations in all the sports. They know what they're doing there. Now, I know it's like Billy Bean Moneyball that it hasn't translated completely to the playoffs, but they are going to be a dangerous team. For years to come, and they're just gonna keep refining their roster until they break through.
The Rangers have scored, Jay.
I don't think they've scored at home.
Though.
Yeah, well, they scored 4 in one and 6 in the other.
I think Craig Laughlin was playing against them the last time the Rangers scored. At least that's what it feels like.
Lastly, I don't know that we've asked you since he got the hire. The dude Taboni seems like a real the new Nats GM or whatever he is, president of baseball ops, seems like a real analytically driven dude. What do you know of him, and what's kind of the like? I'm sure you've texted some people about him. What do you think?
Yeah, I actually, I heard about it as it was happening. Yes, absolutely, analytically forward thinking, and not only that, but understands how to translate information between different levels of the organization. And what I mean by that is, how you use analytics to talk to your scouting department is much different than how you talk to your manager, and obviously the manager is talking to the players, et cetera. And I think that's really the key to making the transition into an analytically driven organization. He certainly has those tools. He's bringing another guy with him that was announced today, Devin Pearson, a lot in the same mold. And I think that we're going to see a lot. We're going to see the Nationals do business a lot differently, much more in line with the modern baseball team. Whether they have the money to fully
that's the
embrace
business we need
that,
to
I
worry
don't
about.
know. But like the internal organization, I think is going to be as modern as any in baseball right now.
All right, let's get modern. Maybe just win some games. Whatever's required to win some games. That's what I want to see. Greenberg, who's
Within the
your top
Rangers,
team?
that's the only bar that you need to clear right now.
Who's your top team in the NFL? We're going to go through our power rankings next. I'm curious who you got at number one.
I have the Chiefs at number one.
Chiefs.
Wow.
Chiefs, Packers, Lions are my top three. Yep.
All right, there you have it.
Yep.
Thank you, Greenberg.
Completely
Always
right.
appreciate the time.
I agree.
All right. Shout out to my doctor, Dr. Poonawalla. Big fan of the show.
What's up, Doc?
Shout out to Dr. Poonawalla. Appreciate you.
Yep.
All right, Greenberg. See you
love
later,
you guys.
buddy.
Talk to you soon.
Love you too, man. Let's go through the power rankings. Also going to break out the proprietary formula Brian and I have determined called the Cooked Index. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Jake Gensel scored the lone goal of the first period for Tampa Bay before the Caps tied this game back up in the second. The teams then traded power play goals in the third to reach overtime when Washington defenseman Jacob Chikrin ended the game just like this.
Here's Wilson, circling in, and a puck centered for Chikrin. He scores! Jacob Chikrin, the overtime game winner. Here's Wilson.
The Capitals are now winners of 3 in a row. Their next game is against the Wild on Friday night. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
The shopper.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Every Wednesday, we go through NFL Power Rankings provided by NFL.com. Eric Edholm writes the piece. We try to just be consistent, so we use the same one every week. Brian,
Yeah.
who's your top team in the NFL?
Top team in the NFL, I am going to go with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
As is Edholm. NFL.com says Bucks are number one. They just beat the Niners at home. Baker Mayfield, I believe, is now the front runner for MVP voting, as determined by the experts in Las Vegas. They're also getting it done with a lot of guys hurt. Like a lot of guys hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? I mentioned earlier, I was listening to Van Pelt's podcast this morning. It is time to talk about Todd Bowles in the manner with which he deserves.
Yeah.
They've won their division 4 straight years.
Mm-hmm.
But
But, people going to look at the fact that the other teams in their divisions are garbage.
he's a really good coach. And,
Yeah.
and I think perhaps being with the Jets kind of tainted him. But, I think the problem with the Jets is the Jets. And he did have a 10-6 season with the Jets.
Yeah.
Since he's gotten to Tampa, he took over once Brady retired. Once they got Baker, they've been winning games. Now they're off to the best start in the NFC. Todd Bowles is a really good coach, man. And I think it's time.
What I love about him, he sticks to what he knows and what he believes in. He doesn't try to switch up and do everything else everybody else does.
They went 10-6 when he was the coach of the Jets his first year. Do you know who the quarterback was on that Jets team? When he went 10-6 in 2015 coaching the Jets, do you know who the quarterback was on that Jets team?
Oh, Lord. No.
I'll tell you. I'll give you a hint. We had a dude call in and suggest he got hurt on a water slide.
Oh. Our dude that was here?
Fitz.
Yeah.
Yeah. Todd Bowles is a good-ass coach, man. It's time we put some respect on his name.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your second-best team in the NFL, B?
Second best team. I'm not going to teams that both of them lost 2 in a row, so they're troubling me. I'm going to either go with Seattle or the Rams.
So Edholm goes Detroit. Detroit just lost Sunday to the Chiefs. You know what's an awesome game? Monday night this week is Bucks-Lions.
Ooh.
That's a good-ass game.
Yep.
Chris Russell's somehow mad about that, but that's a good-ass game. Detroit's good. For me, I think with this NFL season, without a clear-cut freight train,
You really don't know.
you really don't know. NFL.com has Seattle third. Seattle's been really good on the road. Jackson Smith and Jigba is starting to look like the best receiver in the NFL. Darnold's balling, B.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we bet against him come January, but
He'll
he's
wake up.
pretty
He'll
good
wake up here soon.
But you like Seattle too? You just said you
I
like them at three?
I like their defense.
Yeah,
They give them
and McDonald's going to scheme them up, man. Bills at 4. Who's in a worse space? Bills have lost 2 in a row, and the Eagles have lost 2 in a row.
The Eagles may have to be in a worse space because they have some injuries defensively, and they got something going on offensively with those players. Buffalo, they seem to be the team for me. Like when you look at them the last 2 weeks or so, they look like somebody that's been in the battle not even like a boxer, the heavyweight boxers. They've been in so many fights. All of a sudden, they just don't seem like they're there. Seem like that's what's happening with Buffalo.
The Bills have real defensive questions, I think, and I know that everybody likes to celebrate that Josh Allen spreads it around. Sometimes you wonder if they couldn't use a true number one receiver.
Mm-hmm.
But the difference, I think, is Philly's problems are in the locker room.
Locker room problems affect on-field play.
Yeah, man, that's a different thing. And whatever A.J. Brown is offensively, you lose a coordinator. This coordinator does not seem to have it. Even as much as you've made fun of the Saints this year, B, the Saints are playing hard for Kellen Moore. He ran really good offenses in Dallas. There's a track record of offensive success and cohesion with Kellen Moore that right now in Philly under Kevin Patullo is just not happening.
Could that be the bigger problem, though, where those players understand this guy got this job because he's Sirianni's friend. He doesn't know how to run an offense that's best for their production. Can they not have faith in that dude anymore? You already know AJ is AJ, but can that also be a problem?
It's a good question. They got the Packers at 5. So, listen how topsy-turvy this is. Bucks, Lions, Seahawks, Bills, Packers, Eagles.
Mm.
Then the Rams, then the Colts. The Colts are 5-1. I believe they have the best point differential in the NFL.
Yeah.
What will it be required for you to buy into the Colts?
It's not necessarily
playing good
buying it.
defense.
I think I'm looking at the team overall as a whole. I think that they've improved. I'm just not buying into Daniel Jones right now.
Best point differential in the NFL. Second best is the Lions at 62. The Colts, when they're beating people, they tend to beat their ass. But they had, I think that game against Arizona was a lot tighter than folks were expecting.
Mm-hmm.
Chiefs at 9. Does that feel too low?
The Chiefs' record is why they're at 9. I'm telling you, man, the Chiefs are far better than what people give them credit for. People want them to fall off, but that dude number 15 is still good, bro.
Absolutely.
He's goofy,
great.
but he's good.
He was great against the Lions. I'm just calling it. I think this game against the Raiders this week will be oddly close, but I think KC wins. They are 3-3. I'd almost bet Kansas City to win the AFC right now. You probably get a pretty good number. They're about to get Rashee Rice back. That's a good team. They've got the Steelers at 10. The Steelers might be the least talked about division leader in the NFL. They have a game. Do you know the combined age of the starting quarterbacks tomorrow night, B?
You got the Steelers against who?
The Bengals.
Oh, man. They got 80-something.
81 years old.
Yeah.
I think Rodgers is 41 and Flacco's 40. Or maybe I had that reversed, but between the two of them, they're 41 years old. 81 years old.
Wow.
Starting quarterbacks, Thursday Night Football. Amazon's paying $1 billion a week to show these Thursday night games.
Hey, they got it. I see a package I see a package from Amazon damn near on every house in my neighborhood every day.
I mean, how many do you
So-
see at your own house? The amount I see at my house are just
A
never-ending.
lot of times I don't see them because when I get home, they moved them already.
All right, we'll check in on where the Commanders rank in Eric Edholm's NFL.com power rankings when we return. I can tell you this, it's not in the top 10. Nobody go anywhere. It's P. Mitchell Finley.
Bum.
Absolute banger, Jeffrey.
Here we go.
We go. Live life slow. Shout out to Slick Rick. Rick the Ruler. God, I love the song, but I guess I have to
what
talk.
he said.
B, I'm wearing a Collars & Co. quarter zip today.
You are? You like it?
Check it out on the stream. This joint is fresh. I really like, you see how, like, the seams are a different color and they match on the wrist and the shoulder and then on the top of the quarter zip? It's fresh, dog.
So fresh and so clean.
Damn right. And I think Collars & Co. is opening another store in Bethesda or Rockville, whatever you call that area now. Congressional Plaza on 355. Shout out to Collars & Co. Where do you think Washington belongs?
You look kind of stylish there.
A little. Yeah. Hair looks good. Yeah. Might be due for a cut. Brian, if you're listening, I got to come see you. I think maybe we get a haircut before Monday Night Football in KC. What do you think, B? It's getting a little long.
Now,
when do you get yours cut?
I cut it like twice a week, 3 times a week. I just shave it, you know. I throw the little coochie cream on the head, and I shave it.
Pause.
I told you that's the stuff name, man. You pull it up, you can buy you something, man. It's good for you.
I listen. Devoted listeners of our program are aware that B. Mitch uses coochie cream for his shaving cream.
That's the name of
product.
it. Yep. Yeah.
It's a real product, man. Don't
take
it up with them, not us.
Don't be getting mad at me because the people named it that.
I use Nivea for the record.
Don't sound better than coochie cream.
It does not. It sure doesn't. Where do you think the Commanders belong in the power ranks these days?
I'm still they're still in the top 12 to me.
You nailed it, Brian. NFL.com has them 12th. I read now from NFL.com. Monday felt like a missed opportunity for the Commanders, who had the ball twice in the fourth quarter with the lead, but punted and fumbled, opening the door for the Bears to snag a 1-point win. Jaden Daniels rallied from his early pick to take command of the game, but he coughed the ball up late in the misty weather. The Bears had no trouble hanging onto the ball, and they promptly marched down the field for the game-winning field goal. Washington held them to 1 for 3 in the red zone, but it was not a particularly good defensive showing for the Commanders, especially after such an encouraging outing against the Chargers. The offense did its part with 3 turnovers, and Matt Gay also missed a kick, so the breakdowns were all around.
Yep, they were.
That's pretty damn accurate and fair, I would say.
Yeah. They were right there. Got to close out.
They gave it away.
Yep.
They gave it away. Elsewhere in the NFC East, NFL.com rates. I wonder if the Giants are ahead of the Cowboys, honestly.
You think?
I'm scrolling. The Cowboys are 22nd. The Cowboys followed a familiar script Sunday with Dak Prescott playing well enough to win and the defense unable to get the requisite stops. That's pretty accurate about Dallas. That defense is terrible. The Giants now up to 26. A lot of excitement surrounding Jackson Dart and Malik Neighbors. That leads us to where I wanted to get, B. The cooked index.
All right.
We had declared the Giants cooked.
We
need
did.
to reconsider.
They're gonna get a little luster out of Scatterboo and Dart until Dart runs into the wrong person trying to be hero.
Yeah, I think you got to have a real conversation about Dart's physicality in the run game and how smart that is for the long term. But
has the fine come out yet on what you call them?
That's a great question. White Brian, see if you can track that down. If
Yeah.
Dable and Scatterboo, or maybe just the organization got fined. Certainly, Dart has given them a lot more than they had with Russ, and I would say Dart is an encouraging quarterback prospect for the long haul. But he's got to learn to back off a little bit in the run game, especially like trying to lower his shoulder and stuff. It's one thing to be a runner, but you got to try to be somewhat elusive.
Don't be stupid.
Cooked index, Brian. Dolphins are 1-5.
Cooked.
Tua has said that players aren't showing up for
They are
meetings.
straight conk.
The New York Jets are 0-6.
Yeah. Rocket fuel. They're burned. They're burned.
The Browns are 1-5.
Yeah. Done.
Titans have fired their coach and are also 1-5.
Cooked.
The Raiders 2-4. The
Raiders
KC
got a
this
little
weekend,
something. They still got a little something, but they going to Kansas City. They're gonna get their tails whipped.
They're sizzling for
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
Maybe not fully cooked.
Yeah.
Houston Texans 2-3.
I don't think they're cooked.
Okay. The hardest one to determine in the AFC, and I believe they have a bye this week. Baltimore Ravens are 1-5.
If Lamar's not coming back real soon, they cooked. Because they don't look like a cohesive offense, and their defense they're like a strainer. They're very porous. You know, people running through them like water through, like you say, like the little strainer. Just saying.
Bengals are 2-4 and traded for Joe Flacco.
I don't think Joe's will be enough to keep them afloat.
I do think we have to remove the Giants from the cooked list. Do you agree?
I agree. But
Cowboys
we're not going to take them completely. We're going to take the skillet off the burners.
They're still in the pan.
Yeah, they're in the pan. They're just not on the fire right now.
Okay.
They're still cookable.
They're definitely cookable. Cowboys are 2-3-1.
I don't believe that
I think with that offense, you can't say they're cooked.
they're not cooked. They're not cooked.
Arizona is 2-4, and they've got some QB questions with Kyler just kind of getting hurt and not being hurt and getting hurt.
Who's
again
the
and not being
backup?
hurt. I believe I want to say it's Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, I did see him in the game the other day.
Okay.
He was throwing a lot.
the Cardinals cooked.
He was throwing some balls straight into the guts of the defender stuff.
That's not where it's supposed to go,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Are you cooking the Cardinals? It's hot in the desert.
Listen, man, Kyler can give you some little games every once in a while, but he's not gonna get them completely over the hump. I don't know if they cook yet, but I'm not worried about them being no contender.
Okay. And last but not least, the New Orleans Saints, 1-5.
They're in the right town to be cooked. At least, at least they're gonna be flavorful and spicy.
Indeed. I tell you what, though, the Saints they're feisty. They'll cover some games for you. They just won't win them.
Yeah.
Nobody go anywhere. Barstool Nate joins us next.
to Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Dodgers have had some dominant starting pitching throughout the first 2 games of the NLCS. Blake Snell went 8 dazzling innings in Game 1, and last night in Game 2, Yoshinobu Yamamoto went 1 even better. He tossed the first playoff complete game in 8 years. The performance boosted the Dodgers to a 5-1 win over the Brewers, sending Los Angeles home with a 2-0 lead in the NLCS. The Dodgers now have the second fewest hits allowed in the first 2 games of a postseason series with 5. They sit behind the 2019 Washington Nationals, who allowed just 4 hits in their NLCS. Did I bring that stat up just to talk about the 2019 Nats team? Maybe. Moving over to the NFL, the Cleveland Browns are trying to figure out their quarterback of the future, with Dylan Gabriel currently installed as the team's starter and Shedeur Sanders waiting for his opportunity. The team, if you might have forgotten, still employs Deshaun Watson, who's recovering from an Achilles injury. Well, their head coach was asked about it today, and Kevin Stefanski did not have an update on if or when Watson would return to practice. Even if he is available to return in 2025, it seems pretty unclear whether or not the team would even try to use him over Gabriel or Sanders if the 2 rookies are healthy. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
You're always lovely. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. When you hear the sweet sounds of OAR, it means we're going to get the sweet sounds of the Nate Dogg. Mr. Barstool Nate joins us now from New York City. You can check out all of his work at barstoolsports.com. Give him a follow at Barstool Nate on Twitter and Instagram. Nate joins us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Nate Dogg, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, guys? How are you?
We're good, man. What's happening with you?
Not too much. Just, getting over this loss that we had on Monday and moving on to Sunday.
That is the right outlook, buddy. My stance on the loss, there are concerning things with Washington, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. But they lost this game because of turnovers, particularly a late fumble from a great quarterback. And I don't expect that to happen with any sort of regularity. So I'm kind of willing to dismiss the loss, not all parts of it, but the loss as kind of a fluky outlier. Do you land in a similar boat?
That is a mature way of looking at it and a way of looking at losses that I could usually agree with. This is different, though, because, the turnovers were bad, but it wasn't just it wasn't just that fumble. It was a series of events that led to that fumble that cost us the game. The earlier 2 turnovers, the interception and the Bill fumble, the being in pistol during a tsunami when it was 3rd and 1, I thought that was ridiculous play calling. I thought the defense was, I don't want to use the word pathetic, but you cannot let Caleb Williams throw for 252 when he's still not the sharpest quarterback. Our secondary cannot tackle. Quan Martin cannot tackle. And just so many things cost us the game that I can't sugarcoat it. I can't say, it was a fluky loss. Yeah, the fumble was fluky. The fumble usually does not happen 98% of the time, but so many other bad, pathetic things happen to lead to that I can't sugarcoat it as a fluky loss. It was a bad loss.
It was a loss. I mean, they had overcome the 2 earlier fumbles. I mean, the earlier turnovers. Those things have been overcome. It's the late thing that happened. They were sitting up. If they go down and do what they normally do, close the game out, they win the game. So those, I mean, it's like It was some things happening that shouldn't happen, and we didn't expect to happen. But they righted the wrongs early.
Yeah, but
That late one you can't do at all.
the wrong still happened, and we can look at lack of discipline. We can look at how tackling has not improved on the defense this entire season. We can look at how they can't get to the quarterback unless it's playing, Justin Herbert's worst offensive line in NFL history. We can look at a bunch of stuff like that and say, there's two sides of this coin. Maybe this team is regressing a little bit, and we expected it. I think we all three of us said it. We don't expect last year's results this season. I think we all agreed there. What I didn't expect, though, was Joe Witt Jr.'s defense to regress this much, for tackling to be this bad. We knew they didn't go out and get an edge rusher. We knew that. I thought somebody might step up. It's just not happening. We're not getting to the quarterback to help this secondary out. And when all those pieces combined make you lose at home on Monday Night Football, I'm not going to blame a fumble. I'm going to blame the entire game plan, the entire roster, everything combined added up to a very bad loss against what I don't think is a very good Bears team, but that Bears team was prepared to win, and they came in and did what they needed to do.
I think multiple things can be true, and Dan Quinn said as much in the postgame. He's like, we weren't good enough in any phase because Matt Gay missed a kick too. I think that was a factor.
Yep, huge.
But I think, for Washington, ultimately 3 turnovers, you're not going to win many games. Period.
You're not.
Right.
Do you have concerns that Jaden is now a turnover guy? Because I don't. I think it was a weird game.
No. I don't have that concern. I think Jaden played extremely well for the most part. I think he had some surgical drives where it was classic Jaden. I think he's still extremely talented, good quarterback. I don't think he's Mr. Turnover or anything like that. That being said, to take the next step, you can't have untimely turnovers. You can't have it. And those don't happen 98% of the time. It happened. We can't gloss over it. It definitely happened, and we got to just move on from that. I'm not blaming that late fumble for the game. I think a lot of things are to blame for the game, but changes have to be made or this team's not going anywhere. And a lot is personnel. Bobby Wagner has clearly lost a step. He clearly cannot cover on defense. And if they're not going to give young guys playing time, I don't know what else they're going to do, because I think we've seen a big enough sample size that he can't do what they're asking him to do. Quan Martin cannot tackle me if he tried. So there's just a lot of question marks. I don't know.
Quan's been pretty damn good. He missed a big tackle.
But he's been tackling.
But he's
the reason
good.
he changed the whole game in L.A. I mean, Quan has played well. He missed that tackle, yes, but he hadn't been horrible this year.
I mean, Mikey has taken a step back. Lattimore had his best game of the season, obviously, but he's been a big question mark. I just think overall the secondary is by far our weakest link, and I haven't seen much improvement from the secondary, and that does worry me.
Yeah, I mean, they've given up explosive plays. The tackling has been a consistent problem. I'm with you on those things, for sure. What's your level of concern with Bill fumbling?
I love Bill. When Bill has the rock in his hand, he's going, he's making things happen every time. I hate to say guys are, this guy is, all he does is fumble. I think a lot of fumble issues can be corrected fairly quickly. Bill is a rookie. Him and McNichols, I think, are doing great things in the running game. I'm hard-pressed to say anything bad about Bill or the running game because it's been the most consistent highlights of this season, so it's easier to give them a pass. Just hang on to the ball, man. Just hang on. I know easier said than done. You got to hold on to the ball. I'm not ready to toss him onto the bench yet, but JP, B-Mitch, you got to hold on to the ball. It's day one stuff.
Yeah, it's day one stuff. And like I said on Tuesday, he just has to understand when you're in crowds, you can't have one hand on it. Just bring the other hand. That's all it was.
yeah, this isn't college football anymore. These guys are all coming at the ball, and I think we've seen. I'd like to read a little more into this. I think we've seen way more defensive attacks at causing fumbles. I like way more peanut punches, way more just going at the ball instead of going for the tackle. I don't know if that's just my perspective or if that's actually true, but I feel like we've seen
No,
it way more.
I addressed that earlier. I think a lot of the first tackler should always go for the tackle. The next guy come in and he can rake for the ball. But the first tackle need to be making sure that the tackle is secure, and they're not doing that. They come in and they reach for the ball, and it's not one person, it's multiple people.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, now I know they preach ball is life. Maybe you just should say tackling is life first.
Yeah, if I'm Joe Witt Jr., and by the way, his seat is very hot in my opinion. I have him on thin ice. I think he was put in a less than admirable situation with the depth and the talent, but I just need to see some sort of improvement, and I haven't seen it. And you know, just the Bears coming in and just running it down our throats, and the bad angles and the missed tackling and just the big chunk yard plays against us, it's not good. I need him to figure it out.
When you say Joe Witt's seat is hot, like getting grief from fans on social media, Dan Quinn's not firing Joe Witt.
I know, but sometimes I'm trying to like stay rational. It's just
Right.
I know
Nate, that's
I'm seeing
impossible
it,
for you to be rational.
but I'm seeing it a lot. And it's just not my thinking. It's when you see the same mistakes over and over and over again. Is it the players? Is it the coaching? Is it a combination of both? Something has to change. It usually just comes down on the coaching. You know, that's whose head rolls. The players' heads don't roll. The coaches' heads roll. I'm not ready to give him the heave-ho quite yet, but we have to see accountability. We have to see better schemes. We cannot see Bobby Wagner trying to cover a 4-3 running back, you know, a 4-3 speed running back. It's just not going to work, and we're going to give up huge chunks of yards every time that happens.
All right, so let's look ahead, right? Short
Yep.
week, Dallas week.
Dallas.
You're concerned about the defense. How concerned are you about Washington going down to Dallas?
I mean, Dallas has a very good offense and a absolute trash bag of a defense. It should be an exciting game. I mean, you know, I still love entertaining football as long as we come out on top. I don't respect this Cowboys team. I don't think I mean, we know this isn't a hot take. It's a terribly built team. They are 2-3-1. I don't want to say I have any level of concern. And I'll say this. Say why. We went to the NFC Championship game one season ago. Jaden Daniels is a top 5 quarterback in the league, top 10 quarterback in the league, whatever you want to call him. He's dynamic. He's the best player on the field whenever he's on the field. That's why I refuse to have any level of concern pretty much any game. This team, despite the flaws, with Jaden can win any game. They just have to put together a full 60 minutes. And when they do that, as we know, they are capable of beating any opponent at any given time. I will not have one, night of worry about the Dallas Cowboys, especially this season. But that being said, they have to put the game together. The game plan has to be correct. They have to, limit the turnovers. The secondary has to step up. And, the offense can't have 3 turnovers. If you play correctly, this Washington team is an easy playoff team. If they play like fools, they're not. And that's as simple as I can put it.
I think that's relatively fair, honestly. When Washington plays their best, and they didn't Monday night.
Right.
And when you couple not playing their best with turnovers, you're going to lose. And they lost. I think a lot of folks are freaked out about Dallas because of what they can do offensively. They should be getting CeeDee Lamb back. Dak's playing at a really, really high level. But Washington's offense, I mean, to me, the ideal scenario here is Washington's offense is able to carry them through here. And that, for me, means getting back to really long drives and converting on third downs and staying on the field. And we haven't seen that this season. They were so good at that last year. And, through 6 games, which is not a small sample size, they're 29th in the league at converting third downs.
Yeah, huge issue. Last year, we won games because long drives, staying on the field, making it, fourth and short, going for it on fourth down, converting. And what happened when we went for it on fourth down on Monday, converted, scored a touchdown. That's how this team wins games. You wear down the defense, you keep Jaden on the field, you let him pick apart the defense, you let him pick up first downs with his legs, you balance the running game. It's all right there. Like, the roadmap isn't that difficult. It's not weaving in and out of exits and here and there. It's a pretty straightforward game plan. Jaden is a great quarterback. He's great at extending drives. He can pick up yards on his own. He can pick apart a defense. That being said, getting Terry back would be huge. Chris Moore played his ass off. I thought he stepped up when he needed to. You can't rely on Chris Moore to replace Terry. We need him back on the field. We need the offense to just work as they worked last year. You cannot be 29th in the league in third down conversions and expect to make the playoffs. That's extremely uphill battle that most teams will not win. So, yeah, Jaden's been hurt. He's still wearing the knee brace. Mariota, I think, filled in admirably. Let's get past that. Let's get back to what worked last season, and let's start winning football games that way.
For sure.
Not that simple, though. They can get back to it, but it ain't just that simple just to say get back to last year, because teams know what they like this year. They're trying to take that away.
Of course. And B-Mitch, I trust Jaden to know that, and I think he is one of the smarter quarterbacks in the league, and I think we saw a little glimpse on Monday of what he's overall capable of, and I think now I don't know if he's 100% healthy, but he's healthy enough to do it, and I think, what, I'll make a bold proclamation. This coming up Sunday against Cowboys in Dallas, he will have over 300 total yards and 3+ touchdowns.
All right. Jaden's
right. The truth. He's special, and we should not forget that. We should not forget. I don't think he has regressed. I think he's battling an injury. I think he's battling not having his top weapon. I think that all changes on Sunday. I think Jaden remembers who he is and what he's capable of, and I think we boat race Dallas.
All right. That is what we're talking about. Speaking of boat racing, Caps are off to a hot start. How excited are you?
Yeah, I said it last week. There's a reason this team was the best team in the East last year. It's unfortunate we have to sit through 82 regular season games to get to the playoffs. It's a long season. The Capitals are going to be very, very, very good again. Off to a 3-1 start. This is what it's going to be. We're just going to be very good again. 78 games till the playoffs. It's going to be a fun season. This team is exciting. This team is extremely talented. Honestly, it's almost like boring in a way. It's just like, all right, this team's going to have 105 points again. Be a top seed again. Let's just get there. That's basically all the Caps are. Just extremely good.
Yeah, I like seeing Protas and Chychrun play really well. Nate Dogg, thank you for your time, buddy.
All right, Nate.
I'll talk to you after we put up a 40 spot in Dallas.
All right. You're calling your shot. I like it.
Yes, sir.
That's our friend Barstool Nate. Check out all his work at Barstool Sports or follow him at Barstool Nate. Nate's feeling confident, B. I don't know if that makes you feel better or worse.
I don't know with Nate sometimes, man.
I do like them to go down to Dallas and put a good win together. All right, when we come back, Dan Quinn will address the media. Before we go, though, got to tell you about our friends from Paul Henry's Window Installation. Paul's done a ton of work at my home. He's made my home eminently more livable. He's done really fantastic work. When you work with Paul, you're working with his whole family. His son Brian has come out to my house, did all my doors, built my sunroom. Great people, great prices. The best thing with Paul, when we were first doing our windows in different spots in our house, he told me you don't have to pay for the highest quality there because you don't have to deal with sunlight. Like, for a dude that's selling you something, when they're not constantly trying to upsell you something, makes a tremendous difference. And B, I know the work he's done at your house has also been tremendous.
Yeah, he's done a great job for me as well, Jay. He came in, he did all my windows, and he did a great job of it. And so I asked him about the doors. He came back and he did all the doors. Then he decided to move over to the other garage in the house, and he did everything over there, and everything has been great. I know, like the detached garage, sometimes that was a little cooler than other spots. That's because I had all those drafty ass windows over there. Paul got that fixed. Now it feels just like I'm in the main house. I go over, I have a good time over there. He did my pergola, and he did everything right, like you said. He wasn't trying to make you get the most expensive stuff. He made you get the things that's going to be quality and going to still last a long time for you. So if you want to get windows and doors right now, reach out to Paul. You'll get $120 off each window with the 5-window minimum and 10% off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. We've got a bit of breaking news here on the Fan. The Commanders have made a few roster moves. That includes moving wide receiver Noah Brown onto the reserve injured list. He has officially been placed on the IR. Again, wide receiver Noah Brown for the Commanders officially placed on the IR. That move made just 2 minutes ago from the Commanders. That sidelines him for a minimum of 4 games. They also signed offensive lineman Julian Good-Jones to the practice squad. He was back in camp this summer, rejoins the squad now. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All right, we are moments away from hearing from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. This Noah Brown thing is crazy, B. He's already missed 4 games.
Yep.
There was some optimism they'd get him back. They were clear that they didn't put him to IR because they thought the extra day of rest for Monday Night Football might be able to be enough. He practiced 2 days last week. Hard to think something else didn't happen when he was then at DNP on Saturday, and now on the IR. I mean, this is big. This is very unfortunate news. Noah's a really good dude and works hard. He just cannot stay healthy.
Yeah, and that's what they felt he would be back. That's why they didn't put him on IR at first. He probably re-aggravated whatever it was, and now they feel, look, we got to move forward and try to get somebody else. So we'll see how it goes. And that's why the talk of the other receiver and all that you were discussing earlier is going to be more prevalent now.
Yeah, we're going to hear from Dan Quinn in just moments. Let him explain how this happened. You got to figure something happened last week. We're talking now at least 8 games for Noah Brown to be down. This is Commanders head coach Dan Quinn explaining the Noah Brown situation.
And unfortunately, his groin didn't respond. And given that, we'll place him on IR. And the aim is to get Noah fully right. He's such a tough competitor, but it's the right call right now to get him into that spot. And let's get him all the way back and ready. We also opened the 21-day window for Jonathan Jones. So it'll be great to have him back at practice today. And the team signed defensive end Drake Jackson. He's still working back from a knee injury, but we are glad to have him here. So all that said, glad to get rolling with you guys.
With Noah, I mean, what happened with the groin? Was there a setback, or did something happen while he was practicing that re-injured it? And I guess why not put him on IR before this point? Yeah, well, I would say it wasn't a setback. It just hasn't responded, quite the way that it needs to. So I wouldn't call it a setback. Hindsight's 20/20. And I think the main thing is, man, we're going to get him right. And that's the ultimate goal, to get there. So we know that means 4 more weeks, and the guy's working incredibly hard at it. And so we want to make sure hit all the marks that we can with him. Then what's the plan for Terry this week? He'll practice this week, and I'll have a better sense where we're going, because today is going to be more at a jog-through pace where we're not, fully, speed up and going, but that'll be more as we get into tomorrow. But I'll have a better assessment after we go through some full speed, routes and movements to see where he's at. But I'm excited where he's trending.
With Noah, is this something that would require surgery, or is this just more time, rest, recovery? More time, and just we're going to really push it, make sure the recovery's right, the strength's right, and just kind of go through all of it to make sure he's really ready. Have you got a chance to talk to him as he's dealt with all this? I mean, it's been. I will today. I didn't, knee, everything. This morning. I have obviously previously, but not specifically today. But I will this afternoon. He's one of these competitors. He takes it hard. He cares so much. He loves it, and so moments like now are hard because of who the competitor is. But the good news is that let's put the plan in place that we can absolutely nail it to get him back, and that's what we'll aim to do.
Dan, is there any concern with Armstrong and the hamstring going forward?
I think there's always concern in and out, and he kind of showed, man, I'm going to battle through it to go. We won't really hit our speed stuff till tomorrow, David, so I think I'll have a better shot today. He's able to do the walks and that kind of stuff today, so I'm encouraged by that. But until you load it, go. The good news is, like I said, he's in, he's out, but meaning coming back and forth into the game. But I'll have a better feel for him tomorrow as we get a little bit more movement.
As you dig in or dug into kind of the issues with starts, do you go all the way into what time are we getting to the stadium? What do they do in pregame? What are our pregame drills looking like? Are you going that deep into it?
I do, and I also want to dig in, to the leaders and say, what are some things that we need to do to hit it? And it's not a score as much as an attitude, a mindset to go. So I want to make sure I'm clear on that, because if you only base it just on that, I think you could miss it. And so it's not that. And I liked the intentness getting ready. And like I said, the offense had a long drive. We turned the ball over at the end of it, but it is important. And so it's more collaboration to say, is there anything else, we need to do and hit differently? I've had those conversations, and I'll continue to tweak it until we get it exactly right.
Coach, how have you seen opposing defenses change their game plans when facing you guys with Terry and Noah's absence?
It depends, I think, where on the field some. I think it's also their matchup, too, in terms of they want to play more man-to-man or doing things differently. The run game, not counting last game into that space, but I think that's been one of the areas we've started to really, hit our marks, and that alone changes some things, because having the ability to go down, stop the run, some of the ones, I think that could be as big a factor as anything. But for sure, that's part of it. But you just have to navigate how you go and who you're there. Like, there's a way to win every game. You just have to go dig in and find it, and it might not be the same every week. And we're equipped to do that.
Over here. Your defense obviously has had some issues, and you're facing one of the best offenses in the league. What has been their psyche since Monday night, and how much does pride play a factor in you guys getting better?
Yeah, I don't also want to portray the sky is falling either. There's some things that I like about how we're doing some things on third down. We're not getting the ball enough, Chick, honestly. And that's one part of playing good defense. We're not hitting our tackling, to the space that I think is the standard that we've set. But we've also had some moments where we know what good can look like and what it does. So we want to make sure we're capturing that. Meetings-wise, it's tense, it's tight, like it should be when you're, trying to dig in and find the right answers. And that's what's cool about this group, that it's not somebody pointing or doing that. It's, hey man, let's go through our thing together and how we would go about it. So you're right, it's a great challenge with Dallas and weapons they have, and I think Dak's honestly hitting his marks at a high level right now. That's what the tape tells me so far, and we're looking forward to the challenge.
Just to take a step back to Terry, what was the biggest kind of step forward that he took last week, and what do you need to see from him specifically this week if he's going to play? We call him like a game simulation, where you run different routes, you work different movements. Sometimes in a rehab you could see, it's predicted where you're going to go, and so off-schedule throws, how to do different things. So that's a good step when you're moving forward. So that's part of the process, like in your return to play, to like simulate more closely related plays. So the fact that we're moving in that direction, that's a good sign. And then broadly, when making decisions about whether or not somebody goes on IR, like obviously this would be, I think, his fourth week. How do you guys go through that decision-making process? Through
the medical team, and lean into what, the guidelines that they want to set and how to go. How long is a predicted rehab, of this type of nature, going to take? It's not exact, that I can tell you. Not everybody heals in the same way and the same speeds with this, different types of injuries. So if it was exact, it'd be super easy to do. And so then there's all sorts of other factors. Did it respond? Did it not? And where are we at? So you just try to play it as close as you can, knowing that it's not always going to be on this timeline or that. So I think what I've learned is just, man, have patience and listen, to the player. They know it best. They really do. They're going to push it hard to see where they can go to, but they know it best. And we just follow those guidelines. We got a strict, procedure that we go through. So we just try to stay connected to that and follow and listen.
See from Sam Cosmi, with him kind of being on the cusp here. I know you have until next week to activate him.
Yeah, I liked what I saw from him last week. First padded work, he got a lot of reps, and we expect to do that kind of same, process with him this week. But it was a hell of a start for him, to get back and get rolling. He's really put the work in. So, anticipating seeing that continue and trajectory going up.
Dan, at the opening, you said you're happy it's a short week. Can you explain that mentality and that attitude a little bit, that mindset?
Well, I think when it doesn't go your way, and this game was a hard one for us in a lot of ways, we beat ourselves. And those are as hard a loss, to deal with. When it goes down to the end, you hit your marks, they do, and it doesn't go your way. Those are ones that's the life of a competitor. When you beat yourselves, that one hurts more because you didn't finish it or didn't play it in a style or attitude or things that you wanted to do. So those are important, and we want to make sure the lessons that are meant for us are learned and also get it corrected. That's been uncharacteristic of us in that way, and we certainly plan on getting that fixed.
With Bill Krosky Merritt fumbles in back-to-back weeks, obviously there's teachable moments, learning moments in those situations, but what's the point of when maybe it becomes an issue and not necessarily any more of a teaching, learning moment?
Yeah, it's a great question. We've got to give them the space to grow for sure and prove that those lessons are learned. Sometimes you don't really get to show that you've learned them until you're back into that spot. And so we want to make sure that, he's still growing, and this is a rookie player they're going to have some ups and some downs just like any other guys. And I'm certain he's made of the right things to come battle through it. I can remember, a few weeks back we were talking about Connerly and early start on some guys. And he said, man, we're going to fight through it and get there. And so this is no different to me. This is learning, growing, and he'll bank on these experiences. And they're hard to go through, but it is necessary. It sucks when you go through them, but when you come out the other side, there's a lot of value that comes with that.
Coach, understanding that inside this building that everything is 1 week at a time, when you look at outside of this building, how big this game is every year to these fans of the Burgundy and Gold, what's your message to the team to make sure that they don't allow that emotion to come into play when it's Washington versus Dallas?
Yeah, it's really awesome to be in the NFC East. It really is. And there's times we'll just kind of show some of the highlights from the years past of, people that have been in this space and in these games. So we like that. We like what it stands for. But at the end, it's about us and getting ourselves ready and getting the team ready. And that's really what my message was for them today. We're going to prepare really hard, for what we need to. But our play style and attitude is what's at hand. And, it's just cool to be part of, a division that has some long-term rivalries that are cool.
Hey, good afternoon, Coach.
Good afternoon.
A kicker like Brandon Aubrey, obviously with his range, but also his ability on special teams to kind of put kickoffs in hazardous places. How big of an impact can he have specifically on a game like this?
Yeah, Brandon's been on it, and playing there, honestly, it's even adds to some of that a little bit for the distance of the kicks. Not dealing with some of the weather, so playing there inside. Can make some of the field goal attempts and that type of thing even longer. But they got a good special teams crew. It's a good matchup. Like our guys, their guys. Like it's a big part of this game. Nick Sorensen, who's the special teams coordinator there, known for a long time, and both units really have some heavy hitters on their special teams. And Brandon, for them, is right in the middle of it between the kicks. And both teams like to cover, like to hit, and so it'll be a fun matchup for sure.
And I don't know how much you can really dive into it, but if at all, their defense and their offensive schemes have kind of changed since 2024. They've kind of evolved in some significant ways. Because of that, how much can you really lean on last year's tape and experience against these units?
You know what, Davis? You can look at, as a player, some of the matchups, a style and attitude of what a player may do, what they look like at the line, how would they pass protect. As far as the scheme goes, that's for this season. That's that. So it is worth it just from the personnel side of things and seeing things and how they would play and what their strengths would look like. They've also added some new faces like we have into some different spots at receiver, at running back, at defensive end, at other locations. So you do look at it, but it's the tape from 2025 that you really dive into. And now that we're 6 games in, there's more tape, obviously, so you don't have to go back as much.
You played in Dallas. I mean, you've coached in Dallas a bunch. With this game being a 4:30 game, the sun setting in that end zone directly into the stadium, how much effect does that take on a game, and how do you guys kind of work to combat that?
Yeah, it's a great question, and this time of year it could come into effect. That you want to make good decisions when you can regarding where it would look like, where a glare would be. So it's definitely something that as a coach I think about, and obviously we'll talk to the team about. But yeah, you're on it.
Dan, to go back to Noah, I get that the decision to IR, hindsight 2020 for now, but his injury history was something that was known. Obviously last year was a bit of a fluke, but prior to that he'd had injuries. What was for you, I know the front office obviously has a big say in personnel, but what for you was the plan with, hey, if Noah does get hurt, we're expecting X, Y, Z to happen? Did you feel comfortable with what you guys had knowing his injury history?
Like prior to re-signing him?
Yeah. At the point of re-signing him or making other moves in free agency and the draft?
Well, we knew we wanted him back for sure. Like that was like evident coming into it. I think that goes with it, Ben, that, like when there's an injury history on somebody that you want to know what that looks like and who would be there. Coming into camp, I thought we had a big competitive group at that spot. I love what he brings to us outside. But yeah, I don't know if it's any different than any other spot, where there's, a guy gets banged up and who would be next in line to do those things. So not like a lot different than a lot of other spots, other than they were bummed that he's out and looking forward to getting him back. All right, thanks everybody.
Commanders head coach Dan Quinn, a lot to take in there. Noah Brown, after missing 4 games, now going to the IR. DQ asked, "Hey man," he said, "hindsight is 2020."
True.
Big hole for the Commanders at wide receiver continues to be an issue. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. Before we go anywhere, though, listen, the Burgundy and Gold this season, they're going to have ups and downs. Last week was a down, hoping to get back up this weekend. But if your garage door is struggling to go up and down, that's where Door Pro America comes in. Whether it's a busted spring, loud noise, or it just doesn't move, call Door Pro America. We did at my house. It's one of the best home improvement projects we've ever done. It looks great, is silent. The thing is so quiet, runs smooth, and it helped the curb appeal of our house. Door Pro America has been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years, and they can do it all. Repairs, maintenance, or a new installation like I did. Trust me, man, call these folks. 877-DOOR-PRO. You can even get a Door Pro Advantage membership, which gets you annual maintenance to make sure everything stays on track. Call right now. You get $60 off any repair or a full tune-up for just $89. Do what I did. Call Door Pro America, 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com. Tell them JP Finley sent you.
research using stem cells. President Obama upped by billions of dollars the resources available for mental health care in the VA. And under this president, gay couples finally got all the same options as straight couples. Oh, and you can't be denied health insurance because of a pre-existing condition.
Because he claims his space on the football field. If his job is to cross the face of a safety, he's going to do it. This is a dude that never rounds out the top of his routes, plants his foot, precise cuts. There's a reason corners are always grabbing him. It's because he claims his space on the field. There's also an unfortunate, realistic injury history with this dude. And now he's on IR after missing the last 4 games, after missing almost all of the offseason program. B, what do you make? Dan Quinn says 2020 is always hindsight, or hindsight is always 2020. What do you make of the decision to put Brown on the IR now?
You asked me that question?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just think it was a setback. So I don't. It's
He said no setback.
Yeah, but if he went into practice and he didn't play in that game, something happened. So that's why they put him on what's called IR right now.
How big of a deal is this? Somebody somewhere made a mistake.
If they made a mistake, they made a mistake. But I think the dude, they were trying to come back. I still believe it was a setback. I don't think it's that big of a deal. He hadn't played for you this year. He played 1 game, and he was basically in that whole game. He hadn't been there. So It's not like you're losing something right now.
Yeah, I think Stanek tried to ask a question about was Noah Brown's injury history considered in the decision to re-sign him. They let Dyami Brown walk. They let Olamide Zaccheaus walk. They keep Brown. He's going to miss at least 8 games this season. And DQ said we wanted him back for sure. I think the team loves his physicality and his mindset. The Terry injury is still the killer. DQ says, Terry's going to practice this week. With Terry and Dorrance Armstrong, which is something for us to monitor. Now, Dorrance did come back in that game the other night, but DQ didn't seem in a hurry to provide any information about Dorrance's status for this week. And that, tomorrow will be the practice that kind of tests things. They did sign another DN after that game Monday night. There's a new DN, like the corresponding roster move with Noah Brown to IR was a DN, so that maybe is telling about Dorrance's status. Drake Jackson is who they brought in. It's on the surface level, Noah Brown to IR. They put themselves in a tough situation with Tay Martin because they've had to elevate him from the practice squad for 3 straight weeks. When you could have, if you knew Noah needed 4 weeks off or what is now 8 weeks off, you could have just put him on IR, put Tay on your active, and then you don't burn the practice squad eligibility. That has happened. That is some level of a negative impact. I don't like if you really want to question the Noah decision making. I think you go back to March and it's like, all right, we want this guy to be a part of this. We're going to let OZ and Dyami walk, but I think there is. I mean, to DQ's point, that there is some revisionist history there.
Yeah.
Dyami didn't give them a heck of a lot, had a great playoff run, has been, I'd say, okay in Jacksonville. OZ, we saw Monday night, had a couple catches, but also had a drop. Like, I don't know. They didn't seem willing to go spending in, like, not even the expensive part of free agency, but like they went to Aldi. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't even go to Harris Teeter, let alone Whole Foods. And it just from a pricing standpoint, and maybe now we can look at that and wonder what they should have done. This is just an unfortunate. So DQ said he didn't have a setback. Groin wasn't responding. I think they got to a point where they're like, all right, no, we got to see you run.
Yep.
And he ran, and he couldn't. Like, that's my read on it. If it's not a setback, it was, all right, dude, you've been resting and recovering for 3 weeks.
And nothing is working.
Let's see what's there, right? Because DQ also said he doesn't need surgery. We've heard coaches talk about surgery before. We'll see what ends up happening there.
Yep.
unfortunate, but it's not like, to me, the questions about the receiver room are from March, not from the last month.
Mm-hmm.
The last month's just an unfortunate byproduct.
Totally.
I don't know, man. It's certainly not good news. I don't like. Let's be real though. As far as Vegas isn't going to adjust any lines because Noah Brown's back to the IR.
No.
Like the line in the Cowboys game ain't changing. Their season win total ain't changing.
He hadn't been in the game in the last 5 weeks.
This is relative football minutia, but it's exacerbated because McLaurin's not on the field, and now Debo's banged up, which is kind of part of the Debo experience too. So the issues now stem from decisions in February and March, and yeah, Jeff tells me we have to go to break. And Jeff, you're correct. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
The Commanders have placed wide receiver Noah Brown on the reserved injured list and signed defensive end Drake Jackson as a free agent. The Commanders also signed veteran guard Julian Good-Jones to their practice squad. Brown's been dealing with groin and knee injuries all season long. He's missed his 4th consecutive game on Monday. But now going on the IR, that means he will miss the next 4 games and is only eligible to return in Week 11 for the Commanders game against the Dolphins taking place in Madrid. Now for the Lions, they're welcoming back a huge piece of their defense for Monday night's Week 7 game against the Buccaneers. Coach Dan Campbell made it very clear that defensive tackle Ali McNeil will be on the field for the first time since tearing his ACL last December, prematurely ending what had been one of the strongest seasons as a pro that he had had. Speaking of that game, we're going to the other side of the ball here. Tampa Bay Buccaneers rookie wide receiver Emeka Egbuka is expected to miss the team's Week 7 matchup. Egbuka last week got injured in the third quarter, did not return, and now he is out for that Week 7 matchup in prime time. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Get it right. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Big news, Noah Brown to the IR. I don't think that's that big of an issue right now. I think the issues were in December, February, March when they made those decisions, how they were going to shape the Commanders' wide receiver room. Right now, though, I'm really excited to get on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV, and welcome in Mr. Ken Belson. You can follow Ken at L. Belson, and he's got a new book out that I've actually already started reading. I got an advanced copy. It's called Every Day is Sunday. Ken covers the business of sports for the New York Times and has a new book out, Every Day is Sunday. Ken, what's up, dude? Thanks for making time for us. Do we have Ken, Jeff?
I'm hearing you.
Yeah, we got you. There we go.
Okay, great. How you doing, man? Thanks for joining us. The book is out. Every Day is Sunday, and really, you kind of trace the rise of the NFL into this global superpower, and how Jerry Jones and Robert Kraft really were kind of at the wheel of this thing. Can you just kind of let people know how much and how big the NFL has grown?
Oh my, yeah. So during Paul Tagliabue's tenure, which was 1989 to 06, the league's revenue pretty much doubled, and Roger Goodell, over the same period of years, 17 years, well now 19 years, the league's revenue has tripled. That's in large part not so much to Roger Goodell, but to the owners that came into the league at that time, including Jerry and Robert Kraft, who saw the potential for the NFL's brand overseas. You mentioned gambling came in. That's a big source of revenue now. Of course, the networks. And Jerry Jones particularly gets a shout-out for this. Say what you will about him as an owner, as the Cowboys and the GM, but he was the first to see that the way the league was handling its media was old-fashioned. If you think back to the late 80s and 90s, they used to have CBS had the NFC, and ABC had Monday Night Football, and NBC had the AFC package. And that was it. There were only 3 bidders for 3 packages. And Jerry came in the early 90s and said, well, why don't we get an auction going? Right? It makes sense. Bring a 4th bidder in, and the prices will go up. And that was Fox and Rupert Murdoch, and the rest so-called is history. He outbid CBS. And CBS learned the hard way how hard it was to promote all those programming shows, those Sunday night programs, without football. And, of course, they were out of the Super Bowl loop, all those things. After that point, not just the NFL, but the other leagues took notice. Why don't we have more bidding going on here? And so suddenly the networks were on the other side. They used to make money on football and all the sports programming by selling ads. Suddenly sports became a loss leader. You had to have it. Otherwise, your other programming would suffer. So it was really a kind of tectonic shift in how media and the sports world operated, and the NFL was first to kind of recognize that. And if you look at the money now, the media money now, it's more than 50% of their overall revenue, and it just keeps getting bigger. We can talk about streaming and the digital companies getting in, Netflix, Amazon, Google. There's such appetite now for sports, and the NFL set up pretty well to take advantage of it.
Will there ever be a point where it gets too big, too high?
It's a great question. There is a saturation point, right? But I think the NFL has benefited by two things. One is they still have the bulk of their games on the over-the-air free channels. So you don't need a Peacock subscription or Amazon Prime to watch most games, and certainly the Super Bowl is on free TV. So they still reach the biggest audience. But, look, let's face it, there is saturation, right? They do benefit by only having a 256-game schedule. Scarcity is their friend. But as Mark Cuban said, at a certain point, he said this back in 2014, you get a little greedy. Now you're on Thursdays. Now you're on Christmas. Now you're on Black Friday. And at a certain point, the novelty wears off. And certainly when I was a kid, you'd watch the highlights on Saturday of the previous week to get amped up for the following Sunday, the next day. And, there was like drama to it, like, come on, like, give me my fix, And now that fix is all over the place. And as I outline in the book, think about the draft on Thursday night, the ratings they get, the fact that it's a road show, it's going to come to your neighborhood in Washington in a couple of years. Yeah. The Combine, boy, the lead up to the Combine, and then my all-time favorite is the primetime release of the next year's schedule. Guys just reading stuff off a calendar and just saying, "Oh, we'll watch this anyway." So the NFL knows there's demand out there, but you're right. At a certain point, it's too much, right? And so I think they're trying to find the balance. It's not easy. They're trying to be a 365-day-a-year league, but maintain that sort of scarcity.
You're right. Every day is Sunday. They're trying to get them on every game because, every year I hear people say, I'm not going to watch the Combine, and they have numbers better than the other leagues, like playoff games.
Yep.
It's crazy.
And, you look at, like, the NBA Finals. The NBA is sort of number 2, really, at this point. They get 7 million viewers for an NBA Final. Now, it's not a fair comparison. You got a 7-game series. But even so, 20 million fans for a mediocre Thursday night football game, it's kind of insane. Even the ratings, and the league loves to tout this, even the ratings for the Hall of Fame game, talk about a useless exercise, right? And they're still drawing big crowds because people love their football. So, they built this kind of national footprint very cleverly. And people talk about, say, the Steelers and the Packers having, good footprint. But you go to L.A., you'll find a Bills bar. You go to Arizona, you'll find a Bills bar. You'll find a Commanders bar in a lot of big cities. Still have an avid fan base. So that's something that's hard to trade in. It's hard to recreate.
Talking with New York Times best-selling author Ken Belson has a new book out called Every Day is Sunday, tracing just the rise of the NFL to just the absolute superpower it is, and how big of a role Jerry Jones and Robert Kraft played in that. I'm also curious, Ken, Washington had such a significant change in, ownership, right?
Yeah.
Like Snyder almost killed this organization, and then you get Josh Harris. What was Snyder's role as the NFL kept growing, and then more or less eventually threw him out? I know you have some pretty juicy nuggets in there about Dan.
Yeah. So Dan's an interesting case. Jerry was always the one pushing the envelope. He was finding money in places the NFL owners didn't even know to look. And that's his genius. You call it what you want, greed, rampant capitalism, whatever it is. Jerry's an ideas guy. He's looking for everything that he could. The title of the chapter on Jerry Jones is "I love to stick that Cowboys peanut butter on everything." He's got the biggest brand, and he's a circus barker, right? Dan comes in, and he immediately aligns with Jerry. There's theories on why they align so closely, but Dan was all about, at that time, he paid $800 million. That was a record amount. Dan had to pay back his loans. So he was eager for a lot of new cash to come in quickly. He had the biggest stadium. They used to draw. They were the tops in the league. But they had 93,000, I think, at some point. They were 92. Massive. Yeah, they were far and away successful. But he went too far. There's been a kind of interesting tension in the league. You know, we know we're going to get our money from the networks, but we don't want to bleed them dry. And there's a scene, I think it's in the book, that I heard from another owner that Dan went into these meetings and said, "Wait, you're only doubling your media revenue, and you know that these guys really need you. Why aren't we trying to triple it?" Well, the owners realize they got to live with the networks. They don't want to drive them out of business. So there is a little bit of, Robert Kraft particularly, hey, let's leave some money on the table. We'll come back next time. And that's not Dan. Dan was, let's take as much as we can now. It's our chance. We're the monopoly here. He also famously is the first owner to charge a visiting team to park their team buses.
Yeah.
He did that and charged fans to attend training camp sessions. Yeah, so if it wasn't nailed down, he was going to try and get it, and I think he was very much out on a limb there. I don't think a lot of owners were that sort of ravenous, but he definitely aligned himself with Jerry in terms of money first.
For sure. How much would you say? Like, how does Harris fit into the NFL now? I mean, this is a dude that's, owns teams in other sports. It's not like he's new to pro sports. But what is kind of what is the other owner's reaction to him? How has he fit in so far?
Josh has been, I would say, probably good for the NFL so far. First of all, the team's turned around. That helps. Number two, he finally got getting a quarterback. But even more than that, like, turning the page on Dan Snyder. That anybody could have come in and helped there, but Josh did it tastefully. He's a local guy. He was understated. He's not out there tapping himself on the back. We've had other owners, Jerry being one of them, that would get down on the sideline in the fourth quarter, and it was partly about them. And Arthur Blank still does it even all these years later. So I think he's been happy to be in the background and be a cheerleader when necessary. He brought in an interesting group, Mitch Rails, Magic Johnson, and others to sort of be more of the front people. So he's been great from a business perspective. From a generational perspective, he's interesting, right? You got a lot of, Jerry and Robert are in their 80s now. Their kids will take over, Stephen Jones and Jonathan Kraft, and that's all fine. But, you lose a little bit when the founder goes, right? It doesn't have the same energy and vitality. Not that Stephen Jones or Jonathan Kraft aren't smart. That's not the issue. It's just their personalities are different. And you have older franchises, the Rooneys and the Maras, the Bidwills, the Hallis family, and the McCaskies in Chicago. They're really just like trustees at this point, right? So you have a new generation of people who think differently about sports teams, and Greg Penner in Denver is one of them, and Josh Harris is another, Jimmy Haslam in Cleveland. They see teams now as assets. I think that's the mindset that has changed now, and that's why we have now private equity money coming in, and we'll probably see more of it in the coming years. And frankly, I can see it from Josh Harris's perspective. Somebody wants to write you a check for 10% of your team and have no control. Well, I'll take that check, And Josh, Josh is a $6 billion valuation, right? So that's a big check. Jeffrey Lurie has sold a slice of his team. Stephen Ross in Miami. And Josh was very instrumental on this small committee of figuring out the formula that worked for the NFL. So he's already made his imprint in just a couple of years without having to, stomp on take a shoe and bang and get everybody's attention.
What do you think the next team to sell is?
It's up in Seattle. Paul Allen died in 2018. His estate is obligated to sell all of his assets over time. The Blazers, his other sports franchise, has already sold, or hasn't been approved, but it's been sold for well over $4 billion. Wow. His sister, who's really his only sibling, only big family member, he didn't have any kids. She kind of likes being owner, Jody Allen. So she's probably going to sell that thing last. They had some contractual obligations to King County. They would have had to, if they had sold before last year, they would have had to turn 10% of the proceeds over to King County in Seattle. So they waited until after 24. We're now in 25. The Blazers are now off the books. So we could see something in 26, 27, where the Seattle changes hands. And Washington went for 6. Seattle, with the money up in Seattle, Jeff Bezos, all the tech money, you could easily get an 8 number, maybe even more, for a city that's not nearly as big as Washington, D.C. in terms of footprint. But these are rare assets. There's only a couple of them change hands. We did have a few, right? We had Denver and we had Washington kind of back to back, but they only come around once every half decade or so, and there's going to be a lot of people wanting to get in on that one.
You think Bezos gets the Seahawks?
It's possible. I mean, it's kind of a
He wanted this one at one point, didn't he?
Yeah, there was talk of it. I don't think he wanted to pay $6 billion.
So he gonna pay 8?
Right, but he'll pay 8. But he'll get a team that's his hometown. It's a lot of co-branding with Amazon. They have the arena up there where the Kraken play. It's the Climate Pledge Arena. That's a
arena, right?
Yeah, it's an Amazon branded thing. So, yeah, you're right. He could have gotten it for 6. I guess he felt like the team was in a very different business state at that point. And the other thing is, Josh Harris has to build a new stadium. So Jeff Bezos is thinking, all right, that's 6, but then it's another 4. So that's 10. I don't know. Does it matter to a guy like Bezos? Maybe not. There could be a lot of reasons why he didn't want it. But in any event, yeah, Bezos could be one. But it's complicated. You have Thursday night football. You have an owner who would be part of broadcasting. So I don't know how they would sort of slice that and make sure there's no conflicts of interest. And he also has Amazon, the computing company, which does a lot of the statistics for the league. So, but he would be a likely one to line up to buy the team.
The Giants, I think, are really interesting. I think for a long time, the Giants being in New York, their relationship with Park Avenue and the NFL the NFL headquarters, the Giants kind of ran the league, and I think that has changed a lot over the years. Now you've got this news: John Mara's sick. I know there's a lot of Maras, and you've got the other family. I can only imagine what the Giants would be valued at. I mean, it's New York.
Yeah.
It's one of the biggest brands in sports.
Yeah, yeah.
What is like not today or tomorrow, but what does the Giants organization look like 5-10 years from now?
Well, John's very much the leader, but he's got siblings, and I believe his son is working in the front office. I don't see it leaving the team or leaving the family. They've only got 50%. The Tisch family owns the others. Yeah, Steve Tisch and Jonathan Tisch works at the team in the finance department. They, for a 50-50 split, there have been many examples where people are at each other's throats. This is one of the good stories. The families get along very well. They're in no rush to sell. They have, large families on both sides. So I don't see them changing hands. I don't think John Mara wants to leave, and I don't believe he's that sick. I mean, knock on wood, I hope he's all right. But and he's one of the real kind of heart and souls of the league. I'll give you one little anecdote. It's in the book, and we were talking a little bit about saturation. A couple of years ago at one of the owners' meetings, they were taking a vote on flexing Thursday night games. They thought the Bengals-Browns game was going to be great in Week 15. It's a bit of a dud, so can we flex in a different game? John Mara was the only owner to speak publicly against this. And he actually texted a whole bunch of people and said, meet me in the lobby, I got something to say. And this is while the owners were voting. The vote failed. But he spoke out publicly, and he said, we got a lot of fans who are season ticket holders all around the country. They get that schedule. They buy their tickets, their plane tickets, their hotels, and they come in knowing that Week 15 is a Sunday at 1 p.m. game. And now we're going to tell them 2 weeks before it's now a Thursday night game. What are we doing to our fans, our most loyal customers? He's the only one to say it. Now, Roger Goodell, reading the winds and knowing how the room works, he gathered enough votes, and the next meeting it passed anyway. But it says a lot about John that he still thinks about the people who are out there tailgating. It's just not fair to your quote-unquote customers, and these are the real customers, the people that put up money for PSLs and come out every year. For a while they had 100,000 people on their waiting list. So he's one of those rare owners that still is willing to do that and say that when the other owners are like, sure, you want to put a better matchup on Prime on week 15, I'll go for it. What the heck? So yeah, he's still kind of the heart and soul of the owners in that way.
The other ones care about as long as I'm getting paid, just get it done.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was at those owner meetings when that was a pretty tough vote, and Mara
I
was
remember seeing you there. Yep.
Well, and then the way the owners handled it, they just tabled it and then voted for it the next time. You know what I mean? Like, there's a clear changing of the guard in the NFL, and it used to be the Maras and the Rooneys forever, and now it's kind of the Jerry disciples. Last thing for me, the Colts and the Titans are really interesting, where the patriarchs have passed. You now have the daughters in each case running those teams. I'm trying to read tea leaves. That Nashville organization, once they get that new stadium built, they start hosting Super Bowls. Nashville's obviously a great city. The valuation on that thing is going to go through the roof. Indy is really well set up. I mean, the stadium's awesome. Could you see either of those teams get sold?
You know, I heard that the three daughters for Jim Irsay say they're very much into it and they want to stay, but somebody's going to make an offer, right? Yes, they grew up with their dad's team, but there was nobody more passionate than Jim Irsay. I mean, he was singing rock and roll songs on Twitter before games. There was nobody like that, and I'm sure his daughters love it. But in 5 years. Yeah, and he played football. He was one of a kind in that way. He was also the first guy to call out Dan Snyder and the other owners. So, he spoke his mind. I kind of miss him. He was a rare bird who didn't mind saying what was on his mind. But yeah, they could get an offer and sell. Amy Strunk, they had a lot of family problems there. They had siblings. They couldn't agree. They had to buy one out. But they do have that stadium, and they got a lot of public money to do it. And Nashville's a great town for a party. And they had the draft there a bunch of years ago. Music, Broadway, the whole scene there is made for a Super Bowl at some point. I don't know what her love of the team is. She's not a very vocal owner. But nobody's going to force her out as long as the team's performing okay. And I'm not talking on the field; you can't control that. But as long as it's making money and not dragging the league down. So yeah, that new stadium. I've seen the design of it. It looks very nice and it's very walkable. It's not Landover. But when you guys get your new stadium, I think it's going to be a winner because people could just hop on the metro and get there quick, and you're going to have the skyline to look at. There'll be a lot of benefits to it.
Absolutely. Ken, we got a break here, man. Thank you for the time. Congrats on the new book. Everybody go check out Every Day is Sunday. Thank you, Ken.
All right, pleasure.
All right, man. Take care.
Ken Belson, New York Times author, New York Times reporter, best-selling author, new book, Every Day is Sunday. When we come back, let's go around the NFL. I want to talk about this PFF thing. Plus, Noah Brown's on the IR. Maybe we open the phones up. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. The big Commanders news of the day, wide receiver Noah Brown officially moved to the IR. He will sit out at least the next 4 weeks, making him only eligible to come back in time for the team's international game in Madrid. Washington signed defensive end Drake Jackson as a free agent, and they also added veteran guard Julian Good-Jones to their practice squad. Some NBA news, the Sacramento Kings are signing free agent point guard Russell Westbrook, making this his 18th NBA season. Since Westbrook was traded from the Thunder to the Rockets in 2019, he's been on 5 different teams. Of course, that includes the Rockets, the Lakers, the Clippers, the Nuggets, and the Wizards. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions to give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
What up? B. Mitch and Finley on 106. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fans, what the song says.
B. Mitch and Finley
on 106. Let's open these phone lines up real quick, Jeff.
Yeah, where you found that song
folks...
from, man? I never heard that in a while.
Yeah, Jeff, well done. I like the beats when Jeff's on. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I'll ask Jeff, because I think he's a good barometer for the fan base. Jeffrey, are you frustrated by this Noah Brown thing?
I mean, I am, but I can't get mad that the man is hurt. That happens, but it just sucks because I expected more from him this year.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think there should be frustration with Noah, period. He's hurt.
Yep.
We say the same thing with Terry, right? Like, he's hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a violent game. Things happen. I think if you want to have, I'll let folks weigh in on that. 800-636-1067. Are you frustrated with the Noah Brown situation? I think if you're frustrated, they didn't put him on IR, now they are. I can understand that. I frankly just don't think it's a very big deal. It's not like they had some real pressing roster concern and they weren't able to dress enough players.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you're frustrated with how they built the wide receiver room, counting on Noah to be a part of it, I think that's probably your most legitimate source of frustration. But that dates back to February. You know what I mean? Like, that's stuff that happened 8 months ago, 6-7 months ago.
Yep.
So that's where I land on it, B.
I'm not worried about it at all. Listen, man, we can't sit up here and second guess every move that's made. Half the time, none of us, most people don't know anything about the inner workings of putting somebody on IR and all that stuff. We do. They don't know that. So, of course, when you lead a question like that, there's going to be a lot of people, oh, man, they should have done. They don't know. And the ultimate thing is he hadn't played in the game but one. So it's not like you right now putting him on IR, you're losing something. Now you're opening up a spot for somebody else to come out and play, possibly. They got a guy supposed to come in and try and sign him. They may end up signing him. You never know.
Let's hit these phones. National Harbor listener lines. Derwin is in Sterling. Derwin, you frustrated by this Noah Brown saga?
Yeah, I'm frustrated by it because it reminds me of the old Dan Snyder era, and it's time to let him go. If he can't get on the field, you don't do me no good. I'm sorry. I don't want a person to be injured, but if you can't stay healthy, you can't get on the field, you can't produce for me. You don't produce being on IR. You don't produce being injured. I'm sorry. It's time to let him go.
I don't think it makes much sense to let him go. Maybe he comes back late in the year, but I do hear the frustration. I appreciate the call, Derwin. Thank you. Like, you've already paid him Like, there's no advantage in letting him go. Now he's on IR. He's not counting as a roster spot for you. I think it's a more realistic question. Do you think he even plays? Because
probably not.
I wonder what.
And you know what? Sometimes when you go to the casino, okay, and you roll the damn dice, but you didn't bet on the time when you rolled a 7 or 11. You didn't put no money down then. But you know what? The dude rolled a 7. You could have won. You do that sometimes, you don't win. This is just one thing that happened. It's not like Noah Brown was going to be the end-all, be-all, or he has caused many issues for this team where they're at right now. If he was the guy that they had done and he was a major reason why they're doing so bad, and in certain times, then I can say, oh, man, I'm frustrated. I'm not frustrated. People get hurt in football. It happens.
Like, if we get to a point with Terry where he misses 4 games, then they decide to go to IR, that's worth being frustrated about because he's one of your best players.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the phones. Ed is in Potomac. Ed, you frustrated with this Noah Brown situation?
Nope. You know why? Mitch just hit it on the head, but I'm going to give you another analogy. When you go to work and you've been working at a business for 4 years, right? But then suddenly your availability diminishes because you consistently call out, right? At some point, a job has to make a business decision, right? That's what we call a business decision, to let you go. Noah Brown is injured, and it's not his fault, right? But at the same time, now it's time for us to make a business decision on the football side and say your best ability is availability. And right now,
wow,
I don't know. Ed left. Yeah. I want to lock the phones up. I got Jupe, Dan, and Phil. We'll take these 3 calls. I don't want people sitting on hold that we're not going to be able to answer. Let's go to our guy, Jupe. Jupe, you frustrated with the Noah Brown situation?
what's going on, fellas? No, I'm not frustrated. I already knew this man get hit with a blade of grass, he's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. I mean, it's nothing new. I'm just saying from the beginning, we might as well just put him on a self and save him for the playoffs. Because the man is only good for a couple of games. Now, I mean, it is what it is, but, you know, it's nothing to be frustrated over. Like you said, the more frustrating thing is if that was to happen to Terry. Because we really need Terry out on the field right now. That's all I got for you guys.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Juke. Let's go to Trucker Dan. Trucker, you mad?
Nah, man. I called you guys earlier and said we need to put Noah Brown on the practice squad. Because, you know, have him on the practice squad, that's a good kind of asset. Whereas, though, he on the roster, because if somebody get hurt, you pull him up. That's a good piece to pull up. Trey Moore and, Trey Martin and Chris Moore, I don't know about them. I mean, I know they're pulling their weight. But my biggest frustration is that the low snap count for Luke McCaffrey. You know, I think he should be on that field way more than, you know, Trey Martin and the other guy. You posted that on your thread the other day, how low his count is. And every time they put him in the game, even on Monday I went there. Every time he's in the game, he's doing something. He looking good, you know? So that's my frustration. Like, it's how they put in these other wide receivers.
Gotcha. Thank you for the call, dude.
So put him in the game. If you start getting in the game more often right now, too soon, then he may get more attention, and he may not be making the plays like he's making right now. They're not giving him attention when he go in there right now, huh? And he scores. Let him keep going in and scoring.
I would like. I mean, a lot of this will change if Terry's back on the field. But the jumbo set with Chris Moore as your wideout, I'm not sure I love that. Philip is in Silver Spring. What's up, Phil? Last call.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
What's happening?
I'm not overly upset about Noah Brown. I had low expectations coming into the season with him. I think these younger guys coming up offer you more. They offer you a future. Noah Brown's going to be 30 pretty soon. He's got a long injury history, and I think on most teams he would have been a number 4 wide receiver. We thrust him in number 2 out of necessity. I never thought he was anything special. I even thought De'Ami Brown outplayed him last year.
There you go. You know, Noah Brown caught the Hail Mary, and I think for a lot of people that's going to matter the most forever. Thank you for the calls there, folks. We appreciate you. We do have some bets to make. Grant and Danny getting started at 2 p.m. Nobody go anywhere. You are listening to B-Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly. And here's the best part. Rude's systems are whisper quiet. No more noise interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. It's confident performance, perfectly balanced. Also, you don't forget about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Visit rude.com/federal incentives to learn more. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in a DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We've got to make some bets here. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Big news of the day is Noah Brown to the IR. Some other interesting notes, though, on the Commanders roster moves today. So Noah Brown goes to IR. They sign a DN to the active roster, Drake Jackson. I don't know exactly what that means for Dorrance Armstrong, but I think that's something to keep in mind. Also, a little bit of good news is they opened the 21-day practice window for cornerback Jonathan Jones.
Yeah.
That's a veteran player they were excited about bringing in, and we'll see, what that looks like. But you get another corner. The way this past defense has looked, it's not the worst time to be adding a corner.
Yeah.
So
True that.
I at least wanted to.
And they had a lot of high hopes for him, too. So
Right. They brought back Julian Good-Jones to the practice squad. That's a guy they've had up, down, shaked all around a few different times. All right, time to make some bets, boys.
I'll gather around. Heard it here first.
Shout out to Jeff sitting in the big chair the last couple of days. I think everything has been pretty much flawless.
Nah, he just cut you off on your read.
He sure did. I don't know how or why that happened.
He forgot.
My bad, fellas. My bad.
It's okay. I wasn't even going to bring that up. He did.
Yeah, I was going to bring it up.
Did he get in your ear to say to
No,
do the
he didn't
whole
say
read?
nothing. I just started reading. When I paused, I was like, okay, he's gone, so I better continue.
Dude, so I started talking. He just had my mic down. So I'm like talking, and I'm like, what the hell did I drop? Anyhow,
Jeffrey.
I fear my win streak is over, White Brian. I went to bed, so I don't know the final score of South Alabama last night, but I think the longest win streak in B. Mitch and Finley history during the White Brian keeping track of stats era of 8 straight wins.
Yeah,
has
when
snapped.
a title that damn long is not really a title.
Yeah, the system not only failed you last night, it went up
That
in
was not a
flames.
system pick, I'll have you know. That was not a system pick. They were favored at home. They were not an underdog at home.
Well, they lost outright.
Did Liberty cover?
They did.
They didn't cover, though.
They won.
Yeah, they won. They were favored by 11.5, weren't they?
Yeah. It was a big
Okay, yeah,
number.
they did not cover.
Yeah. See,
All right, so
Brian,
how'd we do
you gotta
last
tell
night?
Brian what the question
White
really
Brian,
means.
suspect, man.
Yeah.
Suspect.
Everybody lost except Jeff.
All right, so that's
Oh Lord, this
you can
Bama.
tell who controls
Look at
the
this
air,
Bama
the
here, boy.
air horn. Straight up Kabama.
Yeah, straight up Kabama.
All right, what do we like tonight, boys?
I'm going with Sam Houston State plus 2.5, and I'm going with Delaware money line.
Wow, Jeff with the double college football parlay.
Yeah, he gonna lose.
I'm also taking Delaware.
Yeah, give me UTEP.
The Miners have been struggling. B.
I don't care.
Look,
they're playing Sam Houston.
Yo, I understand the power of football and the power of television contracts and the power of gambling, but B. Mitch, I got to ask you: the UTEP Miners versus the Sam Houston State Bearcats.
Yeah,
these two teams are combined 1-11.
I know.
UTEP's 1-5 and Sam Houston's 0-6.
Yeah,
How many people are watching that ball game?
me and Jeff.
We do have baseball this evening.
Yeah.
The Mariners at home against the Blue Jays. That building will be rocking.
I think the Mariners might go up 3-0 on them too. What you think?
I think I'm taking the Mariners. That's my pick.
That's what I was
Official pick
taking
is
with
in.
my parlay.
Tomorrow night, combined ages of those two quarterbacks, 81 years old. Jeff, or Landfill, if he's listening, I want to make time tomorrow to have a conversation about Pro Football Focus. And something that kind of Brian and I have been saying for a while is really starting to get some national run. McAfee was talking about it. Chris Long's been talking about it. Just their grading system being treated as gospel to me has never added up. And it seems like that message is
You know what that
amplified.
is? Some bull patties. That's what that is.
Hey, man, Psychedelic mushrooms grow on bull patty, so it's not all bad.
Hey.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you to everybody that listened to the
Imagine
show
what you've
today.
been eating on the mushrooms.
Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Barstool Nate for joining us. Thank you to Ken Belson for joining us. Thank you to the folks that called in. Noah Brown to the IR. I bet Grant and Danny have an opinion on that. They start next. Thanks for listening. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
What's good and welcome in Grant and Danny on the Fan on Wednesday, October 15th, 2025. The show is coming to you live from our Navy Yard Half Street Studios downtown in D.C., back in the district via a 6 a.m. flight out of Milwaukee. That meant a 4 a.m. alarm at the hotel this morning. I pre-ordered my Uber for $4.15.
Good. First of all, amazing. Terrible. I am so scared to do that. Everybody, I've traveled multiple times with people that are just like, I'll pre-order the Uber for some ungodly time because my flight's super early. And they have such confidence that it's going to work. I'm like, imagine that person that's going to get the actual Uber driver going, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? Like you get the agreement. Yeah, I'll be there at 4:15. All right. That guy didn't hit snooze ever?
What percentage chance does Uber work for you, or one of the rideshare apps generally, like coming out of a game, getting it efficiently? Just what batting average is that?
Pretty high percent. I'd say 80%.
All right, imagine if that was 100. That's what happens with the prearranged driver, because it's not like one guy named Danny who's
in the area
finding out at 11:52 p.m. you have to pick up Grant tomorrow at 4:15. It's as of that time, they grab a driver in advance and say, here's where you're going at this time, and they say, okay. But yeah, it's never been a problem. I've always had success with it, and I got to say, everything Toby's ever told you about Milwaukee is right. Milwaukee Tobes was on to something.
Mm-hmm.
Grant Paulson, Milwaukee guy.
Milwaukee guy. That's why we wanted you to go there.
It's the affability of the people that I love so much. It's the ballpark. And then there were 3 that I still need to get to in Major League Baseball. And no, I'm not counting Sacramento. Not doing that. And no, I'm not counting Steinbrenner Field. That's a spring training facility. But I have been to the Trop, actually, and I have actually been to the A's Stadium in Oakland as well. Haven't been to the one that's not built yet in Vegas, though. Probably need to go put a hard hat on and check out the construction there.
Yeah, it's coming at some point, right?
See how far along they are. But happy to be back, fired up to be with you, Danny, and we got news to tend to today. Should let everybody know we're giving away Caps tickets in 2 hours at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz right here on Grant and Danny. Looking forward to making somebody a winner and giving away those tickets with Danny at 4 ahead of the Blitz. Someone's going to Cap One Arena on your guys. And we should let everybody know Friday we're at Caddy's in Bethesda.
Caddy's, the OG. Everybody knows it. It's right there on Cordell. Cordell? It's right there on Cordell Avenue.
I am excited to get back out there with the Marylanders. We have not done a trip to Maryland this football season.
And we get chirped a little bit for that. People are like, how come you're not coming to Maryland? Well, we are. So settle down. We are. We are going to the spot in Maryland, if I could say that. Thank you very much. Caddy's on Cordell is an institution. The house that Riggleman built.
Just ask Jim Riggleman.
Just ask him.
The day after he quit, he joins the Junkies and said he left the ballpark and headed over to Caddy's on Cordell to have a few pops. That's what he did.
What a night.
Oh, what a night.
When I got canned for not getting an extension.
Will Jim Riggleman be there Friday? Nobody knows.
No. Right? No.
What if he's just still there?
You imagine.
He hasn't left yet. But a lot of our listeners will be. So we're excited about this. Should be a great day out and about for all the folks complaining that we don't get to Maryland enough. We got some Maryland dates on the schedule, and the first of them is 2 days away for a Football Friday ahead of a huge Sunday tilt with the Cowboys. We're kicking off Cowboys weekend at Caddy's on Cordell. Dallas week feels pretty big this time around, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Coming off of that loss to Chicago.
Now that you're 1-3 in the NFC and squandered a golden chance to beat a very okay team at home, it's a little bit bigger.
We're going to talk about that conference record and the playoff odds for Washington in a minute. But let's get to the news that came out of the park today that nobody saw coming. Noah Brown, who has been injured and working his way back via groin injury, who last Monday, a week before the game, so now 9 days ago, we were told had a chance to play against Chicago and was trending in the right direction as he returned to practice and did more than Terry McLaurin last week. That Noah Brown was placed on injured reserve today. And this is not the baseball IR where you can retroactively...
You can backdate it.
Go back and say, since he hasn't played in a game since this date, we're going to start his 4-game clock. So he's only got one more game that... Starting now, he can't play in the next 4 games because he's been placed on injured reserve after weeks of rehab and not being placed on IR.
Last week, we worked Noah Brown back into practice, and unfortunately, his groin didn't respond. And given that, we'll place him on IR. And the aim is to get Noah fully right. He's such a tough competitor, and but it's the right call right now to get him into that spot, and let's get him all the way back and ready.
So that was Dan Quinn today. He was subsequently asked about Noah Brown getting back on the practice field. And did he have a setback, or was this as simple as the groin is just not healing at the rate that it needs to?
Yeah, well, I would say it wasn't a setback. It just hasn't responded, quite the way that it needs to. So I wouldn't call it a setback. Hindsight's 2020. And I think the main thing is, man, we're going to get him right. And that's the ultimate goal to get there. So we know that means 4 more weeks, and the guy's working incredibly hard at it. And so we want to make sure hit all the marks that we can with him.
Danny, I know it's hard to get every injury diagnosed correctly, and I know that sometimes things happen, but you would just rather almost hear that there was a setback than actually this is the original injury, and he's just not healing and recovering at a pace that allows them to get him back on the field. This was the quote I was mentioning from a week before the Monday night game. This was the start of a week leading up to the Bears.
Yeah, we're optimistic, JP, and we'll have more information as the week goes on to see where they're at with he and Noah and Sam Cosmi and a few other guys that are, kind of trending in the right way. We'll make sure we take all the right steps, just like we do with all the guys. If they're able to, fully express how they play and do their thing, then we're there. And if not, we'll have to keep waiting. But we won't decide yet. But with having an extra day, that never hurts, JP, going into it. But as we get, a few more days from now, I think I'll have a better sense for if it's able to be done and what it looks like and how they're responding to it.
So here's where we're at on this now. You can't count on Noah Brown playing at any point. He's injured too much. He'll play again this season. He'll help at some point. But when that happens, it's a bonus. You cannot count on and just say, all right, Noah Brown on this date and bank on this many targets and this many catches. You now have to file him into the category of he's not available to us. And on the day that he is, you just go, oh, well, that's cool.
What a nice bonus.
That's where we are with him.
He belongs on the Curtis Samuel Memorial Bike. What a frustrating thing. And again, I don't think this is nothing sinister here. I don't think this is a swing and a miss, right? The normal procedure for return to play, which Dan Quinn loves, and they love to hit their markers, and they're patient with guys, and rightfully so. That's good. But the analogy I came up with is, you've seen that movie where the heroes, all the party, has to cross a giant gorge and the bridge is rickety, right? You can make it across that bridge one time. Counting on that bridge, making return trips back and forth, probably folly. That's what Noah Brown is. I like Noah Brown personally. He went through hell last year, by the way. And I'm not being flippant about it. This is serious life stuff with him, what he went through last year. But counting on him as your second receiver, because again, I put Debo in kind of a different subcategory. Debo's their number one weapon.
Well, Noah
receiver
Brown
two.
is outside on almost every down for them because they're in 11 personnel so much.
All the time. He is your second receiver. That's stupid. Respectfully. That is a mistake. Not because he can't play, but because he can't play, because of the health. Counting on him for more than a handful of games to be himself is a fool's errand. Something else should have been done there. Whether that's, more emphasis elevating Luke McCaffrey, whether that's getting Jalen Lane up to speed and maybe saying, hey, don't go to punt return practice, go to run the route practice. I don't know. But they only kept a handful of guys at this really thin spot. One didn't play at all, ramping up to the season, had 2 on-field practices with the starters in Terry McLaurin. He's hurt. Who would have thunk it? And the oft-injured guy that's always hurt, you're not going to believe what's happened now. He's hurt. This will be half the season. No Noah Brown.
Yeah, the way they've operated at receiver is pretty staggering and just seems so misguided. To have only kept 5 on the roster at the beginning of the year, when one of them, to your point with Terry McLaurin, had almost no prep. And another is a guy that cannot be relied upon to stay healthy in Noah Brown. Now you're down to 3. And one of those guys is a rookie who'd never played before, who's still trying to kind of figure it out as a route runner. Ran a great stop-and-go route this past week.
That little stutter go was nasty.
Nice little double move to get open. I love Jalen Lane, but it's obvious they don't completely trust him yet, just based on play time and usage. The other was Luke McCaffrey, and I tip my cap. they're right on Luke so far. He has broken out. He's scored in 3 of their last 4 games. He's been excellent on kick returns. And then you've got Deebo Samuel, who has been your bell cow offensively, your focal point, the best part of your offense. But by the way, a lengthy injury history for him as well. So 2 receivers who are constantly on the injured list throughout their career, including a guy who there were questions about coming into the season, like can he stay healthy in Noah, or am I talking about Deebo? And then you've got Terry, who hadn't done much, and yet and still they only kept 5. Now, I don't choose to get upset or angry about that, and I don't think it's malpractice or anything crazy. I think it's silly. I think it was odd, but they haven't been hurt, I don't think, by the receiver position, really. There's been some drops by Chris Moore. Would you like to have McLaurin out there, Noah Brown out there? Of course. But if you think about it, the guys that would have made the team made the practice squad. It's not like somebody got plucked. So they liked Tay Martin. He's played in a couple games and caught some passes. They liked Ja'Cory Brooks. He was on the P squad. He played 6 reps this past week. All of the guys that they wanted organizationally to keep, they did. And it's not like Jalen Lane hasn't helped. He's actually been pretty good. It's not like Luke McCaffrey hasn't helped. He's actually been awesome. Deebo Samuel's been one of the better receivers in the league. So I think they've been good enough at receiver that I'm not going to actually take them to task too much on what they did. But I can acknowledge it's weird that they thought, for some reason this offseason, after a year where Noah Brown, who got hurt all the time in Houston, got hurt all the time here, let's make sure we bring him back and make him a priority for us. That's strange. That was a tough decision that has backfired.
Yeah, so I will take him to task a little bit. I understand not paying Devontae Adams $22 million a year for that job. I get that. But saying he's our number 2 and then whoopsie daisy, a bunch of unproven practice squad Peters or guys that didn't do a whole lot, you couldn't have been in the market for Josh Palmer for relatively the same amount of money.
Buffalo's looking to trade for a receiver right now. He's done nothing.
He hasn't. I mean, I'm saying, like, we're not asking this guy to be a superstar. Like, that tier, they didn't address it at all. They went, nope, we're good. For inexperienced guys, and you look at a couple games ago when they won, it was good for them that they won, but Deebo Samuel gets 12 targets, nobody else had more than 2. Tells you everything. They don't trust anybody else. So if you didn't trust anybody else at the spot where you handpicked a bunch of guys, either the guys can play or they can't. And if they can't, you do what you've done in other spots where you go into the free agent market and you try to replace some of these players, or at least provide more competition, not in the back end, any readily available that any of the 32 teams could sign him, practice squad tier, but like have played in this league, have some pelts on the wall in this league. Again, I'm not saying you go spend $40 million at every position. You can't do that, right? I'm not naive, but that DeAndre Hopkins, the Tyler Lockett tier, like that guy for very little money was available, and you went, no, we got Noah Brown and a bunch of kids that have never done it.
So am I surprised that they didn't tap into that pool in free agency? Sure. I just don't think it would have affected the season at all to this point. I don't think when I watch them, I'm going, damn if you had Tyler Lockett or Josh Palmer. I mean, there are a couple of plays with Chris Moore that have been bad, where maybe if it's somebody else, they don't drop the pass on a 3rd and 2. They picked up the 4th and 2 anyway, by the way. But Moore was their leading receiver this week. I mean, he caught a nice touchdown.
It was a great touchdown.
He came out net, I think, 3 for 46 of 54 through the air in the first quarter and a half or so. Like, he was actually pretty good in this game. Would I have liked to have had a better option than him that would have done more with the opportunities given and not dropped a possible touchdown catch against L.A.? Sure, absolutely. But even with that dropped touchdown against L.A., they're just shy of 30 points in that game while only Deebo Samuel's getting targets. So I don't think the offense, which is 6th in the NFL right now, would be that different or that better. Now, here's one area where I think they have missed the boat some, and this is where I'll agree with you. I think when you look at the way that you've built the receiver room without Terry, and this is not really a Noah Brown point, they have very little speed, very little vertical, pushing of defenses, stressing, and putting you in conflict in the deep secondary, and they don't really use Jalen Lane enough to allow him to be that guy, which I don't understand. I would use him more, but who takes the lid off? Like, who runs some of that stuff to open up underneath? Watch the Bears defense and how they defended them. One of the reasons that Daniels has to be pinpoint with his command and control, in the strike zone, so to speak, throwing with ball placement is that the windows are a little smaller because people are squatting on things. And that's why the Bears were able to stop the run. They had no fear of anything behind them really all game long.
Washington is the most blitzed offense in the NFL. Because of that very fact, there is no fear. anybody, if you complete a pass to a hot route, it's Zach Ertz catch and fall. You complete a pass to somebody else working underneath or a running back, you can rally and make the tackle. There's no, if it's blocked up, this is a touchdown. There is no threat at this point. And so McLaurin, of course, needs to come back. But yeah, I didn't love the receiver. I haven't loved the receiver room for a couple of years. They got away with it last year. And this amazing rush offense, we haven't noticed it. Well, when that rush offense isn't going great for whatever reason, because the Bears turned into the 85 Bears, and you need to sling it around a little bit, it's harder, as you mentioned, with Chris Moore, last year with Jamison Crowder and Alameda Zaccheaus and De'Ami Brown and a bunch of Jags. I wish they'd done more in that regard. And that's not Chris Moore. Oh, thank you. But Noah Brown being your number 2 was a mistake to me.
So, yes, I agree with most of your point. I think it's hard to say he's the number 2 when you have Terry McLaurin and Debo. I understand what you mean when they all line up, but they wouldn't view it that way.
They don't view it that way.
Debo runs routes.
I don't have what. Let's have a better term for what Noah Brown is. I don't know what to call it.
A guy that you're
Right.
banking on being outside and helping you every week in 11 personnel. That's a wordy way to say it. You know what I mean? But he's not their number 2 receiver, obviously. In a world where they have McLaurin and Debo Samuel, and if Adam Peters is listening, he's going, "What the hell are they talking about?"
He's a 4.5 target per week guy. That was the second most last year when he played.
Right. Yeah.
Among the receivers, but that's not even including Ertz and then Eckler and everybody else.
Yeah. So I think 2 things can be true. I agree that I would have done different things at receiver than they did, and I didn't love the way they put it together with some of the question marks. But do you agree with me, which is, I think, the second discussion here, which is they wouldn't have more wins right now if they went into that, Tyler Lockett pool, or that they had another Jag veteran instead of Noah Brown or something like that. Or even just another veteran. During training camp, you and I were saying, let's bring in a wide receiver, and they were bringing in Tay Martin and whoever the DC Defenders player was that signed here for a few minutes. Those were the types of guys they were bringing in during camp. Had they have gone and gotten someone who was out there until the very end, a Jamison Crowder-like option. I still don't get why they didn't re-sign Alameda Zaccheaus, by the way. As you said earlier, that guy, man, was here last year. Look what he's doing with the Bears.
Seems fine to me.
He would be a nice option. But maybe we can open up the phones on this before we get into our conversation on the big picture in the NFC and how Washington slots in right now in the playoff picture. Noah Brown's going to injured reserve. Big surprise today from Dan Quinn with the media. We thought he'd be back this weekend because he was on the verge, we were told, on the precipice last week of playing against Chicago, but the groin didn't respond. So now they're shutting him down for a month. He will not play in this brutal 4-game stretch that starts with Dallas. That includes at Kansas City, Seattle, and Detroit, a couple of powers in the NFC. And this is a guy that they think is really important to their offense, obviously. Did they do enough at receiver? Are you okay with how they've gone about the receiver position? Had they have gone with one of those veterans Danny's talking about, it means you don't get to see Luke McCaffrey as much as you have, who's made the most of his opportunities. It means you're not giving a chance for a guy like Jalen Laney, just drafted in the mid-rounds, to excel. He had a 37-yard catch this past week. 800-636-1067. You want to join us on Grant and Danny.
Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders making some roster moves today. They placed Noah Brown on injured reserve with a groin injury that's kept him out the last 4 weeks. He's going to be out at least another 4 weeks. The team also signed defensive end Drake Jackson officially and signed offensive guard Julian Good-Jones to the practice squad. They also opened up the 21-day practice window for cornerback Jonathan Jones. Earlier today, Dan Quinn said that Terry McLaurin will practice this week as he works his way back from the quad injury. Free agent wide receiver Treylon Burks visited with the Broncos yesterday. He's visiting with the Commanders today. In the NBA, Russell Westbrook is signing with the Sacramento Kings. Hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Lightning 3-2. Tom Wilson recording his 400th career point. Jacob Chikrin with the overtime game-winning goal. In baseball, the Nationals are hiring Red Sox scouting director Devin Pearson, hiring him as the assistant general manager to Paul Taboni. National center fielder Jacob Young named an NL center field Gold Glove finalist alongside Cubs center fielder Pete Crow Armstrong and Cardinal center fielder Victor Scott II. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
What happened with the groin? Was there a setback, or did something happen while he was practicing that re-injured it, and I guess why not put him on IR before this point?
Yeah, well, I would say it wasn't a setback. It just hasn't responded, quite the way that it needs to. So I wouldn't call it a setback. Hindsight's 20/20, and I think the main thing is, man, we're going to get him right. That's the ultimate goal, to get there. So we know that means 4 more weeks, and the guy's working incredibly hard at it, and so we want to make sure hit all the marks that we can with him.
See, remember all that stuff we were saying late last week about Noah Brown possibly coming back to take on the Bears? Very likely being able to help against Dallas based on how things were trending? Never mind.
Nope.
Injured reserve and out for the next 4 games, which is a quarter of a football season, which is added to him having not played since he got hurt during the Green Bay game. Had he have gone on IR right then and right there, he'd be eligible to come off injured reserve in a week. And maybe he could, who knows? But because the groin has not responded, because they don't want to push it, because they don't want to continue to burn a roster spot, they're now placing him on IR, and there is no retroactive installment like there is in baseball. So 4 weeks without him starting right now, and you've got arguably your toughest 4-game stretch on your slate beginning this week with a really good Dallas Cowboys offense in their building. And this is the easiest of the 4 games as a division rival who you struggle with.
That's right.
As we welcome you back, though, on Grant and Danny here on The Fan, I'll direct you to our 1067 The Fan Twitter poll, Metropolitan Moving and Storage, where we're asking you about your confidence level in the Commanders making the playoffs. We'll hit that a little bit later on in the show, but go vote. We will respond to some of those numbers later on. Danny, on the phones right now, the question, 800-636-1067. What are your thoughts on Noah Brown to injured reserve and how they've handled the receiver position, coming in with just 5 on the original 53-man roster, one of whom was oft-injured Brown, one of whom was oft-injured Samuel, who's banged up right now, and one of whom McLaurin had done pretty much nothing all summer.
Yeah, I didn't like it last year, and I really didn't like it this year, especially the McLaurin point, right? The fear that I had, that I was screaming about, like a lot of people were, is I understand you want more money. I get it. This is a miserable league, and it's unfair in a lot of ways. Get what you can get until the clock turns to this season. And he held out too long, and now he's hurt, and his chance to have a great season, I think, is slipping by, sort of drifting away like Wilson in, to Tom Hanks' character in Castaway. And that affects everybody, because that receiver room without him isn't very good. It's unproven, right? Their actions tell you they don't want Luke McCaffrey on the field a ton, getting a ton of targets. He only played 30% of snaps the other day, even with all the injuries around him. In one receiver sets, it was Chris Moore, who, again, with all due respect, is not very good. He dropped passes in training camp, preseason, and has a drop each of the last couple of weeks to go with a couple of nice plays here and there. It's not his fault he's Chris Moore. It's their fault that that's the assembled group. They don't trust Jalen Lane yet. Should they? That's a great conversation. Maybe it's time to, but if you're not going to say, let's go play the kids, then you need an answer that's ready. And that's not Ja'Cory Brooks, with all due respect. That's not Tame Martin. That's somebody bona fide, because that's where your preferences have shown through. You don't believe in your young kids yet. That's your right. That's your prerogative. if that's the case, then that can't be the option.
So for me, I don't take great issue with the receiver position. I am surprised by how they built it. I found it curious, and I thought their confidence in the group that they had to only go with 5 with some of the question marks we've talked about, that confidence was probably unfounded. But it's important to remember that they paid Deebo Samuel about $20 million a year this offseason. So when you go out
That's true.
and you pay Deebo $20 million, how many teams made a bigger commitment financially to bring in a wide receiver weapon this year than Washington? A couple?
It's literally 2. So Cooper Kupp, multiple years, and
But I mean
Devontae
over
Adams.
a 1-year deal
Very little, yeah.
On a cap number this year, that might have been the biggest splash anybody made at the position.
Yeah, it's Rams and Devontae Adams 1 and Washington 2 with Deebo. Yep.
So you've got that, and then they paid Terry McLaurin. Now, they did a great job winning that negotiation, and he's only getting a 1-year extension, but it's not like they just, you're acting as if, to some extent, they just sat on their hands and were like, well, we're fine at receiver. They paid Terry. They paid Deebo Samuel. By the way, you drafted Luke McCaffrey in the 3rd round last year. I'm not in the business of just getting excited to block him. You drafted Jalen Lane in the 4th round this year. You'd like to see that guy play. So there's 4 guys you're counting on. You brought Noah Brown back, hoping he could stay healthy, who's a really, really good fit in what you do if he's on the field. So I actually think I get where they were coming from. I would have liked to have seen one more veteran, but I'm not going to be worked into a lather because I don't think it would have changed much. They're the number 6 offense in the league. They're running the ball really, really well. Debo's been awesome. Luke's been impactful. Lane has made plays when given chances. Moore is certainly inconsistent and puts the ball on the ground too much, but he's helped. Had a big touchdown catch this past week as well. So it's not like we're scratching our heads on Mondays after these losses going, damn, this receiver room is terrible. Or it's like San Francisco where they're signing a guy Wednesday and playing him. That hasn't happened. All the guys catching balls, getting targets, have been practicing since day one with the first team at training camp. But the Noah Brown thing is maddening because they decided, yeah, we know he's hurt all the time, but let's bring him back and try it one more time. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. What do you make of the news today? Brown to IR.
Hi, guys. I appreciate you taking my call. I think that it's one of those things where you look at the receiver room, and I think a lot of the blame kind of goes on the front office there is because you're expecting everybody to be, you're requiring everybody to be healthy. You're requiring Deebo, Terry, Noah, all these guys to be healthy because if not, you say next man up, but your next man up are punt returners and kick returners who have done well and they're doing good things, but it just seems like a flimsy or at least weak way of just putting things together, and none of it is on Noah Brown. He's just you can't completely rely on him.
Appreciate you. I mean, I would ask, how much do you want to invest in the position when you've paid McLaurin $30 million a year AAV? And now you brought in Deebo at almost 20.
That is a fair question. And my response to that is, then I need the faders turn way up somewhere else. And they didn't really do that either. Like,
different conversation, but that's fine.
Right, I guess that's really my frustration is why not have a great group? Why not have something somewhere where you go, there's your decided advantage. And if you don't want to spend more than you have to at receiver, that's fine. What else could you have done at corner or safety or a defensive end spot in free agency or via trade or whatever. And I guess that's more my frustration is it's just we'll do a little bit here. We'll do a little bit here. But my view on the receiver spot, you're right about the salary cap allocations and going to get Deebo. I guess my frustration or my thought I'm sitting there going, Terry McLaurin's not going to be himself for a while, and you're counting on Noah Brown to play a bunch of games. Other than that, it's a bunch of what? And we're left with what? There's a lot more what than there should be for a team that's got NFC Championship aspirations.
Let's go to Zeke in Southeast on Grant and Danny. What's up, Zeke? How are you?
Hey, buddy. How you doing? Love your show.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I don't think we were losing much with Noah because he's always injury prone. But my question is, I don't understand why Kingsbury does not use Lane as a deep threat. Lane has actually a better 40 than Terry, but I never see him use. He should be a deep threat on almost every play. That will open up the offense and let our receivers get behind because we never even try him. And I think that's the problem because everybody's stacking the box because they know we run well, but we have to have a deep threat. So why do you think they're not using Lane as a deep threat? Forget about his college career.
Yeah, this is what I brought up about 15 minutes ago, and we talked about it yesterday. I don't really get it.
There's something we don't know. I don't know what that is, obviously.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it seems like maybe it's a trust thing or just you got to earn it. Like, for whatever reason, for about a month, Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt was getting a handful of carries. And then it just, one day, became that he's going to get 95% of the carries, right?
Now you're ready for 17.
They just graduated him. They said, all those fears and anxieties and nerves we had about you in Pass Pro, not anymore. Now you're going to get all of the touches. And so I don't know what that, mystery thing is sometimes where I've got to see it, I've got to know, it's based on practice or what he's doing in the building, but I would have him out there more because speed threatens defenses, and just being able to push vertically down the field changes how you guard everybody else defensively in the secondary. And I don't even care if he's targeted on some of the running posts or 9 routes or whatever. You're just run for love of the game stuff, and it takes a defender and maybe a safety occasionally away. And now it's a math equation everywhere else where you might get man coverage for Zach Ertz on one of those square ends or the things he likes to run where he beats people in the middle of the field for 7 or 10 yards on a 3rd and 6. I don't think it's a pass protection thing because they've been very solid in that area. And so I don't think they're taking deep shots off the board because of that, as an example. By the way, the Commanders right now, the 8th biggest commitment to the wide receiver position in the entire NFL. The Bengals are in their own stratosphere.
Sure, they reset every market.
Jamar Chase and T. Higgins both got paid. But among the rest of the teams in the league, Washington, 8th overall, 7th non-Bengals among paying the receiver position. The big problem for them is 2 of their top 3 guys got hurt. And if you take 2 of the top 3 guys off of any receiver room, it gets bad quick. Now, the argument you could make for Washington was one of those guys didn't practice all summer, so he's more likely to get hurt. And the other guy gets hurt almost all the time. Let's go to Disco and Laurel. What's up, Disco?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. A couple of points, and both of you all made some really great points. One, it's not so much and Brent, you made a point about, they won the offseason. I don't even care. That's another issue. Could they have gotten the same deal done with Terry without all of this? That's a whole different issue. But my issue with the wide receivers, one, is the preparation. They weren't prepared correctly. Where I think Adam Peters made his mistake was the minute that Noah Brown was not able to practice in camp, they should have gotten a replacement. That's the mistake. They kept thinking that he was going to come out of training camp and be able to play. They didn't act soon enough. The second thing is, when you look at guys like Lane and McCaffrey, I said this, I went to every preseason game. I said Luke McCaffrey practiced every day in camp. He played in every preseason game. He played on special teams in preseason, and he got all the snaps. Now look at, guess what? He's one of the up-and-coming stars that we have. So the mistake was not going out to get someone at the end of training camp for Noah Brown, and the way the wide receivers have been prepared was not very good. And the whole Terry situation, there were no winners. This was on Peters, and this was on Terry. And guess where we are now? Thank you.
Appreciate you doing
Thanks, Disco. I think it's a great point. When I say they won the negotiation, financially, they made out.
Right.
I mean, they basically gave him a 1-year extension. They can get out of the deal after next year. But yeah, it cost them pretty obviously. As we've seen, he's still not back on the field. We're assuming he will be against Dallas, just like we were assuming Noah Brown would be against Dallas.
Yeah, seriously.
Now, it should be noted that Dan Quinn did say today he will practice this week, which had not happened at all as of last week. But because it's a short week, I mean, you forget, we're on Wednesday, they're doing a jog through. So they have Thursday to have a full practice. That's basically it. They'll do a little bit lighter Friday work from their Thursday load, I would guess. Friday will be elevated from what a normal Friday is just to get some work in, I'd have to imagine. And then they hit the road to go to Dallas on Saturday. They got no time here. So you're talking about maybe one practice for Terry. I mean, he's just going to come back and go 8 for 117 and 2 touchdowns.
He'll be himself? Yeah.
I don't know. After weeks of missing. 800-636-1067. Your thoughts at receiver. Noah Brown to injured reserve. When he was on the verge of coming back after missing 3 games, he's going to miss 4 more. This is The Fan.
if I told you your home could sell in days, even if your last agent couldn't sell it in months? What's up? Danny Rouillet here. And that's the exact kind of success I have seen from Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home team with Keller Williams. They're experts in stepping in when other agents simply couldn't get the job done. Jeremiah and Sonia experienced this firsthand after being on the market with another realtor for 49 days with Bupkis. 0 results. Their entire move to Texas to welcome 2 new grandchildren was on the line. They were feeling desperate. After firing their agent, they turned to the Reynolds of Power Home team. And would you know it, Debbie and Sarah laid out a clear game plan, and after just 4 days on the market, Jeremiah and Sonia had an all-cash offer that was $5,000 over the asking price that would close in just 14 days. Moved to Texas, right back on. Debbie and Sarah are so confident in their ability to get your home sold that if your home doesn't sell, they will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Call now at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30 this evening. At 4 o'clock, a chance for one of our listeners to win tickets to the Capitals, who have won 3 straight games thanks to an overtime winner last night.
That was a fun one.
Jacob Chikrin walking off the Tampa Bay Lightning. Skating off, walking off. What do we prefer there?
I don't know what to do. I've said both and hope that nobody calls me on it.
Tom Wilson made a great play. That's top line, handsome Tom Wilson. So during the break, I walked into their studio and I told them, I said, guys, I got to tell you, I pride myself. Hopefully you'll acknowledge this is true. If it's not, please let me know.
Okay.
I pride myself on smelling very good. I'm a cologne guy. I'm a deodorant guy.
Grant is a good smeller. He also is. You were blessed, if I can say this, without perspiration.
Yes.
You may overheat at some point when it's too hot out because you don't have the natural cooling mechanism the rest of us have. But to me, sweat means stinky, and I stink a lot, and I sweat a lot, and I'm vulnerable to that. You are not.
I can count on one hand the number of times in my life where I feel like when I've sniffed myself, I have body odor. Right now is one of those times. And it's because I was in Milwaukee. I woke up at 4 a.m., do the teeth and the medicines and all the your too fat pills and all the stuff that I'm doing. And so by the time I get out of the hotel room, I didn't grab my deodorant off the sink and put deodorant on. It's still in Milwaukee right now. So I got to D.C., and the first thing I did, I put my bags up here. I go down to the CVS next door. I try to get a stick of deodorant. They wanted to charge me $11 for it. And I said, I'd rather Danny tell me I smell bad today than spend $11 on deodorant when I got 10 sticks at my house. So I told them, I'm not doing that.
You're just going to be Kyle Pitts today.
By the way, $11 for a stick of deodorant.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure anything's working right now. I'm sure everyone should be happy with anything. But I'm talking to these guys about this, and our boss walks into the room. So welcome onto the show, please. Chris Kynard, who runs this here radio station and all of the stations in the building.
All the stations, really.
Hey, guys. Yeah.
Most of the stations we have. Yeah.
So I want you to tell Danny the thing that you told me, what you acknowledged as a truth about you that blew my mind.
Well, I walked in and you were talking about the different deodorants and how, Darius was saying that some irritate his skin and you were saying you don't like certain types. And I said, yeah, I don't actually wear any deodorant at all. I wear no deodorant and I haven't in maybe 15 years. I don't remember the last time I did.
What?
Yep.
Guy.
What do you mean?
Let me go full Obama. Let me be clear.
What?
He has not put deodorant on under his arms, on his armpits. He said in 15 to 20 years, not one time.
Did you have some sort of reaction and then you're like, I can't do that anymore?
Yeah, I think it's bad for you. And then they say like the metals or something get in your body. And I just realized that I, like Grant, don't sweat very much.
CFK Jr. over here.
And yeah, that's a great bit. That's a great bit.
The metals getting in here.
Yeah. So
metals.
I just don't do it.
The metal Chris is getting in there.
Metals,
yeah,
we're all supposed to.
Metal Chris gets in your butt.
Aren't there some metals in there or something that get in your body?
I have no idea.
Alkalines.
You think I know about those?
I think
guys?
aluminum maybe. So I just have I ever smelled bad in your presence?
No, not once. And I'm not just saying that because you're in charge, but like I've never thought, who stinks is CK. I've never said that.
Not one time have I ever noticed that you had body odor. And obviously, if you did, you would wear deodorant. This is something where you realize somewhere along the way it wasn't necessary. So is your routine just a good scrub in the shower and you're good?
I don't leave the house without showering, and I use a lot of soap. And then I'm very stressed out, as you see in my office sometimes. But I just
you rub your forehead a lot, but you don't sweat.
Yeah.
What if let's say you used to bring a bag and go to the gym. You probably still do.
Yeah.
After that, you don't apply something. What do you smell like?
No, so I usually do that at the end of my day after I'm done ever interacting with people.
But do you have body odor then?
And I a little bit sometimes. I usually, if I have like plans after that, then I would go home and shower first or shower here. If I have like
so I've heard of people like that. So Matthew McConaughey's like that, where he like takes 7 showers a day just because he doesn't want to. He doesn't like putting stuff on.
Yeah. So I'll do 2 showers. Like if it's a really active, weekend or whatever, and I have plans that night, then I'll take like a second shower and then get dressed.
I love a shower.
Also, showers are wonderful.
Showers are the best.
Why would you?
Especially facing forward when you take the shampoo
on the back. Always facing. The water should be hitting your back.
You should face forward.
On a scale, thank you. 1 to 100 on a scale. Like where 100 is the hottest that the water can get. Where are you on the shower scale?
100.
I mean, I scold myself. Yeah. My wife will get in the shower and she'll be like, "What are you doing? You're burning off your skin."
You're like, "That's right."
It however far it goes before it's not allowed to go anymore. I don't get in at that, but you go a little more, little more. You're
like the frog that's boiling doesn't know it's boiling.
Oh, it's the best. It's so good.
So, okay.
But by the way, our boss doesn't wear deodorant.
I know.
Can I smell your armpits?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I want to know.
Was going to be my question.
I mean, this is going to be weird, but yeah, I'm down for that.
I just want to know if he's
Right.
not prepared. He didn't put deodorant.
No, he
on.
didn't do anything.
What is his natural resting default scent?
Okay, so you go across and do that, and I'll ask this. So during the
By
workout,
the way, where do you work? I'm about to smell my boss's armpit.
yeah, exactly. So while you're exercising, and you've been actually getting after it, having a grand old time exercising, doing whatever you're going to do. Yeah. Does it stink then? Do you stink then? Like at the end?
I don't go that hard. Let's be honest.
But like if you did.
If I did, maybe I would.
Like if you were
yeah.
helping one of your brothers move.
You're not doing a Danny Rouillet circuit.
Yeah, I've never thrown up in this building from working out. I can tell you that.
Then you haven't worked out. with me.
Come join us 11:30.
I'm not
like
doing that.
if you were Metropolitan moving NCK.
Yes.
Like and you were helping someone move. At the end of the day, would you smell?
Probably not that much, but
Wow.
yeah, I probably would a little bit.
All right, this is now Grant sniffing CK's armpit. YouTube page. Make sure it's on camera. All right, this is the left arm is going up.
This is weird.
Raise your left hand like you're a
All right.
fan. Yeah, there you go. And Grant is in. What do you have? What do you have?
It's a natural, I would say a manly scent.
Is there an Elon in there?
When I get like a deep smell, I could smell a little something.
Because you did take a deep smell. Just
I
now.
mean, it was that was way too deep.
You got in there.
I did. I would say like I'm not gonna say there's zero scent of like anybody.
But it's not overpowering. It's not
But,
strong.
I mean, you would have to, short of people getting their nose into your armpit and smelling as hard as they could, like I just did, I don't think they would notice it. That's incredible.
That's incredible.
I wouldn't let anyone do that to me
Now,
right
so
now
what-
because it's a tough guy.
Yeah, how do you
Ryan,
smell?
get in here and smell his armpit, please?
No, it's just
Come on.
not happening.
Come on, Grant.
No, this is
Come
the worst I've ever.
Yeah, Ryan,
smelled.
come on in.
It's
if
bad.
you would.
And this is the worst I've
Well,
ever
we know it's
smelled.
bad, but like we got to know. Let's come.
Ryan,
will you,
I'm just telling you,
So
it's
Ryan,
brutal right now.
Smell CK's armpit first.
Smelly kid in class.
and then compare to Grant's. So tell me what you have. Give me the aroma.
I smell nothing.
Nothing.
Like it was.
You gotta get really
You
good.
smell like
smell.
Is it laundry detergent, fabric softener, that kind of stuff that you probably smell, or do you smell any scent?
I smell no
No
scent.
musk.
No musk. No nothing.
Can I tell you something? I've worn this shirt probably 3 times without washing it, by the way.
That's incredible. Stop. What are you doing?
What are these
this
reveals?
Is insane. Now I'm pre-humiliated right now. You know how I don't like to sleep around people and all that stuff?
Yeah.
It's always been my greatest fear that I don't smell good. That's why I wear deodorant and cologne and all these things. So I'm just going to preface this by saying travel day didn't apply deodorant.
We all know. That's why we're doing it.
I mean, this is the worst.
Is this the
I've
worst
ever
you've? This is what I was asking. Is this the worst you've
I
smelled?
hope so. I mean, it's bad right now.
On a
I don't
gri-
think Clary should do this because it's gross.
So I would argue, real quick, there's no way that you at your worst smell as bad as I do at my worst. Right? There's no way. Just because
Probably
the
true.
amount of sweat and grossness. On your scale, how bad is this?
Oh, this is a 10 out of 10.
This is a 10.
This is as bad as it gets.
All right, Ryan, get in there.
My wife's never smelled me like this. When I get home, I will go right in the shower.
Right arm up. Ryan, Clary, go.
Oh, God.
Just go. Just go. Just go. Don't stop. Don't hesitate.
Oh, God.
It's tough, man.
Describe it. Describe it.
That's
Describe it. Describe it.
First off, I just want to say I'm sorry, Grant. That was awful.
That's tough, man. I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you. How did this all start? What did I tell you? Stay away from me.
Yeah.
I've got some body
You
odor.
prefaced. He prefaced.
I did.
That was awful. I'm sorry. That was so
Ryan has tears in his eyes, by the way.
Well, what did I tell you guys? I just told you. This is going to be bad. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Melwood. Commanders roster moves today. They placed wide receiver Noah Brown on injured reserve with a groin injury. He's missed the last 4 weeks and now will miss another 4 weeks. The team signed defensive end Drake Jackson as well as offensive guard Julian Good-Jones to the practice squad, and they open up the 21-day practice window for cornerback Jonathan Jones. Also, Terry McLaurin is going to practice this week, according to head coach Dan Quinn, and free agent wide receiver Treylon Burks is visiting with the Commanders today after he visited with the Broncos yesterday. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Lightning 3-2 in overtime on a Jacob Chikrin overtime game winner. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio program is brought to you exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate, administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're taking you up to 6:30. We've got Caps tickets for you at 4 o'clock today on the Fan. At some point here in the next few minutes, Danny, I do want to get into this hour a way too early ESPN mock draft where they did a top 32 picks and assigned them to teams, because I thought what position they had Washington going was pretty fascinating. But in the wake of our wide receiver conversation, let's pull back the scope here to 10,000 feet. I want to talk NFC and where the Commanders fit in the big picture right now and get to our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. The question is, what's your level of confidence that the Commanders make the playoffs right now? They've played 6 games. They go every other. Win-loss, win-loss, win-loss. And so they're due to win and get to, hopefully, 4-3 through 7. And then they've got the toughest 3-game stretch maybe of their entire year, certainly outside of the division. On the other side of the Cowboys, at Kansas City Monday Night Football, and then at home, Sunday Night Football, Seattle, and against the Detroit Lions. Do you right now, this moment, think Washington makes the playoffs? Yes or no? 800-636-1067. That is the question.
So smart people who do these sorts of things, they don't just look at Washington, they're looking at Tampa and Seattle and Atlanta and the 49ers and the Rams and every team, and they're running all these simulations. That loss, in terms of playoff probability, according to computers, now, of course, the game isn't played on computers. That doesn't mean their schedule should be canceled, etc. They had about a 60%, according to some models, mid-50s%, according to other models. Had they beaten the Bears, they'd have that really good percentage of making the postseason. That loss dropped them to 1-3 in the NFC. That loss dropped them to 35.9%, I think, according to the CBS predictor. 35%. Again, that doesn't mean you canceled the season. That doesn't mean everyone should be fired. It doesn't mean that you're looking at next year. Play the game, see what happens. You never know. But the point is, that was a costly loss. And I think people are just irritated because they lost in primetime and it was a big hype-up game and it didn't work real well. I don't think people fully realize how damaging potentially that loss was to drop almost 30% in terms of your playoff probability based on another conference loss. They've lost 3 conference games to this point with a bunch of them to come against division rivals, etc. It's going to be a crowded NFC field. And when you start to look at everybody else's road and their map, a lot of teams have a lot better chance now than Washington does.
They're divisional tiebreaker friendly right now. They are about as bad as you can be in terms of wild card tiebreaker friendly. And it's too early to really care a lot about that, but the numbers don't get to change. In other words, you're now just digging yourself out of a gigantic hole. You have almost no margin for error in these games, like the Seattle game, honestly. That's now massive because that's a team you're vying with for a wild card spot. The Minnesota game, when you play them, will be there in Minneapolis, thanks to Condori and Murad. On December 7th, that becomes a huge game. Clearly, the division games are always going to be the most important. And they're 1-0 in the division because they beat the Giants and they've yet to play the Eagles or the Cowboys. That changes this week. But they still have 5 division games left. So if you go 6-0 somehow in the division, which is not realistic, but let's just say hypothetically.
It changes a lot.
Then all of a sudden the math changes. Your record's going to be really good, and you're probably winning the division. So who cares what you do in the NFC outside of the division, basically? But at 3-3 with losses to Chicago, better than you in the NFC standings right now. Atlanta, better than you in the NFC standings right now. And Green Bay, better than you in the NFC standings right now. You've just made it really, really hard for yourself. Look at the NFC playoff picture at the moment. And again, too early to really dive too deep, but the numbers won't change. Only 4 teams. The Cowboys, who could change that head-to-head this weekend. The Cardinals, the Giants, and the Saints are lower in the NFC standings than Washington. 12th out of 16. Now, at 6 games in, that's fine. You're also tied with the Panthers, who are 3-3. But again, they have a better conference record by 2 games. So they have the tiebreaker, just to give you the example of where that can bite you in the butt. That's why you're 12, not 11. And then you're behind Chicago and Atlanta as non-playoff teams that you've already lost to. You do get to play Minnesota, which helps. But they could not have gotten off to a worse start in terms of if you're going to be a 10-win team trying to get a wild card, you pick the wrong ones to win. The Raiders, the AFC West.
Chargers.
You pick the wrong ones to lose as far as going 3-3 at this point.
I think that's the summary. Again, I look at the entire NFC West, save Arizona's 4-2. Atlanta is now maybe not as fluky as we thought. Their aberration is the loss to Carolina, not the other way around. They've been competitive and even pretty good in 4 of their 5 games. Really close loss to Tampa in week 1, where they cut their kicker afterwards. You look at the NFC North, we feel like there's a pretty good track record there with Green Bay, with Detroit, and Minnesota's a team I have a tough feel for, but still, they're 3-2. They're in a good spot. You do the math. It's going to be really. Last year, Seattle was 10-7. They were 10-7 and didn't make the postseason. There's going to be somebody like that this year, whether it's 9-8, 10-7, and Washington is the worst of those in terms of their position right now because they're 1-3 in the NFC. If they were in the AFC, it'd be a different story. I think it's less crowded. The top, it's the division winners, and there's going to be an 8-9 team probably that makes it. Or just, again, doing some of the look-ahead math right now. Only 1 team from the AFC North because that division looks horrendous. The AFC South has 2 teams that are worth a darn, but maybe Houston comes on. But you see the point. The NFC is more crowded, right? And there's a tougher road for those that would try to make the wild card simply by virtue of some of these tiebreakers. And you've dug yourself a hole in that regard.
Here's the best thing Washington has going for itself. Is that I do think the NFC East is much weaker than we anticipated. Starting with Philadelphia, who has been outscored on the season. I mean, Washington is the only team in the division with a positive score differential right now. It's not a good score differential,
but it's positive.
By any means, but it's in the positive. They are plus 32, which is fine. It's actually solid.
Yeah, it's better than the Rams, who are in first place. It's better than the Bucks, who are in first place at 5-1.
Philly is -1. Dallas is -6. The Giants are -23. So Washington's in an okay spot in terms of some of the peripherals you would look at to see how good a team is after a 6-game sample. Philly's 4-2. They probably should be 3-3. A blocked kick saved their bacon, and then even at that 3-3, that would have been in a one of those wins in a game where they get outscored by 12 in the second half.
Yep.
But my point is, to only be a game back in the division, the Eagles looking susceptible, not really have anything to hang their hat on, frustrated receivers who are uninvolved, running game not as good as it was last year, Hurts not playing at a high level. Defensively, I think they're pretty good, but they're coming off of a complete clunker where they just got eviscerated on that side of the ball last time out by the Giants of all teams. It does not look to me like Philly's going to go 12-5. Their ceiling would be 11-6. Which would mean they go 7-4 the rest of the way. I could definitely see that.
I could see that.
But it is possible that it takes 10 to win the division. And if it does, then Washington's got a very, very good chance to do that if they can put some hay in the barn. If we're saying Dallas is super flawed, Philly's super flawed, we've already seen them beat the Giants who aren't very good even though they're getting better. Maybe you go 4-1 in those games. And now I got you to 7 wins. You basically only need to win 3 games the rest of your schedule.
Yeah, and the other point of discussion, though, is I would also argue is that Washington's flawed, too, among these other groups that are.
I'm just saying a hypothetical where they handle their business in a bad division.
Yes.
But here's the question, then. How many wins will it take to win the NFC East?
11 is my guess. Now, again, that's based on the idea that Philadelphia will do what they have not done yet. that's based on the last few years with basically this same group at the core, different coaching staff. I'm aware. I mean, the head guy's the same, but different OC, different DC in some cases. But it's the idea that they'll get right or they'll do the thing where they unsustainably win, where you're like, they're not better. How are they doing this? Like where they block a kick or, find a way despite not completing a pass in the second half of a game as they won a game earlier this year. But they're in a better spot at 4-2 than Washington is at 3-3. Duh, right? But to me, I don't love the idea of saying, well, let's hope the division's bad to win it, right? Because of the hole that they dug themselves, because of how crowded the NFC is. I mean, you never know. I mean, you'd like to give yourself as many opportunities as possible, and they've squandered one here this past Monday, losing to the Bears the way they did.
Teams with the most at stake in Week 7. Now, I don't know which site's analytics this are. Chris in Hyattsville just tweeted me this. But the only team that will have a bigger swing in terms of playoff chances, as far as analytics go this weekend, are the Atlanta Falcons, who currently, if they lose, would have a 41% chance to get in, and if they win, would be up to 71%. They'd be at 4-2 because they've had their bye week.
Yep.
And they'll have been rolling, too. Over their last couple, it'll be 3 in a row for them. Washington, with a win, would get to 56% likely to make the playoffs in this particular metric.
Okay.
If they lose, it's 27%.
Yeah, there's your swing.
But by the way, if they lose this game, how I answer this question would change. I'm not going to sit here and do the talk radio thing of saying it's a must win. It's October 15th. I won't allow myself to. I'm sorry. That's shouty show stuff. But if you ask me right now, do I think there's a really good chance they make the playoffs? I will say absolutely. If you ask me if they lose to Dallas and they are 3-4 and they are now a 4-loss team in the NFC already while being 1-1 in the division, still having to play the Eagles twice, that's not a playoff team. I will have a really hard time finding the path to them getting to 10-7 when they've got, in the 3 after that, Chiefs on the road, Seahawks at your place in prime time, and the Lions at your place. You're probably going 1-2. Maybe you surprise me and you go 2-1. I think I'd be stunned if they somehow got 3-0. But if you're 1-2, you're staring down the barrel at that point of 4-6 through 10 games and needing one of those crazy 05, 07, 12 runs to get into the playoffs.
And you could, but again, counting on that is terrifying. Stuff happens. Stuff goes wrong. The other angle of that too, losing to the Cowboys, is going, okay, are they a playoff team? Because look at the math, look at this. It's like, well, if you drop another game, right? What are we really talking about? If you can't beat this flawed Cowboys team, albeit at home, and they can score points and they're capable. They're not the Jets. They're not horrendous, but they're also not any good. Right? Neither are the Bears. If you drop 2 games to teams that are just okay, what are we really doing here?
They're great on offense. They're bad on defense, and they're a solid team. They played the loss to Carolina. You get exposed. You can't stop the run. But they played with Philly.
Yeah.
I mean, they've
been in the games. I mean, they're fine.
Yes.
But they're not this. If you want to go anywhere, come on, man.
Oh, I agree.
Right? Yeah.
I totally agree. I mean, especially with your whole identity, the entire point of what they've put together is that they can move the ball and score points on people. Isn't that what they are? Isn't that what we wear on our sleeves and on our shirts? I mean, literally, with the no punt offense shirts that we have at the 106.7 The Fan merch store from last season. You've got a quarterback you took second overall who's a star. You can't lose this game. You can't go to Dallas. Now, I'm not saying wins or losses are solely on him, but if you don't go there and score 30 on this defense, if you don't go there and light them up and run effectively, both in the run game and traditionally and with the quarterback, and make big plays down the field, I don't care if it's Luke McCaffrey or Jalen Lane. I think Terry will be back. But let's say he isn't. Doesn't really matter. The Cowboys haven't stopped anybody. So, yeah, you're not going to stop them. I don't think it's going to be easy. I don't think you're going to beat them 40-13. But you absolutely should score over 30 points in this game. And you must score 27 or more. Anything less than that against this defense, you just didn't do your job. I get it's a short week. I get it's on the road. That's why I'm nervous, by the way. I'm going to pick a Washington win, but I am nervous. I feel worse about this game than I have about maybe all the games but the Packers game so far this season, possibly.
Just because of how proficient Dallas is on offense, or just because of what you saw?
Because it's a short week, and you go from Monday Night Football they're kind of piecemealing it together with veterans. I don't think that's going to stop next year. I think this is kind of the plan. This is what it is. It's Jaden Daniels holding the whole thing up, and then they kind of look for bargain buy veterans who are fits in their building and in their scheme, and they hope that they can build like an 8-ish win roster, and with really good coaching and a
Jaden
superstar
Daniels,
quarterback worth 3 wins or something, then they get to double-digit wins and make the playoffs every year. I think that's kind of the paradigm right now.
Yeah, I think I know why they chose that road too, because of how barren the cupboard was from Rivera and all the Martys. So
how long do they get that too? And I'm not being accusatory of them. I think it's a reality. I do wonder. We're year 2 now. They've had 2 off seasons. You could sign whoever the hell you want, anytime you want. You had a lot of money and 2 drafts, which is as many as 14 to 16 players if you want to not trade draft picks. I would say by this time next year, the whole Ron Rivera excuse of like the barren cupboard probably starts to go away from me.
It does, and that's why I'm frustrated about the defense this year, because you were saddled last year. You were stuck. 2 guys that are first-round picks that should still be on their rookie deals in Jamin Davis and Emmanuel Forbes are off the roster. You're not going to be good on defense when you're replacing those guys fly-by-night before their rookie deals end. You're going, your services are no longer required. Same with Jahan Dotson, by the way, at the receiving corps. I understand that. You're cobbling something together. This offseason, you got to remake it more in your image. You showed us that you're willing to do it. Go get Javon Kinlaw. Don't want to pay Jeremy Chin. Fine. We got Will Harris. We could have moved on from Marshawn Lattimore. Nope. We love him. Keep him. This is who they wanted to be, this group, right? Last year it's going, let's throw something at the wall. Let's try Cleveland Farrell and Dante Fowler and whoever the hell's available. They went and got their guys now a little bit more. Not all the way, but a lot more. And it's the same defense from year over year, pretty much. The same results, the same kind of problems, same issues are plaguing them. Next year, when you're now 3 drafts in, 3 off seasons in, away from Ron and all the terrible Martys and how terrible they were. We cannot overstate how terrible they were. That's no longer the excuse to me. But at this point, you see what should be. You should have a star linebacker and a star cornerback. You don't. You don't have either of those guys because they were terrible.
Question for you guys. We'll open up the listener lines at 800-636-1067 right now. You can tweet us at Grant H. Paulson on all social, at Funny Danny 4DR. We want to know, what's your level of confidence this team makes the playoffs? And is this weekend going to change how you feel about that? I am a yes, they get into the playoffs vote right now. I think they beat Dallas. They'll have a 56% chance via PFF if they do that. I agree with that. If they were to lose to Dallas, it gets hard for me to find the math with the way that the schedule toughens up. Want to get your thoughts on that on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. And the NFL roster moves for the Commanders today. They placed Noah Brown on injured reserve with a groin injury that's kept him out the last 4 weeks, meaning he's out a minimum of another 4 weeks. The team signed defensive end Drake Jackson. Noah Brown making room for him on the 53-man roster. The team also signed offensive guard Julian Good-Jones to the practice squad, and they opened up the 21-day practice window for cornerback Jonathan Jones. Terry McLaurin is expected to practice this week, or will practice this week, according to head coach Dan Quinn, as he addressed the media earlier today. And free agent wide receiver Treylon Burks, the former first-round pick out of Arkansas, is visiting with the Commanders today after he visited with the Broncos yesterday. In hockey last night, overtime winner for the Capitals, Jacob Chychrun delivering the winner 3-2. They beat the Lightning. Tom Wilson recorded his 400th career point. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
The NFC East seems down, and that's a good thing. But in the NFC, there are a bunch of wild card hopefuls ahead of Washington in the conference standings. And some of those teams have already beaten the Commanders with a head-to-head game in hand. The Chicago Bears added to that list on Monday night with the Atlanta Falcons and the Green Bay Packers. What's your level of confidence in Washington as a playoff team, and how important to that discussion is beating Dallas on Sunday in the 4 o'clock window, the nationally televised Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady game? Let's go to Shane in Virginia on Grant and Danny. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Commander? What's going on, Lieutenant Grant? How y'all doing today?
Good, buddy.
Chilling, bro.
Hey, there's no chance in hell, right? Have you seen this defense right now, this receiving core? If you think we're making the playoffs right now, it's not Christmas yet. No, absolutely not. And you can think, look, we praised the so far Adam and what he's done, but let's give him some negative now, right? He's not addressing nothing in the defense besides sign old people. That is no team speed whatsoever on defense. Zero team speed. Hell, Vanderbilt's faster than them on defense right now. And look what you've done at the receiver crew right now. When Terry sold him out, you brought in a guy that you knew that could not stay as building a glass house. Like, this is ridiculous. He did nothing to address. All he did was offensive line, and that offensive line picks are looking pretty shady right now. So, the Lattimore trade, too. I mean, let's call it what it is right now. He's eating a pie face right now, in my opinion.
Thanks,
Appreciate
buddy.
you, dude.
I disagree with you on the O-line because I think Tunsil's been a nice addition. Connerly it's been all quiet on that front, which is a good sign over the last few weeks for the most part.
There was some pressure this week or Monday, but yeah.
Yeah, but I think by and large he's playing like a normal right tackle. As a first-round pick who's going to have some ups and downs, that was a perfectly reasonable pick. And the ascension, I think you feel okay about where he'll eventually be. But if you want to talk about the defensive side of the ball, I think there's plenty of questions that need answered.
Yeah, I tend to agree on the balance sheet for this offseason. A lot of the things where, I mean, I said this last year, when you spend $2 million on Cleveland Farrell and it doesn't work, that's not a problem. So what? Who cares? When you spend $15 million on Javon Kinlaw and it works, that's a big deal. So that has been really good. Lattimore, no. This receiver spot has not been particularly good. Well, how much that's cost him, I think is a great conversation. We had that in the first hour. But a lot of their decisions, a lot of their calls haven't really borne fruit as you're looking at opportunity for some of the young guys, the Sinnets, the McCaffreys, even though he's got touchdowns in 3 of his last 4 games, still talking about 30% snaps, doesn't really play in a lot of the formations, a lot of the sets. They haven't done much with Jalen Lane yet, some great punt returns and a couple cool moments. But at some point, some of these reinforcements and some of their choices have to bear fruit, and they haven't really for this 3-3 start.
Yeah, so I'm seeing receiver a little bit differently than you guys. The number 6 offense in the league has not lacked at the receiver position. There have been some drops by Chris Moore, who's forced into duty via injuries for sure. I'd like to have McLaurin and Noah Brown, as we talked about last hour, but I think you've gotten plenty out of Luke. You mentioned the touchdowns in 3 of 4, the 50-yard catch in the other game where he didn't score a touchdown. Lane catching the 30-plus yarder on his only chance to get involved this past week. If they were the number 21 offense, or if they couldn't move the ball, or if the passing game was problematic, or they lost games because they just couldn't score points, I'd feel differently about how to evaluate the receiver room. I think the receiver room's been fine. The offense has been a strength, and it's a non-issue for me. So I'm not going to ding them there. But I agree with 2 points that he made. One, anything he said about the defense, pretty much. And then 2, the team speed point is a really, really good one. And this is something we should actually talk about maybe tomorrow in a lot more detail. They don't have enough team speed.
They're not fast.
And they have definitely gone in the direction of size, strength, physicality.
Like Scott McLuhan says hi. Like he's into it.
You're going to feel us. You're going to know what it's like when you play the Commanders. Like, that's the bit they're doing. Think about it. Like Debo in man coverage. That's not a blow past you, twitchy speed guy. He is the Commanders offense.
Yeah.
And I mean that like symbolically of the violence and
versatile, bruising,
aggression.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what, and he is the symbolic like piece to the larger offense. Also, that's what they want to be. There's not speed there, especially without Terry right now. Because for whatever reason, it's not like there's a lot of Jalen Lane, who's the one guy I would consider a burner who could be your Aldrick Robinson and take the lid off. That's a deep cut there. So just throwing out Aldrick Robinson.
Just casually, because he's great in shorts and a t-shirt in the summertime.
2025. Dude, you sleep. 2012, he had huge plays. Remember that? And the number 1 offense in the league? He probably caught like 4 or 5 50-yard passes that year.
It was like once every 4 or 5 games he would do that.
He would catch a home run. Daryl and Ashburn, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing? You got a great show. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man.
So, the Washington Commanders aren't making the playoffs this year. For one, they got the worst ownership, worst coaches. You let all them guys go last year that we was right a game away from the Super Bowl. Our wide receivers, you let them go. You let Flowers go to Dallas, who had 14 sacks. And Brown, who's hurt all the time, how many touchdown passes has he caught? 1. And that was a Hail Mary last year.
That's a pretty big one. But you're right.
Yeah, the one was good. Yeah, you're right.
Your point is not wrong. But yeah, it's like he only caught 1 touchdown. The one that changed the world, that everyone still talks about. Like people are wearing that image on merch that's being sold at the team store currently at the stadium. But I certainly get the point. Noah Brown serves a nice purpose. He is a really good player in what exactly the role that they were looking for, they brought him in for. It's that possession, size, box you out, number 2. I would call it like a Z receiver, but it's a lot of that like digs, crossers, underneath stuff, middle of the field in breakers. And him and Daniel seemed to have a good rapport last year on that. If you remember, his first game was against the Giants. And his first catch, I think it was on their final game-winning drive to kick that drive off where he ran like a 17-yard dig, and they started moving and they went and got a game-winning field goal. That's when I think of him in this offense, that's what I think of.
Well, early in the season, he was pretty frequently targeted, right? If you remember.
The Packers game was crazy.
Well, yeah, and even last year was also.
Oh, you're talking about last year.
Yeah, and I mean, he was inactive twice in 5 games because, again, he gets hurt all the time and is always missing stuff and is always dealing with injuries.
Well, how many targets did he have in the Green Bay game this year? It was like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
I was shocked by how much they used him. He got hurt in that game, didn't even play the fourth quarter.
There were, in this one, looks like 4 targets, but it felt like more than that.
Like 2 quarters.
Yeah, because it was early, right? But, yeah, I mean, it's frustrating to say they're missing Noah Brown because, I mean, you're right. The offense has been fine. It's always hard to say how good they would be or what else would have been open or what else would have been available, how many more first downs or touchdowns or otherwise. It hasn't been like a glaring weakness just yet, but, you know, we all know you're better with better players. But it's the idea that what's so frustrating is everybody knew he was going to get hurt a bunch. And you don't want to be flippant about that. It's someone's career. But, like, Noah Brown always gets hurt. I got years of sample that says you cannot count on Noah Brown for extended periods of time. And you're just sort of left without him again. I don't really have a better point than that. I just wish there was another option. And maybe, again, it's the graduation of a McCaffrey or a Jalen Lane to a more significant role. But why hadn't they done it for the previous several weeks?
Elijah's in D.C. Elijah, how sure are you the Commanders make the playoffs after their 3-3 start?
I'm kind of sure. I'm kind of sure that they're gonna, I think they have an opportunity to still make the playoffs. I still think that number can still go down if they don't start performing. I don't want to hang my hat on the inconsistency of other teams. It feels like around the league, 1 week you're great, and the next week it seems like your powers could be zapped by the Monstars. And if we can just get some consistency, and you just say, just kind of adding some hay, at some point, if we don't begin to see that, we just can't have this checkered win-loss. I think if we take 2 losses, that completely changes things. It almost feels like, okay, if you lost one, you just got to win the next one. Okay, you lost one. Okay, you just got to win. And I'm just waiting for them to present me some consistency. So my confidence isn't as high as it was. I feel like they was building for Philly in a sense.
they tried to look at some things that they were doing wrong and to try to make that change. But it seems like the league is still changing every year. They're the top dog in their own way, but it almost seems like they prepared themselves for something that they're not necessarily getting.
Thanks, Elijah. Sick reference, bro.
The Monstars.
The Monstars. Huh? Dude, your references are out of control. Everyone knows that. Little Jonah Hill for you. Yeah, I get your point on, and that's what happens on the back end of the playoff picture, NFC, AFC. There's going to be the team that looks great one week. And that's how you get to 9-8 or 9-7 with a week to go, because you are a little Jekyll and Hyde. So I think he's onto something with that. But I will say the arrow's trending up bigly on Atlanta.
Yes.
Penix looks a lot better. Bijan looks like an MVP candidate. Their defense, which was brutal last year, is playing really, really well right now. Just shut down the Bills. The arrow's trending up on the Chicago Bears, who've won 3 straight games. Just beat you here. The arrow's trending up on Carolina, who just beat the Cowboys, and I think they've won at least 2 in a row. No, is the arrow trending down on? Who's the arrow down on? I guess
Philly.
I'm thinking more wild card.
Oh, right.
Maybe Minnesota coming off of a bye. I think they did get a win in their last game, but quarterback situation's murky. Arrow's trending down on Dallas. Arrow's trending down, I guess, on Washington or maybe neutral, but I don't like the way things are trending for Seattle, Detroit. The Rams, it's all about Stafford's health. They could still win the division. But I don't know how many of those teams are just going to fall off based on what I've seen. Al's in Hyattsville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Al?
Hey, what's up, boys? How y'all doing?
Good, buddy.
Good. My level of confidence is 50-50 at this point. I think it really just plays into what happens in the division. How are we going to handle the division? We already got one against the Giants. That's great. We haven't played anybody else. Cowboys is coming up. So how we do in the division and hopefully a couple of games outside will determine whether we're going to be in the playoffs as a wild card or something else at this point. So I'm 50-50 with it. And here's the thing that really gets me is that people don't. I mean, how did we get Jaden? We sucked. So that was the only way for us to get Jaden. We sucked and we were able to get up high. So for me, it's draft picks too. We need better draft picks, to come in. We need a 6'5" receiver to come in, to help be a part of the squad. We need defensive studs to come in and be able to pick higher. So if we suck this year or don't make the playoffs, I look at it as a positive. So at least it gives us a chance to get some of these better players out of the college ranks. So that's just how I'm seeing it.
Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, to me, the worst thing you can do is be mediocre in sports, unless it's on the way, unless it's a pit stop. If you're the Wizards this year winning 35 games like they did for like a decade straight, that's the worst thing you could do. You want to pick first. Now, when you're ready to win, you should hopefully be really, really good. But the worst thing you can do is be in Seattle's spot last year, 10-7, and miss the playoffs by a tiebreaker. That doesn't help you in nearly any way.
At least in their case, it's year one of a coach. You're overachieved. It's not like you're stuck in neutral. I don't know that the one-off 10-win season with a first-time coach who just changed your culture around is bad. I think it's spinning your tires. It's the Phillies who just refused to rebuild for like 9 years in a row, but had no chance before they get a new owner in there to start spending all that money and go get all the players that they did over the last few years. Just that like sports purgatory of mediocrity, terrible. But yeah, if you're Washington this season, you either want to win 10-plus games and get into the postseason or probably go 6-11 or something, just so that you can add more pieces, so that your picks, and a few of them they don't have, let's not forget.
That's right.
They only pick a couple times in the first 5 rounds. But the picks that you do have, including in round 1, are higher up the board. I know that's one of those things that a lot of fans just can't think about and can't digest.
And if you can't, then you don't get to root for Jaden Daniels as far as that's how I would do it. But that's fine.
It's just the reality of how it works.
Right.
Like the getting mad about picking earlier, but then loving all the guys you pick at the top of the board because they're your best players, because that's how the draft works.
There's such an easy connection. It's right there. Touch it.
Our double play is next. I'm being told that one of the mild-mannered folks behind the scenes here on the show
There might have been an incident, Grant.
got into it with somebody last night. We're going to get some details on that as part of our double play. Plus, odds for the next head coach in Tennessee, and where does Cliff Kingsbury rank among likely candidates for that Titans job? I got those for you as soon as we come back on The Fan. Hey, it's GP. FanDuel is the official sports book of 1067 The Fan, and that's why I'm talking to you about FanDuel, because they're getting you ready for kickoff with an offer that you don't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride live lines. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code GP at FanDuel.com to download the FanDuel app. Must be 21, present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. G&D, get you to a double play in a moment. 15 minutes from right now, we're giving away Caps tickets to somebody who's listening to the Fan. Could be you. Got to be listening at 4 ahead of the Blitz. Remember, we're at Caddy's in Bethesda on Friday for our field trip series, a Friday field trip on a football day on the Fan. Going to be a lot of fun. Get on out to Caddy's if you're in Maryland over in Bethesda. From Bethesda! We will enjoy some food and drinks and be merry and talk football with you on Friday at Caddy's. The odds for the Titans' next head coach via BetOnline. Matt Nagy. His name's back in the cycle. You go back to Kansas City, you work under Andy Reid for a few years, and your name's back out there.
I mean, they've shaken every leaf off the Sean McVay tree, right? There's nobody left. So I guess you got to start going to some of the old faithfuls.
You just have to wait a little while. The leaves will repopulate
I guess
themselves.
that's right, yeah.
Joe Brady, who is the Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator with Josh Allen, stands to reason he may win an MVP award a couple of years in a row. So he's got 4-1 odds behind Nagy. Arthur Smith, a retread offensive mind, but he's done a pretty good job in Pittsburgh with Aaron Rodgers. They've got just one loss. They got a big game coming up on Thursday Night Football against the Bengals to try to get to 5-1. So you got Nagy, who would be getting a second chance. Smith, who would be getting a second chance. How about this name for the Titans? Mike McCarthy, the Super Bowl champion winning Packers head coach, who did nothing but win 12 games in Dallas over and over again. Didn't punch through the wall, though, so they got rid of him for Brian Schottenheimer. He's at 6-1. And then number 5 on this list, most likely head coaching hiring for the Titans, replacing Brian Callahan, who was fired yesterday, Cliff Kingsbury.
Oh, Cliffy.
7-1. Would that job be appealing enough for Cliff to leave Washington? Cam Ward was the number 1 overall pick this past year. Uber talented dual threat quarterback. I would think some of what Cliff does he could take with him, but Cam Ward is much more of a pocket passer, doesn't really run as much as an athletic guy. Like he's very much wants to stay in the pocket.
He's out of the Caleb Williams mold to me, right?
Yeah.
A little bit less dynamic runner, but he can. He's athletic. But to me, that's one of those I look at their last handful of years. GM coach face off, one loses, one gets fired. GM coach face off, then the GM gets fired, then the coach gets fired, GM gets fired, now coach gets fired. That is not a place that I would go right now this minute.
They're on your I'm not working there list.
I would need that house to be in order. Now, listen, there's only so many jobs, but if you are content waiting, a la which he did last year, certainly came back, and Ben Johnson waited, and other guys have said, you know what, I'm not just going to jump at the first opportunity. There's got to be some chance for success. They need a culture setting, just a minimum level of acceptability. I actually think Mike McCarthy would be a good fit for that. Just saying, I know I'm not going to win here. Right, this is not going to be a 14-3 type team. We just need some basic level professionalism. Just run the way that a pro team is supposed to be run.
And let's face it, a guy like Mike McCarthy, who's going to be getting a third job at that point, you can't be overly choosy. It's not like you're going to get every job that comes open. So if you can get a gig at this point, I would take it. Whereas if you're Cliff, you can absolutely be selective and maybe wait another year or wait for the perfect job, because you're talking about leaving Jaden Daniels in this situation where as long as you're here, you're going to be a candidate because your offense is probably going to be prolific. Cam Ward probably is going to be the determinant, though. That'll have to be the evaluation, I think. Do I feel good about Cam Ward, yes or no, if I'm Cliff? One of my favorite things when Paul Taboni sat in here for an hour, when we had him in a little over a week ago now, he said, my wife and I made a list of teams I wouldn't want to work for. And I'm thinking about that when you're talking about the Titans. Are they on Cliff Kingsbury's bad ownership, not doing it list? It's time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers, now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Remember the show tomorrow? Caddy's in Bethesda.
Friday. It's on Friday, man.
Friday.
Yeah.
Today's Wednesday.
I know it's been a long day for you already.
I woke up at 4 a.m.
You've had 2 days today.
Yes.
So the Fitness Boys, Workout Wednesday was today. Missed you and Darius. You were on a plane, though. Ryan, Toby, and myself were going through our stuff. During one of our little bits of downtime, a story was teased to me that the boys went to the Caps game last night. Right. Toby and Ryan did. And there was an incident, and that's all I know. And they said, we're going to save it for the air. That's what I have. I don't know anything about this. I'm
All
hearing
right,
this
so
for the
let's
first
get
time
to
like
it.
you.
What happened last night, gentlemen?
Yeah, so thanks to GP with hooking us up for tickets. So we went to.
Well, it was not me. So our guys, Kandori and Murad, the law firm that sponsored the show, sent your boy a couple of tickets, and I said, "Good, somebody with the show will use these," and you were that somebody.
Yeah, they sponsored Grant, who sponsored you guys.
Yeah, so we were thrilled to be at the game. We enjoyed a nice Caps win last night, and before the game, both of us were starving. So we get to our seats, and we're just looking around, surveying the options for food, and we find a chicken tender stand. So we go with chicken tenders. Rhino orders before me. You know how it is, the little kiosk thing you order off of, and then you get your little receipt or whatever, and then they hand you it. It's usually really quick, especially for a chicken tender stand. They're not serving a whole lot of different options, so they're all ready to go. So Rhino orders his, gets his stuff, immediately is going to grab sauces. I order, and I'm standing there waiting, and the lady standing there yelling, $9.24? $9.24? And I'm looking down at mine, says like $8.77. So I'm like, it's not me.
Not you.
Not me. Then she's like, all right, whatever. And she's like, what number are you? I'm like, here's my thing. And what had happened was someone had ordered just before me. And I guess didn't take their receipt or something. I don't know. So I handed her a receipt that had just a chicken tender and no soda. I had clearly ordered a soda. And then there was a bit of an issue there. She's like, I'm like, I ordered soda. I should get one of these, right? She's like,
so you grabbed the wrong receipt.
Apparently. So it's partially my fault, but then she's like, you can't get a soda. You didn't order one. My receipt here says you didn't order one. I'm like, look, lady, I can show you I can show you.
Did you lady her?
I literally pulled out my phone because I pay with my Apple Card, and I'm like,
Clary,
I can
did
show
he
you.
look lady her?
No, he did not. But Toby was pretty animated. Like I was like, oh wow, like this is something.
This is new ground.
All right, so
Did he turn his hat around for Toki?
I want to make sure I understand. You didn't. There was a receipt, I guess, next to your actual receipt, and you just picked up the wrong one, and that's the confusion.
It must have printed out, like you know how it prints out, and the person before didn't grab it, so I thought I grabbed the correct one.
Oh,
and I grabbed
so it's still attached. I got
Correct. So I thought I grabbed the correct one. I hand her one that only had chicken tenders, and so I understand the frustration.
But you've been charged for a soda.
I'm like, look, this is not for just chicken tenders, because I can assure you that paying
What was the charge?
$34.66. I can promise you that $34.66 was not just chicken tenders. So I'm like, look, I paid more because I could show you my immediate receipt. And so there was a whole argument back and forth, and she's frustrated. And I may have thrown a few jabs afterwards, and she may have thrown. And afterwards, we're all good. We enjoyed our chicken tenders at our seats and watched the Caps win. But
Larry, you were a bystander. Can we get a little more insight?
Yeah, so I was over getting my honey mustard, my ketchup, and I'm walking back over, and Toby's still waiting. And then all of a sudden, I get closer, and the lady's yelling, "Get the right ticket!" And Toby yells back, "Well, tell the person to take their ticket." And she's like, "Well, take your correct ticket." And he's like, "I did." He goes, "You guys messed it up. It wasn't on me. Why is this on me?" And I'm just sitting there. I'm like, what is going on?
What is going on?
Wow.
Because Toby, again, like,
why are
we all
you so
know.
animated, Toby? I didn't even think you had that gear.
Look, man, I don't get frustrated with anybody. I hardly ever get frustrated with anybody aside from my football team on
Sounds
Mondays
like you
when,
got frustrated
when
with
Jaden
somebody.
Daniels
Yeah.
can't handle a wet football. Like, that frustrates me.
Somebody.
But I don't generally get frustrated at people. When someone's showing me attitude for no reason, you're going to get some attitude in return.
So I think that's a very reasonable. Now, I think you screwed up more than they screwed up. Not purposefully.
Correct.
I mean, Claire, you're laughing, but like
I'll own this.
You
I messed
you
up.
had the wrong receipt. But this is how easy this should be, by the way. First of all, the customer is right in this situation. We're talking about overpriced chicken tenders that should cost $6. You're charging him 17. You're at a stadium. That you giving him those chicken tenders or not does nothing for you.
Yeah, and what's the accusation? This is my grand scheme that I go around to sporting events
Is your
and
last
stealing
name-
sodas.
Are you Beth Aramark? Okay, it does not matter to you whether you give him the chicken tenders or not. I promise you, no one will know the difference at the end of the night. But also, as soon as you show her, here's how simple
Well,
this
she
should have
wouldn't
been.
look. She wouldn't look at it.
That's her. I mean, again, but that's the thing. You're going to get it's the attitude. It's the I'm annoyed by you. It's that also bothers me. That was my issue with the referee. I don't normally go all in on referees. It's this guy's like condescending, terrible attitude, energy vampire, loser attitude where I was like, I can't not do anything. This guy stinks. He's just mistreating all these kids who literally can't do anything. I'm a grown up.
Right.
I just get told to go near the hot dogs.
Yeah, I
can
get
live
kicked
with
out.
that.
That's fine.
Yeah. this guy sucked. So that's what annoyed me. And I think for you that you're going, okay, this lady's the worst. That's kind of where this was.
Yeah, I mean, I was just frustrated that you're giving me an attitude. We had a clear misunderstanding. I don't know that anyone really screwed up in this situation. I grabbed the wrong ticket, which can happen, right? When someone doesn't grab theirs, and you're obviously looking at a ticket that says it didn't, but I'm showing you that I paid for it. This isn't
So
that
she
difficult.
would never look at your phone.
No, she would not. I'm
'Cause
like,
this is how simple it should have been. Hey, $34. She goes, oh yeah, that's definitely a drink. No problem. Give him. Also, I wouldn't have even gone that far. When you are swearing to me, you're going, hey, listen, I got a drink. I'm just giving you a drink. Because there's
Let's keep the line
9,000 of
moving.
those.
Let's do the next
You know
thing.
what's more important? This line not building up, me not getting into a shouting match with, Toby Altizer. Sweet Prince Toby Altizer.
Little Tobes.
All right, so Ryan, last word on this then from you. 1 to 10 me. 10 being I'm going to have to separate him from this person and this is embarrassing.
This is like fully in the red
if
token.
someone records, CK is going to talk to him about it tomorrow. And then 1 is it's an honor to be here, madam. Thank you for these chicken tenders. Where were we in the exchange?
I would say he was at a 5.
Okay.
We were at a 5. The best part was, in my opinion, was that the lady slammed down the cup, and we didn't really talk about that afterwards. We just talked about the fact that she was very rude to Toby, but she slammed it. She's like, "Fine, take your soda," and Toby's like, "I will."
Love
I said something along appreciate the attitude or something like that on the way out.
Appreciate the attitude.
Oh, man.
Now I'm escalating this to a 6.
Oh, that's a 6.5.
No, it's funny because I love my mom more than anything in the world. My mom does things like that, and I'm always like, "Mom, please." And then I did that, and I was like, "That's my mom."
It's happened.
You're
the guy. You're the progressive
I'm that
commercial
person
turning into
now.
your parents.
Is your mom the lady that you don't want to go to a restaurant with because she's gonna complain about things? And...
She's not overbearing, but if you get her order wrong, she's gonna be like, "Look, I ordered this. You're going to give me this." There's nothing wrong with what she does, but it's she's gonna make sure she gets what she ordered, and that's kind of what I did last night.
Don't mess with Mrs. Altizer.
I appreciate the attitude.
You guys have no idea how much I really mean that. Do not mess with Mrs. Altizer. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Darius, Ryan, Toby behind the scenes today. Someone's winning Caps tickets as soon as we return ahead of the Beltway Blitz.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is presented by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community, and every business has home field advantage. In the NFL, Commanders roster moves today. They placed Noah Brown on injured reserve with a groin injury. He's going to be out at least another 4 weeks after he's already missed 4 weeks with his groin injury. Terry McLaurin will practice this week, according to Dan Quinn. Other roster moves today. They signed defensive end Drake Jackson officially and offensive guard Julian Good-Jones to the practice squad. They opened up the 21-day practice window for cornerback Jonathan Jones. The injury report for the Commanders today looks like a book. Dorrance Armstrong did not practice with a hamstring injury. John Bates did not practice, veteran rest day. As well as Zach Ertz did not practice. Drake Jackson did not practice. He was just signed dealing with a knee injury. Javon Kinlaw, Von Miller, Deron Payne did not practice. Chris Rodriguez, Debo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil, and Bobby Wagner did not practice. Terry McLaurin was limited. Sam Cosmi, Jaden Daniels, and Jonathan Jones were all able to practice in full. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Lightning 3-2 in overtime last night for their third straight win. Jacob Chychrun with the game-winning goal, assisted by Tom Wilson, who recorded his 400th career point. Capitals will be back in action on Friday against the Minnesota Wild. Business success is like success on the field. It takes teamwork, strategy, and a strong home advantage. In Fairfax City, companies play to win with a community that rallies behind them and a place where employees can live, work, and play without leaving the neighborhood. Visit GoFairfaxCity.com to learn more. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan. Let's give away some Caps tickets, shall we? Now, if you go to the game, please don't get in any fights.
No verbal altercations.
Over soda with any of the concession workers. Let's treat them very well.
Just get the right receipt. That solves a lot.
Congrats to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. No look ladying anybody? You'll win 2 tickets to see the Washington Capitals Tuesday, October 21st against Seattle. The Kraken Capitals will host Donate Life Night in partnership with MedStar Health. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, go to thefandc.com/contest, courtesy of the Washington Capitals. Look lady.
Look lady.
That's how you know Toby's angry. A look lady?
Appreciate the attitude, said Toby.
Wow. It is time for the Beltway Blitz. Let's get after it. I just saw Chelsea Janes yesterday in Milwaukee at American Family Field. And now she's probably in Los Angeles, and I'm in D.C. Airplanes are amazing. Chelsea, thank you for joining us on the Blitz. How are you?
I'm great. This is crazy. Yeah, good to talk to you from here.
Wild. It's like time travel or something. If you have enough time to travel, we can all time travel. How about what's going on in baseball? We've got 2 LCSs right now, and both of them are 2-0. Starting to have a World Series matchup shape up here.
I know. Yeah, it's interesting. I normally think, at least one series is sort of destined to be interesting, even if it starts this way. But I'm not so sure this year, just because the Blue Jays are going to have to go to Seattle. They've got Scherzer in Game 4, which I'm not sure is going to be. He just hasn't looked great, honestly. So yeah, I don't know. It looks like maybe 2 clunkers, but I'm hoping they get a little more interesting.
So all of a sudden, it's like, oh, that's right, starting pitching's important. Oh yeah, right. That feels like the theme, doesn't it?
It sure does. That and contact, right? Like putting the ball in play. It's almost like, the pendulum has swung all of a sudden. Who knows if that'll actually hold or anything. But yeah, starting pitching and putting the ball in play seem to be fairly important, amazingly enough.
The series we were at with the Dodgers taking a 2-0 lead, I love this Brewers team. I love how they're built. It's youthful, and it's speed, and it's defense, and it's contact. But the Dodgers just feel inevitable, and they haven't even really hit or scored a bunch this postseason. Been all starting pitching and back-to-back outings now. 8 innings from Snell, complete game, 111 pitch outing last night from Yamamoto. I mean, they just look like they're inevitable.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, Ohtani's been terrible. They haven't even had anything from him. Betts and Freeman have had a little bit here and there. Freddie had a home run, but it's not like those guys are popping off, and their bullpen's a mess. I mean, if they had to cover more than 3 outs the other night, they wouldn't have done it. But here they are, 2 wins from the World Series. They're 7-1 in the playoffs. I mean, they're really, really good. That bullpen is so bad that if Milwaukee could get into it a couple times, I think they'd be getting their heads. But man, yeah, they are really, really good, and they plan for this time of year, and it works.
Let's go localize it here for a second. The Nationals, who don't feel exactly close to a World Series berth just yet here, Chelsea, they're beginning to fill out that front office. Sounds like Devin Pearson is on his way. I mean, the specifics of what he'll do and what we know at this point. Just kind of give me a macro impression as you've kind of been here covering the highest levels of the league. What are folks kind of talking about when it comes to the Nationals and what they're building?
Yeah, I'd be curious if Grant has heard the same, but I think everyone's kind of like, yeah, that guy knows what he's doing, or they don't really know him, but what they've heard is that Paul Taboni knows what he's doing, and then these guys he's bringing in make sense, and the people he's kept around in D.C. make sense. So it just seems like there is reason to believe this is moving in the right direction. Obviously, you've got to kind of stop a train that was barreling down a track and then redirect it, so it's going to take a while, but yeah, I think the impressions are really good, and a lot of curiosity, too, about how he fills out the front office and where he goes in the dugout as well.
Chelsea, Jacob Young's a finalist for the Gold Glove again. Pete Crow Armstrong's a bigger name, a bigger star, and so that might mean he wins it, but Young's got a really good resume. Do you think he has any chance?
I would hope so, but, I do think it does tend to go to the bigger name, and PCA obviously hit a little more, But man, if those two catches at the end of the year in that Mets series aren't resume building enough to at least get him a serious look, I don't know what else he's supposed to do because he's been spectacular.
In terms of manager, who are you anticipating? I mean, it's so hard; it's a wide net at this point. But what kind of person fits that role? Is it a guy that reads the spreadsheet and says yes, sir, or is it storytelling Dusty Baker style guy?
I don't think it's going to be a Dusty Baker type. I don't think that necessarily means it's a robot either. When I've asked people this question, the answer that I've gotten from a few people that worked with Taboni in Boston is whoever it is going to be somebody he can go down there after a game and have a really candid conversation with where egos won't be in the way. Now, that's all nice to say, right? But that's from people who have worked with him. So I don't know who that is. I don't know who he trusts. I don't know if it's someone in the Red Sox system. I think we'll figure it out. But I don't expect it to be someone who's just pure robot. Yes, sir. Here's the spreadsheet.
Chelsea, enjoy the rest of the postseason coverage for the Post. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You can read Chelsea Janes' work in the Washington Post. Let's talk football. Let's talk to Ian Hartitz, who does a great job covering the National Football League. And if you don't follow him on social, a lot of fun and some good fantasy takes as well. Fantasy football and betting content for Fantasy Life. Ian, I want to start just kind of going around the league with you, a few big storylines. The New England Patriots are in first place. They've got the tiebreaker over the Bills. Drake May's fifth in MVP odds right now. He's playing his butt off. He's been amazing. What do you make of them?
Yeah, man, I was sitting there watching that win over the Bills, 2 weeks ago, and I was like, my God, for the first time in 20-plus years, the Patriots are likable, situation going on. I know the Patriots fans themselves are having fun, but for the rest of us, we're just watching Tom Brady, stomp on our hearts week in and week out. So you said it, man, and just seeing Drake May do all this, still in an offense that isn't exactly amazing by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, they are dead last in EPA per rush. Yes, Stephon Diggs has given them a nice jolt. I still believe exactly could be ranking their wide receivers as the top group. And again, kudos to Josh McDaniels, but we're also not exactly crowning him as one of the single brightest play caller in line. So Drake May deserves all the credit he's getting, man. Hopefully they can keep the ship rolling here in this nice little revenge game that Mike Vrabel's got against the Titans.
Well, what about their division mates? About the Bills. To me, they look like a group that was playing with their food a little bit. They had another gear. They know they did. They were kind of sleepwalking even while they were 4-0. Now they've dropped a couple games, and it was like when they went to that reserve, there was nothing there. Are they missing a piece on offense? Like, what's going on there with the Bills?
It is one of those things where I don't want to be, the hindsight doctor here, but maybe a little bit of a fraudulent 4-0 start. Obviously had the brilliant comeback in week 1 against the Ravens, but Jets, Dolphins, and Saints after that, obviously you weren't really testing them. So I think you're right, though, man. When you do lose pieces like Dalton Kincaid and Josh Palmer, that whole everyone eats mantra is a little bit harder to get by. So Keon Coleman, still having a bit of trouble separating in year 2, hasn't maybe stepped up the way they would like. Khalil Shakur, James Cook. I'm not saying they have no pieces out there, but as much as, again, those fans like to kind of peg some of the problems with the offensive past years on Stephon Diggs, I really am looking at that group and those big moments in games saying, who are they going to go with the football? Certainly haven't found a true alpha option yet this year.
Ian Hartitz with us on Grant and Danny here on our Beltway Blitz. In the AFC South, 2 big-time surprises, 5-1 Indy, 4-2 Jacksonville. Who's been the bigger surprise?
I think it's been the Colts for me. I mean, we're talking about a team that literally leads the NFL in points. And Jacksonville, I feel like we were at least expecting a nice jump up, given the decision to take Travis Hunter at 2, given the fact they added, alleged wonderkin Liam Cohen to the squad and all that going on. So for me, with the Colts, masterclass by Shane Steichen. If he's not the favorite for Coach of the Year, he should certainly be up there. And just, again, making life easy, pushing some of those easy buttons that we see in San Francisco, previous versions of Miami, some of the league's better offenses. They are first in overall play action rate this year, and they also use pre-snap shift motion at a top 10 rate. So Jonathan Taylor on pace for 2,000-plus yards. We got, honestly, it's almost a similar system to Buffalo, where there's not really one super alpha target, but between Tyler Warren, Michael Pittman, and then even Josh Downs, there's always somewhere good to go with the football. So I will say Daniel Jones, his yards per attempt have decreased every single week, so I don't want to say he's turning back into a pumpkin or anything, but very, very excited for this matchup against the Chargers because, hey, they proved it in week 2 against the Broncos. Like, they haven't just been solely beating up on cupcakes, but this will be a really fun game to, I think, find out just how real the Colts are as legit contenders.
You have to wager the entire Harditz family fortune on who wins the NFC West at a betting window today. Who are you picking?
Man, I think I'm going with the Los Angeles Rams. I still think their ceiling on offense is just more reliable than anyone else out there. Credit to Sam Darnold and company. They've just incredibly surprised me. Even as a Columbus, Ohio native, I didn't know Jackson Smith and Jigba had this sort of ceiling in them. But, man, when I do look at that Rams team, Puka obviously missing a little bit of time shouldn't be a season-long issue. So when you got Stafford's back holding up and him playing as well as he is with those 2 wide receivers, plus a defense led by Jared Verse, I still think McVay and company are the class of that division.
And it feels kind of like Kansas City got right. They've won 3 out of 4. Now they get the Raiders this coming week with Rashee Rice coming back from his suspension. Are they still flawed enough that the AFC West is open, or did Denver and LA not take enough advantage?
Nah, man, I think we're about to see the Chiefs, kind of do their thing, which is at least make the AFC Championship, as they've done freaking every single year with Mahomes under center. So I will say one of the big improvements I've seen from them is also just getting the explosive plays back on offense. And this has been despite not having Xavier Worthy for a large chunk and obviously Rashee Rice for these first 6 weeks. Really has been awesome seeing Tyquan Thornton reinvent himself, in Kansas City after not getting much going on with New England. But the other part would be just this defense really starting to make life tough. I know we all saw, Chris Jones not exactly putting in the best effort there at the end of that Jaguars game and everything, so it hasn't been lights out, but they have gotten back to really disrupting, some of these opposing offenses. There's a stat I really like called Havoc. It's just the percentage of plays where the defense gets a pressure, tackle for a loss, force fumble, interception, or a pass breakup, pretty much anything that we would use to describe Havoc. And Chiefs this year are tied for 5th with the Texans, only trail the Falcons, Steelers, Buccaneers, and Broncos overall. So playmaking defense combined with an offense that should only be getting better. Really tough to say that the Chiefs, shouldn't be the favorites to win the AFC at this point.
Ian, appreciate you, buddy. Good stuff.
Thanks, fellas. Happy Week 7.
See you, man. Hit that Local 53 sounder, please. By God, that's Flakes' music. Johnny Cake Sawville of the Sports Junkies joins us to discuss the Local 53. Cakesy, they're 3-3, 1-3 in the NFC. Simple question. Do they make the playoffs?
Ooh, it's going to take a lot of work. I don't want to straddle the fence here. If I had to guess right now, I'm going to say no. And I was very optimistic about this team before the season started. I think I had them with either 11 or 12 wins. So that's clearly not going to happen unless they go on some sort of heater here. And the next month is it's a murderer's row. Two games on the road at Dallas, at Kansas City, and then home to Seattle and Detroit. You guys let me know where the easy out is in the next month. If I had to guess today, I'm going to side with no.
How many wins do you see in that next month?
I think it'd be great if you could somehow go 2-2 in the next month. If you can split in the next month, you got a puncher's chance of getting a 9 or 10 win season. And probably grabbing a wild card spot.
Don't you think they should beat the Cowboys? They're going to be favorites. And then you're talking about just winning one of 3. The Chiefs game is hard. The Lions game is hard. Yep. The Seahawks game is hard.
You'll be dogs in all 3, probably.
To win, I don't think they'll be dogs against Seattle. I guess
you
it's possible.
Think so?
Maybe. They might be. But, it's that one of those 3 you should be able to win, I feel like.
You should, but you brought up the Dallas game, Grant. I'm not sure why the Commanders, as of this morning, they were 1.5-point favorites. Why? Why would you favor the Commanders at this point, coming off that loss to the Bears? And we know they have to face the high-powered Dallas offense. Now I know Dallas's defense stinks too. Like the Commanders should put up points against that team. If they don't, that's a real red flag. But I just don't understand why the Commanders are favored on a short week in a division road game. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Is there a fix for this defense?
I don't know. That's a great question. I did not expect DeAndre Swift to gouge the edges of the defense to the extent that he did in the game Monday night. You look and see what Swift had done leading up to that game. I think his high rushing-wise was in the mid-60s, and he goes well over 100 against the Commanders, really attacking the edges. Look, I'll give Ben Johnson credit. If you're going to attack that defensive line, are you going to try to slam the ball up against Javon Kinlaw and Payne, or are you going to go against the softer edges? They took advantage of it. I don't really have a solution as to how they're going to fix it. I think Dallas easily puts up 30 on this defense this weekend.
What do you make of the offense, the receiver position without Noah Brown now went on IR after missing 3 games, who's going to miss 4 more? Daniels, how he's playing compared to a year ago. How do you see that side of the ball?
Well, the wide receiver room, I'm sure you guys have noticed, is unmitigated disaster too strong of a term for it at this point? I mean, Terry is back practicing, but we don't know how effective he's going to be. Debo is limping around with a banged-up heel. Like, he had been good up to this past game, but he was clearly limited in the most recent game. Noah Brown going to IR. They're so desperate, they're kicking the tires on Treylon Burks. Is that a real thing? Or is this a real thing that Treylon Burks is going to get a look-see from the Commanders? It's not very good in the wideout room. You got a fumbling problem with Bill. Now, I think he can turn that around. He's clearly the best running back they have in that room, and I don't think it's particularly close. But he can't put the ball on the carpet 3 straight games in the Dallas game and still have the confidence of the coaching staff.
Johnny Cake Saulville, why don't they trust Ben Sinnott to catch passes or Luke McCaffrey to play more than 30 snaps or Jalen Lane just yet? What's going on there?
Danny, you have brought up my guy who's been in my crosshairs for many, many weeks and or months in Ben Sinnott. Look, if you're going to draft a guy who's going to do nothing but block, that's a tight end that you probably don't spend second-round draft capital on. I was under the impression that he would be the heir apparent to Zach Ertz and he would be brought along slowly. Not this slowly. I mean, he's a premier blocking tight end. They already have one of those in John Bates. So that's a huge question mark. And with the injuries and flux in the wideout room, you have to get McCaffrey and Jalen Lane more assimilated into the offense. And the time is now. I mean, they're starting to run out of games.
Cakes, he's being brought along very slowly.
I mean, incremental. Uphill and a headwind slow.
You know, like super, super slow.
Like me if I was slower. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, like me and Jeeps running a marathon type slow. Like it's like I might get it done, but it's going to be slow.
But not our first marathon. Like right after we finished a marathon, then we started the next one. Like that slow.
Yes, that level of slow. Yes.
Kicks, you been playing pickle lately? You been pickling?
I pickled this past weekend, Danny. We need to get out and pickle it up, my friend, at some point.
I agree. The schedules are so conflicting. I'm pickling when you're working, and then I'm sure vice versa. But we will absolutely get that done. Let's meet back at the Yola facility in Rock Vegas, not far from your
Let's do that. Let's bring your sweet Prince Toby Altizer. Let's bring Darius. Let's bring Jeeps. Make a big deal out of it.
We will do that.
Danny and Cakes versus the world. I love it.
Let's make it happen.
I love it.
Let's
make it happen. All right, boys.
Show pickleball event sounds like is being put together. The Grant and Danny radio program versus the Junkies.
Cakesy can play a little bit, by the way. He's good.
I believe it.
Yeah.
He's a pickleball machine.
That's right.
EB plays pickleball too, right?
He did for a while. Now he's golfing. Like he gave that up quick.
He is all gaff, no doubt. At 5 o'clock, we'll go around the NFL with what's real and what's fake through 6 weeks of football. Getting ready for Week 7, kicking off tomorrow with an AFC North matchup. But next, I want to talk about Washington's pregame ritual this past week that they did, or pregame activation. Could it be a new ritual they do every single game? Is that the plan? We'll explain on G&D.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Roster moves for the Commanders today. They placed Noah Brown on injured reserve with a groin injury that's kept him out the last 4 weeks. He'll be out at least another 4 weeks. Terry McLaurin going to practice this week, according to Dan Quinn. And they opened up the 21-day practice window for cornerback Jonathan Jones. Terry was limited in practice today. The players that didn't practice today, Dorrance Armstrong, John Bates, Zach Ertz, Drake Jackson, Javon Kinlaw, Von Miller, Deron Payne, Chris Rodriguez, Debo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil, and Bobby Wagner all did not practice today. In hockey, the Capitals got their third straight win, an overtime game winner by Jacob Chikrin last night to beat the Lightning 3-2. Tom Wilson recording his 400th career point. The next game Friday against the Minnesota Wild. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We've got you for another 2 hours, taking you up to 6:30. As a reminder, Friday, 2 days from now, a field trip Friday on a football Friday. We're out and about in Maryland.
The house the Riggleman built, Caddy's on Cordell. Cordell! This is my spot. I love it here. We were there a couple times last year. We were there for the Ovi record-setting goal, which was a blast. That place is a staple. It is awesome. Great bar. As good a sports bar as you're going to find, quite frankly. And the food is awesome. The vibes are great. I love Caddy's.
Great wings.
Yeah.
That place will always be important to me because we saw Ovi's record-breaking goal there. That was emotional. That was really cool to be with Caps fans, having a nice celebration that day. What is the reference when you keep saying Cordell like that?
It is from Hannibal, which is the third movie in the trilogy of Silence of the Lambs. It's kind of that... So Gary Oldman's character...
Is that Anthony Hopkins?
Yes, very much so. He plays Hannibal Lecter.
I've not seen that.
They are fantastic movies. Now, they may be a little bit too scary for my pal Jeeps, because I know that's not your bag.
Yeah,
but
I don't... like.
It's more psychological thriller than it is like horror movie with jump scares and girls crawling out of televisions and on the ceiling and stuff.
Right.
It's less of that. But it's just really well done. Anthony Hopkins is so masterful and so good that it's worth the price of admission. The whole everything's really, really good at it. But in Hannibal, Gary Oldman's character was wronged but survived by Hannibal. And his entire existence is about getting Hannibal back. And his manservant, his butler, his major domo, whatever, is named Cordell. And so there are great moments where he's like yelling at Cordell, yelling for Cordell. And the best, I'm not spoiling anything, he's in a bad way and he's yelling for Cordell and Cordell ain't coming. Oh. Cordell! Cordell! And he's pummeled.
I could tell based on the accent, it's a movie of some type. Just couldn't place it.
Right.
But I know why I can't place it.
Because you've never seen it.
Because I haven't seen it.
Have you ever seen Silence of the Lambs?
That was my dad's movie for sure.
It was a Best Picture winner. I mean, it's a 10.
Yeah, I don't think I have, honestly. Because it's not a movie I would have seen as a kid years and years ago.
Right.
Like,
and I know your wife doesn't love these kinds of flicks, so it wouldn't be a time you guys would sit down and watch it together. And it's football season, so this isn't going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, maybe this could be a spring endeavor.
I'm telling you, that's an all-timer. It is a great film.
I want to. I like certainly every time it comes up, I go, "How's that a thing?" Definitely a hole in my game, but no, I have not. I don't think. I know a little bit about what it's about. Mm-hmm. Picture a scene or two here or there, but yeah, just don't have much of a file. Do the Commanders have a new ritual, or did they one-off a pretty cool thing under the lights on Monday Night Football? So I was not there, so I have to admit this. I was obviously NLCS coverage, Brewers, Dodgers. I've seen the videos, though, of Darryl Green taking what is, they called it a spear, some type of javelin-shaped bit, and he's like banging the ground with it over and over and over again. And then on one of the last bangs with very loud noises, fireworks go off and a light show ensues, and it's a cool little thing in the stadium. When I first saw it, I thought, wait, is this our version now of like the Panthers pounding the drum and the Chiefs doing their thing? You know, the Vikings every game have someone like blow into the big horn, or it's like, and it like kicks off the night. Or Steph Curry's given the drumsticks in Charlotte, and they're like, keep pounding. Doom, doom, doom. Everyone's got one now. Everyone does a cool thing. Not the Commanders. We don't have anything like that to kick off the game. I think we should. So this was a third quarter thing. Actually, throw the mic at Rini because I'm actually curious. I see Slash, he's in here, and he was at the game. So to my knowledge, this was a third quarter situation, and it was basically just when they bring back a legend of the game and they do something to pump up the crowd in game. That's what this was, right?
Yep. But I mean, this was different than the legend of the game, which was somebody else. I can't even remember who it was on Monday night. This was just Darryl Green, the legend.
But don't they always have someone at that part of the game, like in a TV timeout, I feel like in the end zone, do something? Is it not the normal thing?
Well, that's usually in the first quarter, though.
Okay, so what was this?
When that legend? So this
Just
being
a
a
special
night
light
game,
show?
yeah, because it was a night game, they did more. Remember the Atlanta Falcons Sunday night game? The pregame was like a 12, 13-minute series of video montages. And,
it was
and the
awesome.
crowd, it was incredible. And I was actually in the stands as they were doing that. And the electricity that night was something that I hadn't experienced since at least probably 2012 on that Sunday night where they clinched the division of the Cowboys.
My brother still talks about it because they did some really cool montage and video where Frankie Louvu basically was like, at the end of it, he goes, lights out. And then the whole stadium lights go down.
Yep.
And it's dark, and then they start doing some kind of like really cool light show.
So they didn't I don't think they did as much on Monday as they did that Sunday night late last December. But I do think, to your point, like, I mean, if Florida State's going to have a horse run around on the field, if Ralphie the Stupid Buffalo is going to run around on the field and take craps all over the 50-yard line in Boulder, why don't we have something like that?
Well, take that back, because Ralphie's a saint, and you know it.
I mean, if Uga the Bulldog...
Oh, I love Uga the Bulldog.
I know,
I bet you
Don't
do.
you
I know.
dare say anything.
What
bad.
Uga are we on? Uga like 27?
Uga 19.
I know.
But here's what I'm getting at. Why don't they do that exact thing? They got their thing now.
Yeah.
Their thing is who gets the spear, and you like throw it like a javelin across, throw it to midfield, let's say. Try not to take anybody out in the process.
You don't want to decapitate
here's
anybody.
the bit. Rini has to run across the field like Frogger, and everyone has javelins, all
my
the
God.
former legends in the end zone across the goal line. And let's see if anyone can get Rini with the javelin.
All the former players that I used to trash.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Kai Forbath.
And you got to run across the
Guy
field and touch
Forbath.
Jim Hazlitt's hand, and you're safe.
Yeah, right.
Clinton
Guy
Portis gets his
Forbath,
first
Josh
sack.
Wilson.
Clinton
all
Portis
those
says,
guys.
"You offered me tea." My favorite thing ever, when Russell did this like big sit down interview at Clinton Portis' house for 106.7 The Fan. I don't remember. Was that the first time or the second or the third time he worked here? When was that?
That was the first time before I stabbed CK in the back.
All right, right before you stabbed our deodorantless boss.
Yeah,
right
I was
in the-
going to say.
right in the
If I only would have known, I would have brought him some deodorant.
Yeah, you could have stabbed him right in the armpit.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was in the locker room, and I can't remember how this came up, but I went up to Clinton and Russell. I'm like, so this guy was just at your house doing an interview. He's like, yeah. I said, how was it? What was it? What was it all about? What was it? And Clinton said something to the effect of, he was a very nice guest. He goes, I offered him tea. And I still remember Clinton Portis saying that. Like,
Just the way it just comes off so
I
funny.
offered him tea.
Yeah,
Like,
it's around the corner from my stripper pole, which is in the other room.
right.
Earl Grey.
CP had some kind of house, man. I don't know
believe
if he still got it, but he had some kind of house. By the way, did you see how well they're running the ball at Delaware State under Deshaun Jackson and Clinton Portis?
I have not.
Yeah, Clinton Portis is the running backs coach at Delaware State for DJax.
Yeah, we've
They're
had him
running-
on a couple
Yeah,
times.
they're running like 310 yards a game.
Good for CP.
That's awesome.
Run up the yardage. But I guess what I want to get to on this is, shouldn't they just do that as their pregame ritual? Shouldn't they have one? And didn't they just accidentally find this one? Do that before kickoff.
You stumbled
every
onto
week.
it. Yeah. I mean, the fact that there isn't anything, and I understand there not being anything because the rebrand was so clunky and awkward and terrible. And it was only after they were really good last year that they were kind of like, all right, I guess we're keeping it. It means something now. So there's no tradition with it. I mean, they're starting new ones wearing jerseys that have nothing to do with the past, nothing to do with anything that I grew up with. And we're just leaning into that now. So you're trying to find something that sort of sticks. And you may have just done that. You may have stumbled onto it.
Would you guys want something pregame like so many other teams have? And could this be the thing? If you're not familiar with what they did, You have Darryl Green out in the end zone. You get a different honoree, almost like a ceremonial first pitch that comes each game. It could be somebody who's famous or somebody who's a musician or somebody who's an athlete in town or whatever. Someone that gets the fan base going, that they're on mic for a second. They say, let's go. And, whatever your symbolic activation is, that gets the game started, right? Whatever your slogan is. But in this case, you do the Darryl Green move. You just take the spear, you slam it in the end zone, the fireworks go off, and we kick off the football game. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on G&D. Hey there, it's Grant. Metropolitan Moving and Storage is the official unofficial moving and storage company of The Fan. They've moved almost everybody that works at this station, including myself multiple times and Danny over the years as well. They've moved my in-laws and Danny's dad because we have them move families and friends because we know they'll do good work. Metropolitan Moving and Storage is recognized as an industry leader. They're the preferred moving company for savvy real estate agents, DC's prominent move management companies, and residential and commercial clients that all look for the same thing: best service and results on the move. Anxious to share 3 decades of best in industry service? That is why Metropolitan Moving and Storage wants to show you how they operate. They will help to stage your home. They'll pack your boxes. They'll build a custom crate for a chandelier, a sculpture, whatever you've got art-wise. Even going to get you a moving consultant if that's what you need. They'll do it from start to finish. So take it from me. Hit up my guy, Justin, Metropolitan Moving and Storage at 301-279-0090, 301-279-0090, or go to dcmetropolitanmoving.com. now making their way to the field, your 2025 Washington Commanders.
Wah, wah.
Why do you have to do wah, wah?
Because of the stupid name that I hate so much. Reminds me of Dan Snyder.
Move it along. Get over it a little bit.
Never.
What if you just got over it?
I would love to.
You wouldn't actually.
I would. I'd love to
You're
be able
not
to get over
working
it.
that hard at it.
Well, I'd love to be able to, but I'd be lying to myself.
Don't lie to yourself. Be true to yourself.
That's what I got to do.
Darryl Green, former Redskins great, Danny. Slamming the spear in the end zone. Fireworks go off. At night, it was perfect. The visual is amazing. I think it's why it's gone viral.
Yeah.
But I saw that, and I thought it was pregame initially. Didn't realize it was third quarter, so someone would have to explain that part to me. But also, I thought, here it is. This is the thing I've been wanting. Every team in every sport is working their way toward having this, like, get the crowd into it, energizing moment. We saw it in Vegas during the Stanley Cup, where they do their big thing in that arena. I would say more places have this than not now. And if you don't, you're just behind the curve a little bit. You're behind the eight ball on this. There's no reason at a place like Northwest Stadium, where you're still trying to build the energy and get people into the game, to not have something, some kind of ritual. And I think you might have just accidentally stubbed your toe into this one. Just do this right before kickoff. It doesn't have to be nighttime. It doesn't have to be fireworks in the evening. It could be fireworks during the day or no fireworks. But you could kind of do this, and either the team runs out or, we kick off the game right after. But you see it. Think about Mike Tirico, primetime, Monday Night Football. It's the moment for the stupid Chiefs at Arrowhead, or the Vikings doing the big horn with Cousins and his son ripping off their shirts.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Like, this is a thing they should do. Let's go to the phones, though, see what people think. Nick's in Warrenton. What's up, Nick?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Appreciate you taking my call. I'm kind of on Danny's side here, though. But, Grant, every team should have something, right? Every team should have something. But what relevance does a spear have to a commander, right? Like, Rock the Red, the Unleash the Fury, electric for the Capitals. But maybe a cannon would be better instead of a spear. A little identity crisis here, but curious your thoughts.
Did a commander at one point in time use spears, like, long ago?
Oh, man.
I mean, are they doing a Native American thing with Darryl Green, the former Redskin? Is that what they're doing, is paying homage to their roots? That's kind of how I took it.
It's his point's right. I mean, if you're leaning into the new brand, that there's no commander association with that.
Well, what do you want him to do? Have a bayonet and just like jab into the
I have no idea what I want them to do. I do
I'm
know.
asking rhetorically.
Yeah, I want that name to go away, but I know it's not. So I can keep having a temper tantrum where I can acknowledge it. But again, there's no great answer to that, because that question, I think, will certainly plague them, and that's the problem with this sort of halfway to tradition, halfway rebrand, halfway everything is. That's a logical question to me, by the way.
So I think having a former Redskins great down on the field, slamming a spear into the ground, and having a light show at night or fireworks go off and everyone get excited, I think is very, very cool. I don't know that anybody in the stadium was going, well, wait a second, what's that spear have to do with the commander? I think the guy that just called in is correct, for the record. He's right. When you really pick it apart, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't know. Do commanders have spears? Probably not. Certainly not in any kind of modern era.
Right.
But I think we're kind of mistaking. If we're arguing about that tree in the forest, we're probably doing it wrong. It's just a cool looking thing.
No, it definitely is cool.
And you're
like,
also
I don't know what
homage to your roots.
I don't know what a drum has to do with the Panther either in Carolina.
Well,
they
so
just sort of
their slogan is keep pounding.
Which I
So
understand.
You're pounding the drum.
Which I get, but you could play that game anywhere, right? But I guess so. To me, it's a way to a little call and response. It's a way to get the crowd moving. It's provocative.
Russell, what's up? Russell, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, guys? What's up, Grant, Danny?
Hey, buddy.
How are you?
I'm grateful, thankful. I'm kind of torn, too, because being, a diehard Redskin fan, born and raised, and seeing Darryl come out with the spear, the throwback helmets with the spears on them, I think more than half this fan base is still, wanting to call them the Redskins. I mean, because deep down, they're always going to be that to me. And if they didn't have such a damn good year last year, I finally broke down and bought a Commander jersey, and it was hard just because of the politics that have gotten involved. I mean, I'm torn, But again, you can never go wrong with the way Josh Harris has opened up the building, welcoming back, the alumni and everybody who, bled burgundy and gold. And,
Agreed.
You can never go wrong
But
with the
don't you
classic
think
like
that the
Darryl.
spear was trying to pay homage to the Redskin history?
I would say that there was, some pun intended there. Absolutely. I mean, of all people, classic Darryl. We think about his, his play with the Redskins and, a Bear game at that. I mean, just absolutely. I think there was paying some homage, definitely for sure.
Yeah, isn't that a good thing? Right? I mean, we're happy about that, right? Like, I feel like sometimes they can't win because the same people will say, "Don't remind me of the old thing," and also make sure
there's
you
no winning.
respect the old thing.
Yeah, there's no winning.
So you can't have both. You can't get mad when they do something, and I'm not saying the caller was, but you hear this from callers a lot. And I know you're kind of torn on this sometimes, where it's like, stop reminding me of the Redskins. You just said something to the effect of, that has nothing to do with the Commanders. What about your brand? Well, you want them to do as many things as possible that are Redskins-centric to pay homage to that, too. So when they try to, then they get yelled at for that. Let's go to Jameson in Woodbridge. What's up?
Hey, thanks, Brandon, for taking my call. I think we should definitely have it, definitely at the beginning of the game. It's just the third quarter when they did it, everybody was hyped. Like, seeing Darryl Green there, especially me being a young guy, like, it's Darryl Green. It's like you're shell shocked. So I think it really did change the whole third quarter going into it because everybody was kind of gloomy. And, I mean, and just them having
Was
the
it
spear.
out at halftime or just at a TV timeout in the quarter?
I think it was right after the halftime show. Then he came on the field. Lights went dark. So
that's awesome.
I mean, I think it was really cool with the spear. I mean, when they were going to release the whole uniform, I think everybody was excited to get the feel of the spear. So I think having the spear really just gives that remembrance back to the Redskins. I mean, even whenever we score a touchdown, everybody's singing hail to the Redskins every single time. So
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, everybody loves it.
No, they're leaning in a little bit because they know that I think it appeals to a major faction of the fan base, and there's almost nobody that's going to be bothered that's in that stadium and a part of this fan base by doing that. I don't know if there's something better, something that is more related to Commanders, something that would be more quote-unquote on brand. I know that looked badass.
Yeah.
I know that I thought that was up there with anything that I've seen other teams do. I think it's better than banging a drum. That's got a really cool sound to it, and the whole stadium gets into it, obviously. It's right up there with the cool thing the Vikings do. I think that's every now and then something happens in this spontaneous way, this natural way, and you got to run with it. And I think bring that idea back, but don't do it at a halftime. Do it before kickoff. Like, that is now your
work
signature.
that into the pregame program. Would you want them to start it as soon as their next home game, and just say, or roll it out next year? Like, hey, this is what we're doing from now on.
No, do it. Start it right now. I mean, there's no official press release needed.
Yeah.
Who's your legend next game? I think they bring the legend out in the third quarter for a nice ovation. You could have that person do it, or you could even, every Nats playoff game or Caps playoff game, they get someone in there to yell, "Play ball" or "Let's go Caps" or whatever. Whoever's in charge of that. What is Kevin Durant available? He's not right now, obviously, but I would do that. Wale one night, or it could be a fan.
Grant
it
Paulson.
Could be, that's right. Matt McConaughey, whoever it is, somebody's got to be down on the field. And maybe it's Ryan Zimmerman one game, and then the next week is the Caps are there every time they're not playing. Like Ovi could do it in the first time you do it. I think it'd be really, really cool. Is there something better, or would that work for you guys? 800-636-1067. We'll sprinkle in a couple of more on this. Also want to get to the NFL through 6 weeks, what's real and what's fake. We're taking you up to 6:30.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan, and this update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, Commanders roster moves. They placed Noah Brown on injured reserve with a groin injury that's kept him out of the last 4 games. He'll now be required to miss the next 4 as well. Other roster moves for the team today. They officially signed defensive end Drake Jackson, signed offensive guard Julian Good-Jones to the practice squad, and opened up the 21-day practice window for cornerback Jonathan Jones. Dan Quinn said earlier today that Terry McLaurin is going to practice this week. Also, free agent wide receiver Treylon Burks visited with the Commanders today after he visited with Denver yesterday. Taking a look at the practice report for the Commanders today, players that did not practice: Dorrance Armstrong, John Bates, Zach Ertz, Drake Jackson, Javon Kinlaw, Von Miller, Deron Payne, Chris Rodriguez, Deebo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil, and Bobby Wagner. Terry McLaurin was limited. Sam Cosmi, Jaden Daniels, and Jonathan Jones all on the injury report, but practiced in full today. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Lightning last night 3-2 in overtime. Jacob Chikrin with the game-winning goal, assisted by Tom Wilson, recording his 400th career point. Third straight win for the Capitals, back in action on Friday against the Minnesota Wild. Buy one, get one 40% off, and get 0% APR for a full year. You get both from thewindowman.com, Ultrex Windows, Monterey Storm Windows, Provia Doors, all apply. Thewindowman.com, select products only. Minimums and installation apply. Prior sales, already quoted projects excluded. See consultant for details. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio program is brought to you by our good friends, the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. They are sending us on the road this month. Coming up a week from Monday.
What's today? The 15th? It's 11 days away, I think, that we depart. Maybe it's 10.
How about that? So I may or may not have to go back to Milwaukee, although the Dodgers are making it look like I will not be going back to Milwaukee.
But I don't think they're going back to Milwaukee.
If there's a game 6 or 7, then I would fly out. 6-7. I would fly out to Milwaukee on, I guess, Sunday morning next week or this weekend.
Yeah.
So I'd be watching Commanders Cowboys from a sports bar in Milwaukee. And then game 6 would be Monday, game 7 would be Tuesday, either of those if necessary. Then I get back. That weekend's when we go to Arrowhead.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. That's a lot of travel.
You're a traveling man. You're a rambling man. Allman Brothers sang about you.
Now, I do think that I will not be going back to Milwaukee.
Okay.
Because the Dodgers have to win 2 of 3 at home, and they're probably going to do that. And so if that is the case, then no trip this weekend, and then we're just resting up for Arrowhead a couple of weeks out. But I'm fired up for that. It's going to be a good time. There will be barbecue. There will be fellowship. There will be football.
That's the advantage of getting in there Saturday. Sunday is a day where I assume we'll be watching some NFL football games.
I cannot wait to get inside that stadium. Arrowhead. I've been watching games at Arrowhead Stadium since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, just thinking how cool it would be to be there. Now, I will be furious.
Mm-hmm.
I will be so mad. I'm just going to pre-warn you and Darius right now.
All right.
When we're sitting there right before kickoff in a primetime national TV night game and they start doing the damn tomahawk chop, I am going to be livid. And my mood will be ruined, and it'll get worse when Patrick Mahomes scrambles for a first down like 6 seconds later.
And I point up at Grant and say, that was for you, dog.
But think about that.
Yeah.
It's going to be like the 5 of us and then 70,000 Chiefs fans going, oh, and no one's going to care.
Somehow this is fine.
And my team name is now the Commanders. Think about that.
Oh, I thought about it. I think about it a lot. I think about it all the damn time. Yeah, it's that's a rough environment. And by the way, just in time, Rashee Rice is back, has a week to get himself up to speed. The Chiefs no longer look like pushovers. This couldn't be a week 2 matchup. No. We got to wait to get their sea legs underneath them. And now they're rolling. Now we go.
You lose some and you win some, Sears. You lose some and you thank you.
I mean, sleeping.
All 3 of them
never
have no
looked
idea
up.
what you said.
Never looked up.
Not one. Darius is
one
texting.
person.
Clary's looking at his computer screen. Toby's still thinking about
still stewing from last night.
Fighting the lady last night.
Appreciate the attitude.
You lose some and you win some, Earl Sears. You know what I'm saying? But any Hoodles, what were we just talking about? Oh,
the schedule.
They got to play the Chargers at a time where it was almost impossible for the Chargers to win based on their injury situation.
Mhm.
Now you get to play the Chiefs at a terrible time.
Yeah.
Sometimes you win those, sometimes you lose those. It's not who you play, it's when you play them. I was walking down the street today in the Navy Yard, and a dude screamed to me, he just got out of his car, he's like walking along, and I guess he's a listener to the show, so if you're listening right now, thank you for saying hello. But he said to me, we were like yelling across the street, and he goes, I can't get over Monday night, man. And I'm like, I know, bro. It was bad. He's like, no, you don't get it. I can't get over it. He's like, I haven't been able to put it behind me. My friends are telling me to move on. And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
I get
Cowboys
it.
week.
Yeah.
Like, you got to turn your attention to the Cowboys. He's like, I'm not ready to yet. It just hurts. That was a tough loss. It took a lot out of people. I was just talking to Darius and Ryan about it. The more you think about it, the more angry you're going to get.
I'm telling you, I don't get as emotionally high or low anymore. It just happens. My fandom has changed. We're open about this. Doing this job where your professional fortunes are tied to the team. I'm still a fan. It still matters to me more than any other sports thing, but it's just different. I don't find myself getting as high and low during games. I'm like thinking and writing notes down and analyzing what's the topic, what's not, what's the point of discussion,
Press box,
etc. Not to the same degree, I would say, where you look down on people for caring about a team at all. But to me, that one bothered me to the point that I was furious all day Tuesday. I didn't go to sleep real well Monday night, just sitting there stewing, looking at the ceiling for a while. I was bothered by that loss.
Yeah, you go back and you just watch the number of times where if they did one thing differently, it was like 20 plays in the fourth quarter. If it goes a little bit differently, they win that game. And in some cases, they probably win it going away. And yet, they lose in the most excruciating fashion. It is one of those losses that when this year ends, I hope it's at the very top of the list of you got to be kidding me. Because if there's another one worse than that, I don't want to watch it.
Yeah, we did that to a couple people last year, if you recall.
Oh, hell yeah.
Those same Bears, they got, are you kidding me?
There were 3 or 4 of those last year that went Washington's way. Before we get to real or fake, we'll take a few more calls, 800-636-1067, on what the Commanders did in the stadium. So, Danny, my guess is, like, for you, Darius and I were talking about this during the break.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to love the Darryl Green thing. Like, you're not going to watch that and go, oh, that's so awesome. It's not really for you.
Which I understand, right.
Because, like, even if you're at the game, you're not getting out of your seat, fired up, you're not pumped up. It's for a mark. It is for Darius or me or Toby or these people that are, like, into what's going on at the stadium and the Unleash the Fury thing. If you're at a Caps game, you're not standing up yelling Unleash the Fury either. That's not really how you consume and watch based on the times I've been around you.
No, and that's all true. And I will certainly wear that. I have like an anxious stewing intensity of terrible fear and anxiety and disappointment around the corner mixed in with brief moments of euphoria when it actually works well. So I fully acknowledge that. But I can go outside myself here for a second and call balls and strikes. I think it was cool.
Darius is telling me one of his buddies texted him and said he thought it was lame. I think here's my take on that, and you tell me if you disagree, Darius. I think people hate everything, okay? I don't care what it is. The best television shows ever, the best movies ever, the most popular sports personalities, LeBron James or Tom Brady or whoever, coach, Nick Saban. Everybody hates everyone and everything. You can find so many haters, so many people. So the idea that like a bunch of people are going to say that's lame, they didn't like it, just welcome to Twitter, welcome to the world.
Yeah.
It's what happens. I think by and large, with your own clientele, that would be wildly popular, and people would love it. And if you were in the crowd, and Darryl Green walks out and starts slamming the end zone with a spear, you're probably going to get steamed up.
I 100% agree with you. I think it's one of those things where if he was at the game, if he was at the game, I think there's no doubt about it, he would have been 100% into it. But I think because he was sitting at home on his couch and he saw the video on Twitter and then probably saw comments underneath of it of, people who are saying, oh, that's lame, that's corny, bring back HTTR. He probably saw that and was influenced to think, oh, that's corny. I just think that's where we are in this day and age of social media.
And even if he didn't, let's say he's sitting in the crowd and he didn't like it, you're not going to bat 1,000. That's fine.
Sure.
I could tell by the clip, the stadium was
People liked it, yeah.
People loved it. Appeal to your base. Give them something. And I think that's exactly what you did there. But I know I would have been pumped. I mean, you went with my brother to a game last year, Toby, I think. You guys sat lower level for that Falcons game when they did all of that pregame stuff. I remember talking to you thinking it was really cool. If you were there for the Darryl Green thing, what would you have thought?
Oh, awesome. I think anytime they can do the lights out and get the whole crowd chanting and going, I think it's really, really cool. Whether you like the actual thing of what they're doing, that's a different story. But I think just getting the whole crowd going and the lights out and the atmosphere, that's going to be cool regardless.
There is something to be said. I know a caller made an interesting point about the spear and what does that represent, and does the commander use a spear? If they lean into the spear stuff, fear the spear and the merchandise, I don't know how many people are going to stop and ask questions like, wait a second, a commander in the military doesn't have a spear.
Yeah, are we doing it? Because somebody tweeted me at Funny Danny Grant at Grant H. Paulson. Well, the Roman commanders and gladiators use spears. Well, that was never part of what they were doing. If you were all the time, no, we mean Roman commanders, or we mean, the Praetorian Guard guarding Caesar. Come on.
But I think it's vague enough that it's whatever they want it to be.
Yeah.
And they are kind of leaning into that a little bit. They have videos on the big screen, the Titantron scoreboard, at the games of like players, and you know how like you could have at Nats Park a guy like holding a bat and swinging it, and it'll be like Nathaniel Lowe, and he just kind of swings the bat and then poses or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They do that with like guys walking with a spear and different things. It's part of the fabric of Commander. So I think in some ways we're going, oh, this is military. This is the commander of the force of whatever
the command force.
You're exactly. This is Danny Rouye, the lieutenant commander. But it could also be King Leonidas in the 300. Why can't it be? And what if a couple years from now that one of their helmets has a spear on the side, like the old Redskins did back in the day? And that's a way, by the way. You're just kind of skirting.
You're doing it without doing it.
Yeah, you're skirting based on saying, no. This is about, watch the movie The 300. It's King Leonidas' 300 in the narrow passageway. When really, we all know that looks a lot like the spear Washington wore for the 70th anniversary.
Doesn't it look like? No, it doesn't. Yeah,
but
it does.
What about a world where they're wearing that spear as a primary helmet many years from now, and they're doing the spear thing in the end zone? How much cooler is that?
Feels like something, doesn't it?
Now you're starting to build something.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Nelson in Falls Church, home of the Jaguars. What's up, Nelson?
What's happening, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, Nelson.
Do you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I know you guys are kind of professional wrestling fans like I am. So there's this professional wrestler named Shotzi Blackheart, and she drives a mini tank. And sometimes it shoots pyro, sometimes it's just boom. But why can't we put either the Legend or Major Tutty in the mini tank and have the mini tank lead the team out of the tunnel to start the game?
You could do something like that.
You could do something like that?
I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't this is not a Tutty thing, though, is what I'm going to tell you. And I'm Team Tutty. I know, Danny, you hate Tutty.
I am not.
I'm a big Tutty guy. I'm a big mascot guy. I want all the mascots. But this is now, nobody has their mascot doing this. Mascots are for kids. This is hey, guess who's here? The world famous Minnesota Timberwolves superstar, Anthony Edwards, going to kick off Monday Night Football. We don't need Victor Viking.
Right.
That's a good pull, by the way.
That is a great
That's his
pull.
actual name.
I didn't know that.
We don't need Victor Viking doing that one.
Mm-mm.
So I got no problem if he wants to roll. I've said all along he should be rolling around in the tank and have like a cannon where he's shooting out T-shirts. Yeah, let's do that tomorrow. That's not this, though. This one's not for the kids. This one's for the big boys and the big girls. Michael in Gaithersburg, what's up?
Hey, guys. I was at the game last night, or Monday night, and it was an awesome environment. I mean, I'm a Maryland graduate, and it kind of reminded me of the late night games there with all the lights going on and off, the little wristbands and everything, all the stuff in the stadium flashing.
That was a cool idea,
It was
too.
very cool. And I do think that the spear, I like the spear, but I also know that a lot of my buddies will give me a lot of crap for it. They'll be like, oh, what is the spear about? And you kind of have to explain it. So, I mean, I like the tank idea. I think that was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I never like when you have to, but we're stuck in this anyway. And what I mean is, you're going to have to explain things a lot. For years, being a then Redskins fan, you always had to like explain away your fandom, meaning like, yeah, I know the owner's the worst, and I know they're committing crimes allegedly or whatever, and there's a lot of investigations, but the team was really good when I was a kid, so I love them. I mean, you always have to do that. Now the explanation's different. Like, I know there's no spear now with an actual commander, and it's meant to be military stuff, but it's a throwback to the thing, but they can't say the thing. They'll never go back to it. Had they not gone 12-5 and the NFC title game, maybe they could have changed it, but it's too late now because Jaden Daniels' jersey sold so well, and they're kind of trying to give a nod without actually giving the nod. And it's a lot. I get we're going to be explaining ourselves forever.
To that point, I just got a tweet from a guy named Steve. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. He says, what Darryl Green had is a Centurion spear and has nothing to do with Native American themes or culture. You're right. The spear that he was holding, I'm looking at a Centurion spear that is being held by, one of King Leonidas' soldiers or whatever.
Just doing sports radio, talking about Centurion spears.
Exactly.
That's where we are.
Well, welcome to our world. But what I'm about to say about this, Danny, is, can we be honest for a second? Do we think that he would add a spear in the end zone if the Redskins were never a thing? Like, did they just decide, actually, we're going to be Greek commanders now?
Hear me out. We're just going to use Centurion spears. Like, really, Josh?
I'll bet you that has something to do with the name in the past, right? Don't you think?
Danya.
Now, if it's a way you can't get me in trouble. I didn't say it. I didn't buy the weed. I just bought the pencil. He handed me the weed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's a little bit of a technicality. We're not talking about Native Americans with the spear. We're talking about Centurion spears.
I had a basketball coach forever ago.
We're Greek soldiers, damn it.
Who would go, like, he'd call you over and he'd go, Grant, are you okay? You go, what? He goes, well, you got hit really hard on the arm and there was no call, but are you okay where you got hit? And there's a red mark there to let the referee know that he knew that you missed the call. It's like, what? I didn't say anything to you. I didn't argue with you. It's that kind of same deal where it's like, come on, we all know. We know exactly what's happening. Let's just be honest with each other.
This guy just said, yes, it's a Roman Centurion spear. I get it, man.
Yeah.
But you get it too, right?
Don't you admit that you get it?
Like if a police officer comes up to me and goes, are you buying that weed? I go, no, sir.
No, I'm not.
I'm buying a sticker.
I'm buying the bag it comes in.
He's just handing me the weed. And by the way, I don't do the weed. I want that known.
But we sounded like weed guys just now, where it's like I'm buying the pencil. Like we know we're down.
Yeah, I know how it works. I just don't do it.
Mm.
But if you do, good for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's go to David and Laurel. Hey,
man.
David, how are you?
Hey, thank you very much for taking my call. This is the first time I called in. I listen to you guys all the time.
David,
And-
first
Well, that's a
timer?
first time call. What's up, Jim? Good to talk to you, buddy. That's Jim Zorn. Go ahead, David.
Hey, you guys are awesome. Danny, I actually saw your comedy act one time. Amazing. Anyway, let me get to the point.
Yeah,
I was glad he said amazing.
Yeah, 'cause-
if he just said that and moved on, that would have been tough.
We had a salesperson here who did that once. Dave, I'm gonna let you finish Kanye style. But she goes, "I saw you at the Improv the other night," and then there was nothing else. She didn't say anything else. I was like, "Say I was good. Just say I was good."
I don't know if you know Luis at the Improv, but that's my brother, man. I love that guy.
Of course,
Anyway.
yeah, that's my dude.
But anyway, again, I'm a little nervous, but point being, I think anything we do nowadays to better the culture, I've been so impressed with this new organization and the way they've carried it on, because the last time I saw them win a Super Bowl, I was 10 years old, so I lived through all the garbage, all the BS, and in my 20s, when I was able to go to the games, it was a crap product. It was not good. So now, I think anything that they can do to get the fan base up and bring back the old people, I'm really happy with it. So spear, whatever it signifies, this or that, I'm happy with it.
Yeah, and they need
No, I
to
appreciate you, dude.
They need to keep adding. They've done a really good job, and they got smart people that don't need to listen to me. But they've the wrinkles and the game night stuff that they've done, and all of the different additives that have made the experience better. They need to keep going. This could be one of those.
You don't force it, but you also can't be afraid to try, right?
Charlie's in Maryland. What's up, Charlie?
Yeah, I said we have a pig, man. We got a pig. We have a pig as a mascot.
That's right.
We got a pig for a mascot.
That's
There's
Tutty.
no
Put some respect on Tutty's name.
No. You got this right. Go ahead
Put
and
some
lampoon him.
respect on Tutty's name.
Take him down a couple pegs. You got it right.
Not
No,
just
no,
a pig,
no,
Charlie.
man.
It's not just a pig. It's a
Whoever-
fat pig.
It's an overweight diabetic pig.
It's a diabetic
Yeah.
fat pig.
Yes, there's no command in that. Who's going to take a pig seriously? Come on, man. Whoever named the team commanders and decided that a pig was going to be our mascot, fire them. Fire them today.
Well, they're already gone.
They're not already gone.
All the people that did that are gone.
Well, good. Good. Let them pick a pig for someone else's team. Anyway, that's
Can I
that's
ask
my
you a
rant.
question, Charlie?
Sure.
Do you like the mascot?
I like the mascot. I don't like.
Yeah,
Tutty.
do you? The
Do you like-
mascot.
Grant's asking if you like him.
Major Tutty, the pig. Do you like him?
No, he's a pig.
That's right, Charlie. That's right, Charlie.
But you realize you're familiar with the Hogs' work in the past, right?
I am. I grew up, man. Look, I bleed burgundy and gold. I
Then you
bleed
love
that. That's
Tutty.
running through my veins.
Then when I cut you open, Tutty falls out.
No. Tutty doesn't fall. And where are the Hogs? What do we have now? We got the. Oh, you know what we got now? We got that over the hill gang. We got their back.
They have returned.
They are back.
Yes, the history is repeating itself.
Hey, can I ask you a question? If I get your information, can I send Tutty to your house?
Yes, because I have 2 grandkids who would really just love Tutty.
Okay. We'll get some photos. My idea would be you and Tutty have a nice meal together.
Yeah, Tutty would be a meal. Do you realize I love bacon?
You're damn right, Charlie.
Tutty would be the meal.
Just the two of
Charlie
you.
and me would be good pals, I'll tell you that right
Candlelit
now.
dinner, and then I want a little cuddle sesh. I want
No.
Tutty Big Spoon.
Inappropriate.
Charlie Little Spoon.
Inappropriate. Now you're talking about mascot harassment. No.
Not if he signs off on it. Maybe he likes a little Tutty love.
Oh, no. Tutty is BLT. That's what Tutty is.
Thank you, Charlie. Oh, boy.
That's hilarious.
Why does Tutty always catch so much damn shrapnel?
Everybody, I just don't get it. You know what my new favorite bit is by Tutty, by the way? I love that he does the photos of him walking in the tunnel with his fresh fit on.
Yeah.
I screenshot the photo and send it to my boys every weekend.
That's pretty good.
I love it.
It's a good bit.
Oh.
Now I'm not team anything with clothes. Like, oh, what's this guy wearing? Who?
Let's check in on Grant's fit tonight.
I hate that in general. Now the new thing. Thank God when I was on the beat we didn't do this, but everyone's got to be down there with their phones to watch so and so walk in. What was Mikey Sanders still wearing this past week? I mean, his pants were wider than the end zone. This guy's walking in with. He looks like he's in
The Kyle Kuzma school of overdressing.
What are we doing? Just absolutely outrageous.
Please cover somebody.
And now we're gonna have a bobblehead of him in those pants in a year or something. Enough. But you're right. But it's the bit of playing on that. Tutty, who gets it, who's comically brilliant, says, "Oh, these guys think this is interesting. I'm going to play on that and prey on that." And then he puts out his picture. That's why it's good. And Tutty, by the way,
so he's doing some satire.
He shows comedic chops. He also, I love his hair. Sometimes he's got like just a hilarious like military cut. He also sneaky lost a bunch of weight. No one gave him credit for that. Everyone still calls him fat. I can't relate to that in any way. Down 36 pounds. Leave me alone. Tutty, you guys give him too hard of a time. That's all I'm saying.
I think
without Tutty, they're 1-5 right now. And Ben Johnson would have put 4 bills on your asses instead of 381, not 350. By the way, play the damn sounder. Play it every day until I die.
I think it's too much because it's too soon for everybody that remembers how awful all of this is. And he's like, oh, here I am, guys. I'm goofy and smiling. It's not time to smile. It's not time. You are the symbol that my thing is dead. You know what I mean? Like it's this new era that nobody asked for.
He's just a guy to take a picture with my son and my daughter. That's what he is.
But he's not, because if that's all it was, then I wouldn't hear Darius like, you know what's a great bit is when he's in the tunnel and he's taking pictures for social. That wouldn't happen if he was just taking pictures with kids.
Sure, of
he's
course it
involved
would.
everywhere.
He's a social media icon.
That's the point. Is you guys are trying to put him over.
What
Stop.
do you want? You want them to post more videos of Katie Feeney, or do you want Tutty doing some bits?
I don't need any of that. I don't need any of those things. I need none of those things. That's what I need.
What'd you think about Caleb Williams' 55-yard touchdown to DeAndre Swift?
I thought it was piss poor tackling, and everyone should be
Bears
embarrassed.
over 380.
Ben Johnson
Great design
alert.
there.
Ben Johnson alert.
Caleb Williams passed deep left to Luther Burton, pushed out of bounds. Washington 15, 37 yards. That's, I think, when I knew. We got a shot tonight, gentlemen.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
Caleb Williams, short left to Manungai. That's how you
Monungai.
say it. I wouldn't have known because I never knew him before Monday night, and then he was just going Buckham. I'm like, let me put this guy up on a fantasy. Oh, he's projected to get 2 points again this week. He will never have that game again. But Ben Johnson got him open. Nice little screen.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
Caleb Williams, the Roma Dunze, that was only 21 yards. That was not as long as the one they should have had that was schemed up beautifully. Caleb underthrown would have been a 50-yard house call.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
And it is incredible, by the way, with Caleb Williams missing more throws than I eat donuts in the calendar year. And the Bears committing 9 penalties.
Oh, yeah.
What's his name? The guy that was here. Alameda Zacchaeus swatting the ball to the ground when he could have had 70
I don't
yards.
want that football. Don't throw it to me.
All of them were so desperate to help you guys keep him under 350. They were so desperate.
The only desperation was your Washington team going, we can't touch him. We can't touch anyone. We can't stop them. They got to go over 350. They just got to.
The only thing scarier than Ben Johnson is Ben Johnson with 2 weeks to scheme your ass up.
Ben Johnson alert.
Washington secondary.
Ben Johnson
Look at
alert.
his chops.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Good news, everybody. We won't play any more Ben Johnson alerts today.
That is a lie.
But you'll hear it a whole lot the rest of this football season. You come at the King, you best not miss.
Ben Johnson alert.
You're listening
Ben Johnson alert.
to the Fan. What's real, what's fake through 6 weeks?
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, Commanders roster moves today. They placed Noah Brown on injured reserve with a groin injury that's kept him out the last 4 weeks. He'll now be out a minimum of another 4 weeks. Other moves for the Commanders today, they signed defensive end Drake Jackson and offensive guard Julian Good-Jones to the practice squad. They open up the 21-day practice window for cornerback Jonathan Jones. Terry McLaurin was able to practice in a limited fashion today, but the laundry list of injuries continues. Players that didn't practice today for the Commanders: Dorrance Armstrong, John Bates, Zach Ertz, Drake Jackson, Javon Kinlaw, Von Miller, Deron Payne, Chris Rodriguez, Debo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil, and Bobby Wagner. Not a whole lot of guys at practice today for the Commanders. Free agent wide receiver Treylon Burks was visiting with the team today. He visited with the Broncos yesterday. And in hockey, the Capitals beat the Lightning last night 3-2, their third straight win, winning in overtime. Jacob Chikrin with the game winner, assisted by Tom Wilson. Tom Wilson recorded his 400th career point last night. They're back in action on Friday against the Wild. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan on a Wednesday. Sunday afternoon at 4:25, Commanders at the Cowboys. A gotta-have-it division game at 3-3. The second biggest pendulum-swinging game in terms of playoff odds for any team this weekend. Only the Falcons, via PFF, will do more damage or help their cause more in terms of postseason chances than Washington based on the result on Sunday. We're going to be out and about in 2 days on Friday for a Football Friday and a field trip on Grant and Danny. We're going to Maryland. We will be at Caddy's, which is on Cordell and Bethesda.
Right in the heart of Bethesda. You can't miss it. That place is an institution. It's awesome. It's been around forever. It is the quintessential sports bar. It's going to be great.
All of our football conversation on the Fans presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And speaking of the NFL, let's go real or fake going into Week 7. Darius has some questions for us, and we're going to tell you if we think it's real or not.
The New England Patriots are back. They're 4-2, and they're first in the division. Real or fake, they'll win the AFC East.
It's fake, but they're going to the postseason. I really believe that. Their schedule upcoming: Tennessee, Cleveland, Atlanta, pretty good, but they got the Jets in a handful of weeks. They still play the Jets 2 more times. In fact, they've got the Dolphins again. They're going to look up the end of the season with 9 or 10 wins. I still think the Bills get right and win this division, but the Patriots are going to the postseason, but I think it's fake. They do not win the division.
Yeah, it's fake if you're asking about winning the East. The Bills are too good. They'll beat them the second time they play. That'll take away the tiebreaker. But this is a potential wild card team, as Danny put it, based on their schedule. Remember, despite having a projected win total of like 7.5 before the year, when the schedule came out with look-ahead lines, they were actually favored in double-digit games. That's how bad their schedule was. Easy, I should say, their schedule was this season. And you can't talk about the Patriots without talking about Drake May, who is 5th right now in MVP odds in the National Football League. I think there's way too much putting him on a pedestal happening too quickly nationally. I saw like Marcus Spears or one of these guys on ESPN. They're debating yesterday, is he a top 5 quarterback in the league? He's playing at that level. That doesn't mean you're top 5 already. It's not the same thing. But leads the NFL, 73% of his passes completed, 10 touchdowns, 2 picks, on pace for over 4,000 yards. And if you've watched him, it is really impressive.
Yeah, he looks the part. I will say they've had an easy schedule to this point, and with a couple tough games in there, and they have an easy schedule to come up. He's going to put up some really good numbers. It's a long way of saying he'll be in that conversation.
Yeah, 23-year-old kid, second year, second offense, second coordinator. Got a signature win against the Bills. I mean, he is balling out right now. So they're in a good spot going into Week 7.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers enter Week 7 as the best team in the NFC with 5-1 record. Real or fake, they are a legit Super Bowl contender.
Well, this is real. Yeah, this is a team that has a guy at quarterback who's playing at an MVP level. So you can start right there with Baker Mayfield. Mayfield, who I didn't love at the start of his career. Didn't really like that much a couple years into his career. And I guess I'm not alone. Most of the NFL teams didn't either because he was kicking around on the waiver wire. He was signed midweek, remember, by the Rams at one point when they brought him in to start a game under Sean McVay, and that may have gotten him going. But they're the number 9 offense in the NFL with the number 8 passing offense in the league. They'll get healthier at wide receiver. They're the number 7 defense in the league, the number 5 against the pass. You got to be good against the pass to win. They pick off more passes. They are number 1, I should say, and not throwing interceptions as well, which was a big bugaboo last year for Baker Mayfield. So I think just looking at this team right now, I feel good about enough of the things they do. Top 10 defense, number 3 against the run, Vita Vea clogging things up in the middle, number 6 at intercepting passes, number 7 at sacking the quarterback. Todd Bowles dialing it up, blitzing left and right. They're good, man. That's a Super Bowl contender in the NFC.
I think this is real. And here's where I'm going. They're injured. They're beat up as much as anybody outside of maybe San Francisco and a couple other teams. At Detroit this weekend, that's a tough one. We're going to learn a lot about both teams. But even if they don't win it, their bye week comes up there in week 9. They've got remaining on their schedule the Cardinals, the Saints a couple of times, the Panthers, the Dolphins. They're going to look up and be an 11 or 12 win team in this division where it seems like the winner always has 9 wins. I think they might have, home field for a little while, maybe the best record in the NFC. They're legit.
The Steelers lead the AFC North with a 4-1 record. Meanwhile, the second place team is a reeling Cincinnati Bengals team. Real or fake, the Steelers will run away with the AFC North?
Run away with is the part I'm getting hung up on. I think they're going to win this stupid division. Just because everyone else is hamstrung. I mean, Cincinnati's gross. Baltimore, maybe the hole's too big, but Pittsburgh's just going to keep Pittsburghing with probably, a bunch of 1-point wins, 2 block punts, a defensive touchdown, a weird rule change. Mike Tomlin's going to walk on the field and trip somebody and get away with it. They're going to win 10 games and end up winning this stupid division. That's a big, giant, major disappointment for a million reasons. Joe Burrow's injury, Lamar to a certain degree, but the Ravens crumbling around him, and the Browns are terrible. So I think the Steelers win this division.
I talked about the Bucks and I didn't say Yaya Diaby. That was a mistake on my part. I always like to say Yaya Diaby.
That is true, you do.
When we talk about the Bucks. So if I may, Yaya Diaby. They're going to run away with the division. Why do we think when Lamar comes back that suddenly that'll fix all of Baltimore's problems? When their problem, more than anything else, is the defense. More so than anything else, okay?
Well, it really is.
And 24th is where they're ranked. They're actually worse than that, in my opinion. Only 2 teams do a better job. A worse job, rather, at taking the ball away. Only 3 teams do a worse job at getting to the quarterback. Just a very flawed defense, very flawed team. The Steelers will run away with the AFC North. We'll finish up our burning NFL questions next on Grant and Danny. Real or fake as we approach Week 7. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight. Keep you live and local deep into the evening. All of the football conversation on the show is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I was on a flight that was mostly empty this morning. 6 a.m., leaving Milwaukee, coming back to D.C. Boarding time was like 5:20. Woke up at 4, got the Uber at 4:15, got to the airport around 4:35 or so.
You just waltzed right through security, right?
I crushed
At that point,
it.
yeah.
I'm also, I don't know how or when I signed up for Clear, but apparently I'm a Clear guy. And so I just go right through that line, and that couldn't be easier. Everyone should do
You're
that.
a Clear guy? Remember all the shrapnel I caught for being a Clear guy?
No, it was a little different. You caught shrapnel because you always go through a different line, and then we catch up to you and stand next to you after you go through a line when there's no lines. So, like, it's one thing if you save a lot of time, but every time you've ever done it, there's been no line for us.
Oh, I see.
And you go through the line anyway,
Yeah,
and you make a big to-do about it, and then we're literally next to you.
Because the guy paid for it, so I'm going through Clear,
Right.
yeah.
But yeah, I guess for like the better part of a year, I've been a Clear guy. I didn't even know it.
You're a Clear guy.
So I cut through a bunch of people. That was nice. But I tell you this, Danny, to let you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sitting next to this girl right before we take off, and like we're 2 of 14 people on this plane, and she's like, "We could definitely spread out, right?" And I'm like, "Lock, we can spread out. Yeah, like they're not going to make us sit next to each other. Why would they do that?" And so we're 1 row behind the exit row. There's no one in either exit row, 6 seats.
Uh-huh.
And she's like, "Well, I'll go to the exit row." I was like, "Yeah, me too." And she's like, "You're going to come with me? The whole point is to spread out." And I was like, no, I'm not going to sit next to you. There's 2 sides. You sit on that side.
Oh.
How funny is
It's
that?
like, you don't understand what this is.
she thought, like, I'm like, yeah, I'll come sit next to you. Like, how weird is that? So I was like, no.
Are you inviting me to the exit row,
Right,
lady?
Exactly. I'm following you around. Are you going to the bathroom anytime soon, too? No, so she's going to go sit over
man.
there. I'm going to sit over here. And I'm like, no, you. So we get up. She's leading the way. And the stewardess starts yelling at her, like, "What are you doing? Where are you going?" And she's like, "Oh, you just closed the doors. I thought we could move." She's like, "You can't just go where you want." I immediately sit down. She's getting yelled at. And I'm like, I'm not doing anything.
You're not supposed to get up.
So this girl's like, she like turns around and points at me. I'm now sitting looking out the window. Like I have nothing to do with anything. Completely.
Yeah, just try to fall
screwed her
asleep as soon
over.
as you can.
Yeah, exactly. And she's like, I was going to go sit over here. And the lady's like, "No, you can't sit in the exit row." She's like, I could find you another seat. By the way, again, there's probably 90% of the plane is
Plenty
open.
of places to sit.
She's like, "I could find you another seat if you want, but you can't sit in the exit row." God forbid, because I guess you have to pay the $30 or
That's right.
something to do that. So then she's like, "Yeah, I'll move you there." And the girl's like walking past me, and she kind of puts her palms up, like, "What happened?" Like,
she just hit 6 threes against Portland.
Where were you? I looked at her like I had never seen her before. We'll never talk again. I'll never see her again. That was our last interaction.
That's it.
It was like, I kind of convinced her, like, "Yeah, we'll just go to the exit row. Let's go both grab one."
Come on, we can do it together.
And then it's like we got caught by the teacher. I just sit down, and she kind of turned around. And literally, it was like you don't even have to speak. I know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
And she looked at me like, "Dude, where were you? Like, what was that?"
You sold me out.
And I had a decision to make then: if I apologize or I just never see her again. And I did that one. I just was kind of like, "I've never met you. I don't know you at all.
We're not in this together."
Yeah, exactly. But I ended up getting the row to myself.
That's nice.
I thought about following her for the bit and just sitting next to her, but I kind of.
Which row are you going to?
You going to be in 19B? Anybody in that window seat over there?
19A looks mighty nice.
Right. All right, let's finish up around the NFL here with some real or fake.
3 teams in the NFC West are all 4-2. That would be all 3 of the teams that are not the Arizona Cardinals. Real or fake? All 3 teams make the playoffs.
Oh, that's real. San Francisco, they'll get healthier at some point, but they have the easiest schedule that I've ever seen that I can remember. Seattle is legit. They are really, really good. They have the best point differential in the NFC, and I think the Rams are plenty good, kicking themselves. They should be 5-1.
My not so hot take right now is that the Seahawks are the most underrated team in football. I think they are coming. They're only going to get better and better. Their defense was top 10 down the stretch last year. It's carried over to play really, really well. I love Mike McDonald as this ascending coaching star. Sam Darnold's balling. He's doing some really good things for them. 4-1 in their last 5 since a ugly week 1 loss. And, week 1 now, no preseason for these teams is kind of like an exhibition game almost. I think they're legit. They're going to beat the Texans this week. and then they're coming to Washington off of a bye. That happened recently. Team off of a bye coming to your building.
So fun
for a primetime game. It's happening again in Week 9.
The Jets are 0-5, and they look terrible. Real or fake, Aaron Glenn is going to be one and done as a head coach.
I don't think so. I think he'll get a shot in year 2. I think he'll have to show some growth pretty quickly, or he'll get Callahan. But I don't see him getting fired after 1 year. That was a tall order. It's a big task. It's a bad team, bad roster. I will say I've never really understood, dating back the last 2 years with all the interviews, including Washington talking to him, the infatuation with Aaron Glenn, because as a D coordinator, I was never overly impressed by his defenses in Detroit. But I guess he's one of these like leader of men types that everybody think will be a great coach. I haven't seen it yet, but I just don't like the idea of one and done. So I'll say no. You can't hire him to a bad organization and get mad that he's bad.
Yeah, I like the dude personally. I just have never understood the infatuation. I'm with you in terms of him being a head coach. But they've only been destroyed in 2 of their 4 games. And I know that that's not the standard. This is the NFL. But they got knocked around by the Bills, obviously, and Dallas thrashed them. But everything else, they've been within a point or 2 in all these games. They're competitive, and that's kind of his calling card right now. You're establishing it. I think he'll be back for next year.
Did Dallas James them?
37-22.
Wow.
They knocked them around.
Now, you got that. I don't think anyone in that room got that.
They didn't.
You guys know anything about James Thrash? Ever heard of that name? Toby's giving me a nod.
Yeah, wide receiver.
Number 83. There you go. You remember him as a Philadelphia Eagle or a Washington Redskin?
Both.
All right. Attaboy. We'll take it. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, some roster moves for the Commanders today. They placed Noah Brown on injured reserve with a groin injury that's kept him out the last 4 weeks. He's now required to miss the next 4 games as well. Some other injury news for the team today. Their practice report: Dorrance Armstrong, John Bates, Zach Ertz, Drake Jackson, Javon Kinlaw, Von Miller, Deron Payne, Chris Rodriguez, Debo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil, and Bobby Wagner all missed practice. That's right, all of them missing practice today. Terry McLaurin was on the practice field today, as Dan Quinn said. He was limited today, though, with the quad injury. Sam Cosmi, Jaden Daniels, Jonathan Jones, all on the practice field today, practicing in full. For Jonathan Jones, that's notable. He opened up the 21-day practice window for him to return from injured reserve. Free agent wide receiver Treylon Burks was visiting with the Commanders today after he visited with the Denver Broncos yesterday. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Lightning 3-2 in overtime last night. Jacob Chikrin with the game winner, assisted by Tom Wilson. Tom Wilson recorded his 400th career point last night. Third straight win for the Capitals. They'll be back in action on Friday at home against the Minnesota Wild. Baseball tonight, ALCS Game 3, Mariners and Blue Jays at 8 o'clock. George Kirby going to take on Shane Bieber. Mariners lead that series 2-0. This October, only score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys, they're always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
On Friday, a field trip out to Maryland and to Bethesda. We will be at Caddy's on Cordell, hanging out with listeners, eating, drinking, and being merry, talking about the Commanders and the Cowboys. And while the season's not on the line, because it's the middle of October and that's not how seasons work, this is a really big game for Washington. You win, you're 4-3. You go into the toughest 3-game portion of your non-division slate with a shot to go 1-2 and still come out at 500. Or if you lose, Danny, you're 3-4 going in, and you are in really big trouble.
You are in dire straits, my friend. Yeah, I mean, they've dug themselves a hole already, just by virtue of the games that they've lost. They're NFC games, all 3 of them. And this latest one of the Bears is a stinger. Again, the difference between 4-2 and 3-3, it's obvious. I mean, there are only so many games that you've played, but just the cushion you give yourself. Last year, they absorbed a 3-game losing streak, and it didn't matter, right? Because they ripped off so many wins in a row. After that Tampa game, they were 7-1 after the first game of the season. And they did so much good deposit work, did so much that they could have afforded to have lost a game or even 2 and still made the postseason. That's not the case this year. The NFC is deeper, maybe than it's been in some time, and this is tough. You really need to win this game. Whether you want to call it must win, need to win, ought to win, I don't care. This is a really important football game against a division rival.
And as a show, we have this exercise where we often go through every game and we file it into these categories of, you know, who should win the game or like who's better or whatever. And this is, I think, political map on election night. Leans red, leans blue, hard red, hard blue, whatever. Mm-hmm. Like this is a leans Commanders game.
Purple. Yeah, it's purple though.
But I got to tell you, it's now a battleground game. And here's what I mean by that. It's a 1.5 point spread. And I think that's because, first off, the Commanders playing 500 ball, coming off of another poor defensive performance in a game where they turned the ball over as much as they had the entire season before that, but short week on the road. That's a real thing. Teams that go on the road after playing on Monday night for a Sunday game have a worse winning percentage than they do generally while rested for the rest of the season. And I think that is reflected in the betting line, which you would think would be 2.5 or 3 points for Washington over Dallas with the putrid Cowboys defense, but isn't. It's basically a pick 'em game. And I don't need to tell any of our listeners this because they keep track of the division and the Cowboys, but Dallas has the number 1 offense in the NFL. 387.5 yards per game right now for the Cowboys. They are top 5 in yards per play, which is the more authentic metric of where you rank. They're 4th. They're number 6 at running the ball. That's what's really surprised me. And give Brian Schottenheimer credit.
Deserves all the credit.
Bashed that hiring, but Javonte Williams has been the leader of what has been a really, really good run game. And that's not fool's gold or like added rushing yards from a quarterback. No, teams like Washington or Philly or the Ravens are always going to be really, really high in run offense, and a big part of it is the dual threat abilities of the QB, like Jaden Daniels pouring in 50 yards the other night where you're averaging 3.5 a pop without him. Changes the numbers.
Yeah, Dak is averaging 3 yards a carry. Not helping you.
Well, not only that, how many yards for the season? I would bet
49 yards.
Yeah, I was going to say under 50. I mean, they run the ball with running backs traditionally at a top 6 level. Their passing game is number 2 in yards per game, number 12 in yards per play, and they're not allowing sacks. They get the ball out of Dak's hands. It's very short and intermediate stuff. He's top 3 at sack avoidance in the NFL right now. The problem for them is that their defense is one of the worst of all time.
It's horrendous.
So we thought this with the Bears. They had an extra week, and maybe that's why the Commanders didn't quite take advantage. I don't think the Cowboys are getting 3 starters back with an extra week to prepare like Chicago was. But this is the number 32 dead last ranked defense in the league, giving up 412 yards. So think about that, Danny. No team gains more yards. No team gives up more yards than the Cowboys.
The ball's moving in this football game. I'll tell you that. When they play, points are scored. There's only one game where they've failed to score at least 20 points. Typically, they're 30 or above. But so are their opponents. I mean, that's kind of been the story of this season. I think their best defensive game was against the Jets, whom just couldn't get out of their own way, committed a million penalties, etc. But every other game, it's pretty much north of 30 as you kind of look at them. So yeah, I mean, on paper, the over/under is 54.5, which is one of the highest totals you're going to see. This is again not the Big 12. This is NFC East football. So it's not your dad's NFC certainly.
I would set the over/under on punts in this game at 2.5. And I might take the under. It might be one of those where each team punts once or something, especially in this NFL. You go for it as often as these teams do now on 4th down. You get the ball. I mean, Washington again this week. They had a penalty, bring it back, but they had another kick return past the 45-yard mark.
Uh-huh.
Every single game, they start a drive around midfield after a big Luke McCaffrey or Deebo Samuel kick return. And if Terry's back, then maybe Deebo Samuel will be back as a kick returner for the first time in a few weeks. Although I think from what you've seen so far from McCaffrey, who was number 2 in the NFL before Deebo stopped returning kicks, might be number 1 in the NFL now, you don't even need to put Deebo back there. Don't even risk the injury with him. Don't let his body, which is already banged up and he has this heel issue, don't let him keep taking the wear and tear on special teams. Let Luke do it. He's been great at it. But that Cowboys defense can be had. And this, to me, is the story. I don't want to come in here Monday and say, oh, the defense did this, the defense allowed that. Go out and score 35 points and win the damn football game. So many assets on the offense.
Yeah.
Number 2 pick, MVP caliber quarterback. We talked all off season about having the superstar at QB we've been looking for 30 years. This is a get fat game for Jaden Daniels. I know you don't have Noah Brown. Hopefully you have Terry McLaurin, and Deebo Samuel's a little healthier than he looked this past week. I can readjust my sight line if Deebo is hindered and Terry doesn't play, and you're playing with your 3rd through 5th receivers or something. But this is a defense that is 30th against the run. They are 31st against the pass. Like, go move the football. I get it's a short week. I get you're traveling. Make plays. This has to be an offensive performance that guides you to a win. Every other team has been able to do whatever they wanted against Dallas. Every single one of them.
So my frustration against Chicago was this is a group that cannot run the ball. And they made a guy that doesn't go for 100 yards ever, unless he's playing Washington, look like Gale Sayers and DeAndre Swift, right? That's exasperating. That's so frustrating. That's infuriating. This game, Dallas is going to move the football against you. They've done it against everybody. Their offense is every bit as good, if not better, than yours, and CeeDee Lamb's on his way back, right? So who knows if he's in this week or not. I haven't seen a practice report this week, but they were kind of circling potentially this is the week that he comes back. So that doesn't make it any easier for you. That offense is really good. What I can't have is what also happened against Chicago, where, again, their rush defense was abominable. It was the worst. And all of a sudden they show up and look like the 85 Bears for a lot of parts against the running backs. I can't have Dallas have a get-right defensive performance against you. Understand, eyes wide open. That offense is excellent. Talking about Dallas. They're going to score. They're going to move the football. That's happening. Provides as much resistance as you can. you've got to match or be every bit as good, if not better, against their garbage defense. None of what happened this past Monday, where a team goes against type, where they can't run it and they can't stop the run, and they did both against you. That's blood boiling to me. Understand it's going to be frustrating at times in this one because Dallas is good on one side of the ball, but not the other. You can't let them get right against your offense this week.
I agree, but this is a Cliffy earn your paycheck, Jaden be the man that you are kind of game. Because if you go out and you score 37, you're not losing. You're losing that game like 5% of the time. Let's go to Joshua in Upper Marlboro on G&D. What's up, Josh? How are you, bud?
I'm good, man. Listen, Grant, I am a man of my word. I am calling to admit defeat. Ben the Blueprint Johnson, the maestro of motion, the sultan of scheme, the potentate of the playbook, made DeAndre Swift look like freaking Marshall Faulk and Tyreek Hill in their primes. Maybe it's our secondary and the fact that absolutely nobody in Joe Witt's defense arrived violently for the entirety of the fourth quarter. But me and my son watched that yardage tick over 350 late in the fourth, and we knew that, like your namesake, Ulysses S., Grant Paulson was victorious. And so play that sounder to your heart's content, my friend. Danny, we have been Johnson.
We have been Johnson.
Ben Johnson alert.
You never want to get full
Ben Johnson alert.
You don't want that.
Thank you, Joshua. That's very sweet of you. See, kids, it's cool to concede. When you lose, you admit you lost, and you concede. Let's go to Drew in Georgetown on Grant and Danny. What's up, Drew? How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, buddy?
I think that Cowboys, I think it's going to be a humbling moment for Jaden Daniels because I feel like he's never had a game besides the Green Bay game where, you know, like a simple mistake was the reason why he lost. So I just feel like we're going to come out strong. I'm just scared about Marshawn Lattimore versus Pickens.
I'm terrified of all of it, man. To me, this defense is going to be steamrolled.
Pickens has been on a heater.
Now, that's going to end in a meltdown when they lose enough or whatever. But during the honeymoon period, which we're still in, where he's getting fed, he's awesome. Like, and again, CeeDee Lamb is potentially coming back this week too. Terrifying to me. Even without him, their offense has been a juggernaut. Washington will not be able to put up much resistance, I don't think.
Pickens this past week against Carolina in a loss, by the way, which should tell you a lot about their defense. 9 for 168 and a touchdown. Week before that, he went for 57 and a touchdown. Week before that, 8 for 134 and 2 touchdowns. And then week before that, 68 and a touchdown. Week before that, 68 and a touchdown. So if you're keeping score at home, that's 6 touchdowns in his last 5 games. A touchdown in every single contest during that time. Yeah, he's playing really, really good ball. And they're doing it, as you said, without CeeDee Lamb. They got random receivers opposite him, and he's still getting free and making plays. It's a Dak Prescott thing, too. Like, they're hitting him in stride, ball placement, middle of the field, on a dead sprint. He's making some athletic catches along the sideline as well. He's done a really good job. That's a trade. They get a lot of crap for what they did with Micah Parsons, and they should. That one's worked out very, very well so far for them, for sure. I know he's going to have a good game. I know the Cowboys offense is going to have a good game. They're going to score somewhere between 24 and 30 points probably, and it might even be closer to 30. There's no reason Washington shouldn't be in the mid-30s to 40. And I know that someone will hear that and say, that's insane. 40 points is so many. They did it routinely last year. They were constantly in the mid-30s.
When they played a team they were better than on that side of the ball, that's what they did. Carolina. Now, I know
it became almost like the expectation.
Yeah, Arizona, Cleveland, they throttled teams like this.
And it's not that early anymore. It's not like, with a preseason and training camp. We're 7 weeks into this thing. We're almost at the midway point of the year. Not quite, but you get what I'm saying. Of
course, yeah.
We're closing in on it, right? So it shouldn't be that wild. They scored 41 on Vegas. They have not hit 30 against anybody else. But go back to 2024. Look at the scoring. 38 against the Bengals, 42 against Arizona, 40 against Carolina, 42 against the Titans, 36 in a win against Philadelphia. Let's go to JT in Centerville. What's up, JT?
Hey, what's happening, fellas? How y'all doing?
Hey, dude.
All right, so I talk a little slow, so bear with me. First of all, Cliff Kingsbury, Jaden Daniels and the offense, I ain't got nothing against Jaden. He took accountability for losing focus. He said it. That's the end of it. What that does in the locker room, that's big. But
is he should have never been put in that situation. He should have been under center. If you can't get 1 yard and 2 downs with the way we play football, then you know what? It just wasn't meant to be.
So, JT, I'll tag you back in, but I'm going to throw you on hold for a second because I want to respond to
because a lot of people have been talking about this.
So, hang on here. I have heard this 1,000 times. I couldn't disagree with this more. Now, if you want to have a conversation about the fact that Washington is never under center, I am willing to have that conversation because I think it's interesting. If you want to say that they should be under center some in their offense, and they're like some high school team that doesn't even have plays or looks from under center. So when you get the ball at your own 1 yard line, now you've got to snap it in shotgun. You don't have a very good center snapping the ball, and you're in the end zone by 5 yards, and that's a bad plan, and you should have some plays from under center. Sure. When you look at the NFL snap count under center this football season, Washington is dead last with 6 snaps all year under center. That is the entirety of their season from under center. 6. Okay, there are teams that have been under center almost a couple hundred times. Like Ben Johnson was going to be under center a whole lot. Kyle Shanahan's going to be under center a whole lot. Those play-action predicated teams where you want to drop back, you want to set up and get linebackers sucked up and moving around. Everything Washington does, more than any other team, is from out of the gun or the pistol. The Falcons are the only team that's even in the same neighborhood as them, basically, in that regard. But they have 6 plays all year. So this idea that they should have just become a different team and done this thing they don't do, that they're not really comfortable doing, that Daniels doesn't do very often, I completely disagree with that. I just do. If you want to say, well, that's bad that they've only been under center 6 times, that's not how they should operate, I probably agree with that. And we could have a conversation about why that is. But you can't just suddenly become something else in a moment where you need to.
Well, even beyond that, it's not as if they can't run the ball. If they're lining up in pistol, lining up in shotgun, and they can't run it, which they could in the second half of last year, by the way, say the Tennessee game, you have a point. They're running it at 5.5 yards per carry. They lead the NFL. That's the best rushing offense in the NFL doing it the way that they're doing it. So I've heard that 1,000. I'm not ripping JT, but I've heard that 1,000 times where it's like, I hate that they're not under center. You need to update the way this offense does it, the way the league is kind of going.
Right.
You can run it out of that shotgun or out of that pistol. They do it really effectively. Again, they're the best rushing offense in the NFL, even with a bad game against Chicago.
I don't know the percentage on Rams plays so far this season because they've run it under center. They've been under center with Matt Stafford 169 times. I'd be willing to bet, though, that's maybe half of how many plays they've actually run. But the Rams, McVay, the Lions, Ben Johnson, the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, those are the 3 of the top 4 teams in terms of getting under center. Washington, 6 plays all year dead last. So you got the Rams at 170, the Lions at 165, Seahawks and Niners around 150. 6 plays from under center. The Commanders do not do it. So I'm not going to say, all of a sudden, get under center, Jaden. That's going to go better in the rain, doing something you don't really practice that you never, ever, ever do. Disagree. But anyway, JT, keep going, buddy. Sorry to cut you off.
All right. Okay, thanks, guys. And you make a good argument. And absolutely, I agree with everything you just said. My point is, and you actually made my point, it's situational football. Okay, you're in the shotgun, and that's how you run 93% of your offense or whatever it may be, right? But in that situation, any quarterback in the NFL has been under center his whole career. Nobody's ran shotgun their whole career. Maybe some more than others. All I'm saying is you change it up. How well did we run the ball from the shotgun in the whole game? But when we needed a yard, you go right back to the same thing you were doing the whole game that they were shutting you down. So you know what you do? You get under center, and then you got the defense saying, damn, something different. Is the quarterback sneak? Now you got your defensive tackles pushing in because they think Jaden's going to sneak it. Then you got your ends not thinking about running to the line. You got your linebackers not pushing through. I know football very well. At that point in the game, you do not put it the way the situation of the whole game was going. You don't put Jaden in the shotgun because they already know what you are going to do. They know you're the best running offense in the league, which is why they shut our running game pretty much down. The worst run defense in the league
shut us down. Why? Because they keyed on the run. Because we didn't have Terry, we didn't have. I don't even care about Noah Brown. He's gonna get cut.
Thanks for the call, man. I mean, you make some good points. But we could disagree on if they should have been under center or something they don't do. You say quarterbacks have done it their whole career. Not anymore. I mean, these guys now, like, I guarantee you, I'd have to ask Jaden this question, and maybe next time I'm out there, if I get a minute, I will. But I'll bet you, of all of the snaps he's ever taken in his life, from high school on up, I'll bet you over 90% have been in the shotgun. Don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean,
whether it's 80 or 90, it's an enormous percentage.
Like, if you told me 89.9 over under, put money on it, I would put a substantial amount on over. You don't in college. You didn't see him under center ever.
Yeah,
in
we're
the
working
NFL,
back.
He doesn't do it.
We're working back from a play that didn't work, obviously, right? And whether that would have gone for the yard or not, I have no idea. So if you don't want him to do that, do you want to take back that Tampa Bay third down run where he is lined up in the pistol, fakes, goes one way, eludes the grasp of the defender, dives for a first down? Do you want to not do that?
Well, that's the other thing, by the way. They are so good on fourth down, and they have been in those short yardage situations. 3rd and 1 in this case. It's the same really as a 4th and 1. It's just a different down, but it's an and 1 situation. The reason they've been incredible is Jaden Daniels' mobility. Jaden Daniels' ability to run. If he's under center, the only thing you got is a potential play action boot. But if he's in the pistol, I can go left, I can go right. There's a mesh point read. The defensive end can't get up the field and hit anybody.
You got to freeze everybody.
So they're going read option there so he can read it out because it gives you more opportunities to get it. And by the way, it was actually blocked up pretty easily for Bill to go forward because Tunsil had won. And I can't remember if it was Paul as well, but both of them had made their blocks. So there would have been a 2-yard fall forward gain there. It would have been a first down. But he didn't hold on to the ball. That's what happened. And if he holds on to the ball, we're not talking about this. Let's go to Bird in Ashburn. What's up?
Listen, hey, what's going on, Grant Danny?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, listen, you just stole my thunder. Great minds think alike. I was telling producer, man, same situation, similar situation as last year. We tried to be cute, little push with Mariota for one play. Same result, turnover. So get over this whole, we need to implement more under the center plays because we eliminate that caveat in Jaden Daniels when we do that. And this is just how our offense is. We've been good with this offense. We as fans have clamored over the production of the dual threat. Get over it. It was a bad loss all around, not just one play.
Appreciate you, dude.
It's well said. I prefer myself. I think what's best for business, what's smart in this league, is to operate from under center more often, to set up play action. It makes things easier and from a passing game standpoint. And I think it really helps in the middle of the field, anticipatory stuff, layered throws. But they don't do a lot of that in this offense. They just don't, number one, in terms of the passing game stuff.
Right.
And number two, I'm not going to try to fix anything when it's not broken. The offense is so damn good. So who cares what I like aesthetically or what I think might be better or what Kyle or Sean are doing? Cliff Kingsbury has just basically taken his clothes off and danced at midfield 95% of the games he's coordinated in, and everyone's just had to watch. He's been really, really good, and he's right now, he's the bee's knees. So if he doesn't want to get under center, don't get under center.
And there are trade-offs to everything, right? If you want to be under center all the time, then you don't get any RPOs. You may be okay with that, by the way, but I'll take someone that was born and raised in the RPO game like Jaden Daniels, and generally his ability to handle the football over a lot of other things in my offense. Those are easy completions, easy gains for yardage when he's making that right read. Same with the read option look. But you said the thing to me is the most important. I only get furious about offensive decisions when things stink. And I know it wasn't great on Monday night. And if it continues, we could talk about that. I'm not sitting here throwing a conniption when they go on the road and score 27 points and are awesome from the second quarter on because Zach Ertz didn't get any targets. I don't give a damn. Move the football and score points. When Scott Turner's calling bad play after bad play and Terry McLaurin runs cardio, I'm going, what the hell are you doing? That's when you get me to say, what the hell are you doing? When your offense is the best rushing offense in this league. You don't have Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. You got these guys. You got a 7th rounder that played one football game last year, toting the rock for you, right? Like when
and
you're
leading the NFL in yards per carry.
That's what I mean. When you're doing that, I don't care what it looks like. I don't care if you put 7 linemen on one side or you do that trick play where you pretend the guy's out of bounds, but he's actually not because he's surrounded by coaches and he's got his back turned and it goes viral. I don't care what you're doing when you are leading the league in a positive category.
Let's go to Paul, who's in Gaithersburg on the Fan. Paul, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, guys. I just wanted to throw this out there. The 3 losses that we've had this year, our opponent controlled both sides of the ball at the line of scrimmage. When that happens, the only way that you can overcome that aggression is to scheme it. And so now all the pressure falls back on your offensive and defensive coordinators to put people in positions to try to stop the other team because physically you're unable. So if you take a real close look at the games that we lost, you'll see that the other teams dominated the line of scrimmage. So if we're going to win against Dallas, somebody's going to have the line of scrimmage and start controlling some of the running plays and the passes plays. It's just going to have to be a physicality issue with the Commanders right now.
Thank you, Paul. Much appreciated. Yeah, the line of scrimmage somehow got won by Chicago. I'd have lost a lot of money on that bet.
I didn't have that.
That was discouraging. There were plenty of good plays, I thought, from the defensive front, early in the game especially. Javon Kinlaw's good for one incredible turnaround, blow somebody up at the line of scrimmage, body slam them like you're a wrestler in the middle of the ring play on the first or second drive in every single game where he just takes over. Daron Payne, I thought, was noticeable. I know you guys gave him immunity on Commander Survivor yesterday for that reason. But by and large, I think it's a really smart call. If you just watch the game without a scoreboard, you don't get to know like what the scores are. We take the touchdown plays out of it. And you have to guess at the end of the game who won or lost just solely on line of scrimmage. I think you'd have Washington 3-3. Like the games where they have manhandled the line.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
The Giants and the Raiders wasn't even close. They blew those teams out. The game wasn't close either. But they owned the line of scrimmage in those games.
That's right, especially defensively against makeshift or bad offensive lines, right? That's what happened. Chicago didn't try to play much muscle ball. When they did on the interior, I actually thought guys held up pretty well. It's those perimeter runs. Just the same as it was, the good runs against them. Even, Ashton Gentry only had a couple, but it was all perimeter stuff. Same with Bijan Robinson, who they more or less held in check, below his season average in terms of yards per carry. Obviously not in the passing game, but in terms of running the football. They did a good job against him as most teams do, or better than most teams do. But Swift, oh man, that's the first time he's looked like that in a long time, said every fantasy owner, because they're aware of it, right? He's been a bitter disappointment. His only game, he has one game averaging more than 3.1 yards a pop coming into that one. And he ran like he was Gale Sayers and Walter Payton put together. And it was all perimeter stuff where they're pinning and pulling and, rotating guys and getting dudes out in space and knocking people stiff. It looked like last year, frankly, when Saquon Barkley's ripping off end touchdowns and everyone's doing Benny Hill music, falling over each other on his way to the end zone.
I did want to congratulate one more time before we get out of here, Jacob Young of the Nationals on being named a finalist for the Gold Glove Award today. 98th percentile range. 80th percentile arm value, 77th percentile arm strength for a little guy, and 94th percentile sprint speed in the outfield. Run value defensively of 97th percentile. My guess is Pete Crow Armstrong's going to win the Gold Glove in center field because he's just a bigger name and it's kind of a popularity
He had a good offensive
contest.
First half, yeah.
He's also a really special defender. But darn, if I wouldn't love to see Jacob Young win this thing, the 26-year-old former 7th-round pick. So congrats to him. The Caps have won 3 straight. I know the guys were in the building last night as they got a game-winning goal from Jacob Chikrin off of the stick of Tom Wilson, who made the play. That's 6 consecutive points for the Caps, who have garnered 6 of a possible 8 this year.
Nice to see against Eastern Conference foes, rather. How about Tom Wilson? A goal and a couple apples last night, I think?
We'll take it. Top line. Tommy's off to a good start with 2 goals already in 4 games. Nice little 41-goal pace. Caps in action on Friday. So they're not playing tonight, which means a lengthy overtime with Linnell Willingham. Overtime comes your way next. Big thanks to Darius, Ryan, Toby. For Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. We are back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. And remember, Friday, Caddies, Bethesda. We'll see you there.
Thank you for coming.